Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Q&A stream. I will be answering your code related questions. Welcome in everyone, glad to have you. Yes, we have, 54,141 followers. It's a nice number, 4141. Very good, very good. Welcome in, Alka. You're up early. Sound of Gaming, thank you for the 20 months. Did we get any other supports? We didn't, but thank you for all the follows. I don't know if you're here. You people followed an hour or 2 hours ago, but I appreciate all the follows. Welcome in. Yes, we're going to be answering questions. So in the chat, if you have a question, you can do !ask followed by your question. It will show up on this website, box.coding.garden, and I will do my best to answer it. I'm definitely in a coding mood today. So if you have questions related to code, and questions that will actually have a, or will require a code example of some kind, that'd be great. A dog barked. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm glad you're here either way, Alka. And if you need that link, it's there. I mean, that's my hope, American 2050. I know usually I just talk a lot, but I do want to write some code. Talk is cheap. Show me the code. All right, we're going to get fairly right into it. Let's say hello to everybody, and then we're just going to start answering questions. We're going to do our best to answer some questions. And if you have a question, make sure to do !ask so that it shows up here, because otherwise I'll lose it in the chat. Welcome in, the She-Boss. Glad to have you. And if you would like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vohio, or boga, hey. Say any one of these things, and I will notice you. Mark was the first person to say hello 11 minutes ago. Welcome in, Mark. Glad to have you. What's up, Funny Boy and Oxneo and Inim Frets, who's tuning in for the first time in a while. Thank you for being here, Inim Frets. What's up, BTRSL and Spades and Cesar and Need for Cheese. Hello, first timer. Welcome. And Omboy Bread, welcome in. And Lucky Geochan and Oscar. Hello. What's up, Pablo and Judge JLo and yes. And Samin Yassar. What's up, American 2050 and Alka and Java Guy and Yupla Dev and the She-Boss and Metal. And Trisma and Sound of Gaming, and Adaran, and Jim McDonald, and Shirkum, and Tribian. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Welcome to the Coding Garden. And Pablo found a bug in an open source project. That's cool. Have people been able to replicate it? But yeah. And welcome in, Electric Litany. Yeah, there's a few other first timers as well. Appreciate you all for being here. Welcome in. I will tell you how all of my overlays and such work. If you would like to put your country flag next to your name, you can do ! Country or ! Flag followed by your 2-character country code. We do have province flags. I need to update this command because you can see that Pablo has a flag from Italy. I actually don't know what province or state 67 in Italy. If you want to figure out what you actually can use, you can check out our repo. And really, I need to have a page where you can search through what is available. But if you go to this repo, you look in the SVG folder. If there is a folder with your country name, that means if you go into that folder, so for me, I'm in the US. If I go into that folder, that means I also have the possibility of setting my flag to any one of these US states. Or if I go into one of these folders, I could also set my flag to a city within one of those US states. And so right now I actually have my flag set to Denver. Hello, Denver, Colorado. That's there. And the way I did that was ! Flag, US, Colorado, Denver. So if I run that command, it detects it, it finds it, it sets it. So yeah, if you want to do countries are weird. I didn't know this was a thing, but yeah, if you look at, for instance, if you look at Italy, instead of 2-character abbreviations, they have numbers. So what was Pablo? Pablo was it 16? Yeah, 67. So if we look at 67, that's actually this flag. But in order to set it, Pablo had to do IT/67. Region Maurice. Very nice. Very nice. Man, I'll never be a first-time chatter here again. It's true. There's a lot of you who will not be a first-time chatter again. Yeah. Sure, I'll take a look at your bug. Italian, not French? Obviously, I'm showing my ignorance. I guess I said it with a French accent. And Microscope, welcome in. Describe the bug. When this code is minified by Next, it creates logically similar but different. I see, that's the bug. Basically, the code that gets generated, that is the minified version, is not the right minified code. Now, is that a Next.js issue, or is that more so an issue with the settings of the minifier that they're using? I guess Next.js uses Webpack, so that would probably be a bug that needs to be fixed within Webpack. But yeah, Switzerland. I believe Switzerland is CH as the country code, right? It is, I think. Or is that Sweden? I don't know. Whatever the 2-character country code is, if there's a folder, then we might have provinces and states. Can anyone tell me the Switzerland 2-character country code? Oh, they use SWC minifier. I see. So that's where they'll need to fix the bug. And the Shivas, thank you very much for that gift. Yeah, I mean, I think that's another thing. I don't know if they're working on it, but yeah, they definitely should move to Vite. It is. I was right. Look at me. It's CH. CH. But what that means is if you look at our repo, we don't have a folder for CH, so there are no states for Switzerland in this repo. If you live within a state or province in Switzerland and you want to use that flag, you can make a pull request with the folder and the flags inside of it. Yeah. Okay, Sweden is SE, Switzerland is CH. Cool. Cool. The other thing is you can set your badge. You can see that American 2050 has that badge, which I still don't know what it is. Tele5. Oscar has the Svelte badge. Crypod has the React badge. Pablo with the Svelte badge. What else? Alka has the Adobe After Effects. I think that's what that is, right? I'm questioning everything. I have the Alfred team on my name. Oh, Tele5 is a German TV network. Good to know. But if you head over to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, you can pick any brand or icon from here, and then you can also pick any brand from Simple Icons. That is Notion? Netlify? Let's see. NeoVim. That makes sense. Yeah. Do you mean syntax highlighting, Oscar? And is anyone else using code blocks? That would be fun to do. I think it would be possible because we're using a markdown renderer. But you can also go to, you can use the simple icons. So if you pick a brand from here, you can set that as well. And I guess if you go to simpleicons.org, you can get a visual of them. I'm going to set mine to .env just because it's one of the first ones. But what you want to do is on the slugs, you need to find the brand slug. So if I want to set it to .env, I need to use the slug .env, and that's how we'll detect it. So if I do team.env, that didn't work. Maybe that's new and we need to update to the latest version. It's possible that that's actually pretty new. So if that's the case, I'm going to set it to me. About.me. I don't use about.me, but I like the word me, so I'm going to set my team to me. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Me. Look at that. Yeah, we could figure something out, Oscar, because we're using a markdown renderer, so that would be possible. I don't know how often people are sharing code examples in the chat, though. One thing that has been a feature suggestion is if somebody posts a link to like a CodePen or a gist, then we embed it within the overlay. That could be interesting. You wrote a package for SvelteKit? Sure. Yeah. If you submit it to Vox, I'd be happy to check it out. Do it as a submission, and then once there's a lull in the questions being asked, I'll check it out. How much more did I use Supabase after making that chat video? I used it for a Japanese Pokemon card database app that I actually stopped working on. And then we're actually using Supabase right now for Dino Fresh, our Fresh Spots app. But we are not using the features of Supabase. We're only using the fact that they give us a hosted Postgres database. So I haven't used it much more beyond the stream where I kind of like tested it out. I mean, the Japanese Pokemon card database extensively used Supabase. I just stopped working on it. Yeah. So. Yeah. Oh, and then I missed. You can also set your team color. So by default, so Stotney set their team to Rust, and I think the color for the Rust logo is black, but if you want to change that color, you can do !team-color and then send a hex code, and then you can change the color from the default color. So yeah. All right, let's answer some questions. Here we go. What's up, Pranjal? I'm doing good. Thanks for being here. If you have asked a question, type ! here and it'll come up to the top. Anyone can ask a question. That's not sub only. And Pranjal, thank you very much for the 15 months. And anyone can set their team badge. I guess you have yours set to Ableton. Is that what that is? Ableton Live. Nice. I use Ableton. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This question, well, we'll answer the she-bosses, because they're a mod and a VIP. I know you have a video on this, but it's a bit more detailed. What is the bare minimum I need to get a decent stream setup? I have my Z6 and a Westcott FJ400 using the modeling light. I have no idea what those are. Let's look it up. Is Z6, help me out, is Z6 a microphone or a camera? Oh, it's a Nikon Z6. Wow. Okay. That's a really nice camera. Okay, cool. And then a Westcott FJ400. Nikon Z6 mirrorless. Cool. So, can this flash be used as like a constant light? Or does it plug into the camera and then only flash for pictures and such? Yeah. I'm on Amazon right now to order a capture card with an extra HDMI cable. I don't really need it since the Nikon webcam utility works fine, but it would be better to have, I guess. Okay, so my suggestion is to go with the Nikon webcam utility, because one of the issues with HDMI capture that you might run into with mirrorless cameras is, first of all, you have to find the setting that says the HDMI that it's outputting is the preview. Because sometimes it likes to output the menu, or it'll output the preview with the overlays, like the focus box and stuff like that. And if you're using HDMI capture, you want just the raw image, not with all of the overlays. And depending on the camera, that can be difficult to figure out, or not even possible based on their settings. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Z6 or Nikon camera, so I don't know if it's possible to do that. But that's one of the things that you'll run into. So if you can use their webcam utility, I would go with that, because the other thing you'll run into with DSLRs and mirrorless cameras is that they will shut off after 30 minutes or so of being plugged in. However, I do believe if you're using their webcam utility and it's running over USB, then that will prevent it from shutting off. So that's my experience. And Ashley B, thank you very much for that resub. So I tried streaming with a DSLR camera. Let me get it for you. It's over here. I forgot. So I got a Canon Rebel. I forget what it's even called, but I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted. So I had this. And I was using it over HDMI capture, but the way I found it to work best was using the USB, because there is a Canon USB utility. So that worked the best for me. But also, like, I don't know much about cameras, so like I couldn't figure out how to do like autofocus, and I couldn't get the white balance working. Ultimately, like, USB cameras have been working the best for me. Or the one that I have listed on my gear page. That one works well because it's so simple. That one is a Canon camera. Let me grab that. Oh, yeah. It's a little camcorder. So obviously, this is not an amazing camera, right? Okay, so if the Z6 has clean HDMI out, then you're probably good to go. And then there's a few suggestions I can make as far as HDMI capture. So the Elgato is industry standard. Pretty much anyone streaming an HDMI camera is using an Elgato of sorts. Okay, let's talk about my stream setup right now, because there is a camera right here. This is a USB camera that I found. This works wonderfully. I mean, some people argue that the frame rate isn't very good on it, but I don't know. I like the way that it looks, and it's a 4K camera, so it's a bit more crisp than 1080p. So that just runs over USB, which is awesome. But my laptop, which you're seeing the screen of on this scene, that is running over HDMI, and I'm actually using, because I have a gaming PC that I'm streaming from, I am using a PCI Express HDMI capture card. This is my basement, not my garage. Here. Oh yeah, so first of all, take a look at my gear page. You can see all of my descriptions and stuff like that. But $185? Why? Okay, this should only be like $130. Let's see. Unless there's some shortage. That's an older version? That's crazy to me. Yeah, so the HD60S is $185 and the HD60S Plus is $158. But I guess it's technically on sale from $180. But okay. Yeah, so and let's talk about this, because I've actually tried the Cam Link before, and what's nice about the Cam Link, so the Cam Link is $95. It plugs directly into USB. You plug the HDMI in. What's nice about the Cam Link is the Cam Link will actually show up as a webcam in any software running on your computer. So whether you're doing like Google Hangouts or Zoom, with the Cam Link, your HDMI camera now becomes a webcam. With the Elgato, you specifically need the Elgato drivers, and the only way you can use it as a capture device is inside of streaming software like OBS. However, I mean, my experience with the Cam Link was like 3 years ago, and it did not. I had issues with it. The frame rate was bad, and then like I couldn't. Sometimes it wouldn't even be detected. I could have just had a bad one, but in my experience, that wasn't. It didn't work for me. However, it might be worth a try. Like, especially like if you're not on a time crunch. Get one of these, see if it works for you. If it doesn't, return it, and then maybe get the bit more expensive one. But that is one of the nice things about the Cam Link, is you can literally use your DSLR on a Zoom call and stuff like that. So it's multi-purpose. But these are the kind of things you want to look for. The other thing that I'll show you that you might even try getting is just search for HDMI capture card, and there are a bunch of like these, like literally $20. And yeah, no, so I Program for Food is talking about it now. These work. I've used these before, and they work. Let me grab. I don't know where it is. It's like I organize and clean, and then I forget where I put things. Oh, there. Yeah, this is it. I found it. Yeah. So this one, it works. I paid $20 on Amazon, and this works just as good as my Elgato thing. And if you look for reviews on YouTube of people showing these, that you can see some like video comparisons. And so yeah, I Program for Food mentions Epos Vox, which is a YouTube channel. I don't know which one I watched, but I saw some reviews. They did a side-by-side comparison. These things work. So honestly, I would just go with one of these because I do believe these show up as a webcam device as well. Very similar to the Cam Link, but it's only $20. So check those out. I do believe so. You know, and what's up, Seidel? Thanks for being here. Yeah, we'd have to look at the specs, but that is another thing to consider, right? So because this thing is a larger device, it might actually do the encoding on the device itself versus your CPU or your graphics card having to do the decoding. But I mean, you would think so, right? The fact that it's like a larger device, I would think that it has onboard encoding. Hardware encoder. Apparently it doesn't. So honestly, I would like to see a teardown of this device. Like, what actually is inside of there? Yeah, and so the I mean, it says that it doesn't have hardware encoding, so I don't know. But you make a good point. Did I call you Seidel? Sorry, Sizdy? You make a good point. These more expensive devices might be doing a whole lot more than those simple USB devices. So I would say do your own research. Personally, I just use USB cameras, and then when I do need to capture HDMI, I am actually using the I don't know how to pronounce my name. I'm gonna call you Sai. Though there is somebody in the community that we call Sai as well, but they haven't been here in a while, so I'll call you Sai. But I think, do I have this one? Which one do I even have? Oh, apparently this PCI card that I have does have hardware encoding, so that's nice. But that's actually what my computer is plugged into. Okay, all of this long drawn out stuff to say, honestly, just give one of those little $20 USB things a try. And if you just search for HDMI capture card, give that a try. And then also, if you want to support me, just click one of the links on my gear page. You don't even have to buy the specific thing that you clicked on. But if you click anything on that page, that registers my affiliate link. If you click the affiliate link button, and then I'll get a little, I'll get a little money. But honestly, check this one out. Yeah, and I guess it also depends on what kind of computer you're plugging the thing into, because I guess I don't know. I'm at my end. I'm reaching my ignorance in terms of these hardware devices, because I actually don't know when the hardware decoding kicks in versus when it doesn't. But yeah. Go with the cheaper one, honestly. And then in terms of the ring light, again, I just have a cheap one. I have a lot of cheap stuff from Amazon. Apparently it thinks I'm a bot because I'm on a VPN. That was not right. Looking at a video thumbnail, the Elgato HD60 inside is just a board. Interesting. Yeah. So, honestly, any one of these would be fine. I think I picked one that has different color settings. So this one actually can do like again. I don't know how to talk about this stuff, but what's it called? Like the color temperature? Okay, yeah. So that is more of a there's a more orange color, even more orange. But then I just use the natural like white light color. I think it's like 6500K or something like that, or 6000K. But if you get one that has multiple settings, then you can choose from that. So I don't recommend any specific one. Ring light works fine. Honestly, to answer your question, like what's the cheapest way to get set up? A USB camera and what are those called? The microphones. Snowball, blue Yeti, blue Yeti microphones are one of the easiest ones to get started with as well. I have it on this page as well. This one, because it just plugs in over USB. I think technically the mic that I use now also plugs in over USB, and then but it is more expensive. I think this one's like $279, whereas you can get a Blue Yeti for like around 100, 150. I don't know the prices now with inflation. Like everything has gone up slightly, but this is the microphone that I use. And it's like the little sibling to the Shure SMB 7, which is like industry standard. If you watch any podcasts or any like professional like radio show, pretty much everyone is using this microphone. It's about $400. This one, a little bit cheaper. It works fine for me. I mean, you can hear me now. This is it. I think this is actually plugged into a mixer rather than being plugged direct in, but it does have USB, so you technically could plug this directly into your computer. But I actually use a microphone cable and then plug it into my mixer, because that allows me to run a cable to I can't show it. And that allows me to plug into the headphone jack on my laptop, put that into the mixer, and then I can control the volume of my computer and the volume of the mic independently. Whereas like technically you could do that inside of streaming software. I feel like I'm scaring you away from streaming. Let me come up with like an elevator pitch for this. What is the bare minimum? Get one of those $20 HDMI capture cards. And especially if you know that your camera can support it. And then, do you have a microphone? If you don't have a microphone, depending on how much you want to spend, I would recommend this. If you want to spend even more, I would recommend the SM7B. I guess the issue is if you get the SM7B, it doesn't support USB, so you would need a mixer. There's a lot of roughly $100 USB mixers. If you search for a USB audio interface, you'll find basically what you need to convert a regular XLR microphone into something that your streaming computer can take in. These are like your standard USB audio devices. If you search for USB audio mixer, then you can find devices like this, which work over USB, but also allow you to have multiple inputs instead of just one. You woke up and chose to go broke? Nice. This Yamaha mixer is really great. I mean, you can check out... this one. I like this one a whole lot. I do like my own. I do music production. Like I'm not that great, but I do music stuff. So before I even had this, I actually had just one of those audio interfaces that I was showing you. This one from Behringer. Wow, this one's only $79. Works perfectly fine. It does only have 2 inputs, so it's really just like how many inputs do you want. But like I have like every version of this. So I have the 2 input version, and then there's also a 4 input version. And then I also have the 8 input version, and that's the one that I use for music making. So I have this one. There's no way you can get this for way cheaper than $500. No way. Yeah, like 200 or so is a better price for that. $149. That's the one if you want 4 input. But you'll notice that like the interface on this is much simpler, right? You literally just have a volume knob for each of the inputs, whereas if you're looking at a mixer, you not only do so this bottom knob is the volume knob, but these other ones are equalizer knobs. So you have the highs, the mids, and the lows, and so you can adjust those. And then this mixer also has gain and compression on those 2 line inputs. So that's what's nice about having like a bigger mixer versus one of these that just your microphone plugs directly into. You have a bit more onboard control. But yeah, if you're gonna go with a mixer, pick something like this. There's also like you could go with the 6 input one. You just want to make sure that it has USB. I don't know. Oh yeah, and you don't have to use Amazon either. What's that one B&H photo? That's another good one. Press and hold. I can do that. I'm holding. Cool. I've been to their. Can bots do that? Probably. I've been to their physical store in New York City. It's actually really cool. But if you want to buy from someone that's not Amazon, you can find most of this stuff on B&H Photo as well. I'll check this one out, Default GN. I haven't seen it. Yeah. Oh, this is specifically for streamers. I see. Honestly, I mean, so here's the thing, like, it simplifies the interface, right? I guess at the same time, it gives you, like, these little macro buttons, which is pretty cool, because now it's, like, a combined mixer and Stream Deck. The Elgato Stream Deck is basically, like, a macro controller. You can assign things to each one of these buttons, like, I mean, I'm actually just using a mobile app, and then I have this old phone that I don't use anymore, so, and then I'm using an app called Touch Portal, but it lets me... It gives me, I can create custom buttons and then like switch between scenes and stuff, but the Stream Deck lets you do that as well. It's a dedicated device for doing that. But since I don't use this Pixel 3 anymore, I literally installed Touch Portal. I have a the Touch Portal running on my streaming PC, and then I can switch between scenes and stuff. But this is interesting because you get those macro buttons, but it is more of a simplified interface, I guess, for streamers, which makes sense. Like you have your mic volume and then probably your overall volume, whereas this is like mission control. You have a lot more control over the inputs and the buttons and stuff. The Samsung Q2U is a good budget mic. Oh, cool, yeah. And so this is another thing to think about when you're choosing a microphone, is a condenser microphone versus a dynamic microphone. When I first started streaming, I was just using condenser microphones. So the Blue Yeti is a condenser microphone. This super cheap condenser microphone bundle, I think this is like 20 or 30 bucks. Yeah, and you get a condenser microphone, a mic stand, and all this. I actually used this for like a few months. It worked perfectly fine. But the thing about condenser microphones is that they are powered, meaning there's power running to them. So if you look at these mixers, there's typically a button on the mixer that it's this phantom power button, plus 48 volts. So if you're using a condenser microphone, you need a mixer that has phantom power, because it actually needs to send power over the microphone cable to the microphone. But what that means is when you have a powered microphone, it picks up so much more sound. So like right now I'm knocking on the table. You can probably hear it a little bit. But if this was a condenser microphone, you would hear it a whole lot more. And so a dynamic microphone does not require external power. And so it doesn't pick up all the sounds, but it is a directional microphone. So I need to be talking into that mic to make sure that it actually hears me, versus a condenser microphone can pick up a lot of the sound outside of what it's picking up, though that also gets into the idea of directionality. Like the Blue Yeti actually has multiple settings for if you wanted to pick up sound here, if you wanted to pick up sound here, or if you wanted to pick up sound 360. So my recommendation is pick a dynamic microphone, because it only requires a mic cable. You don't need a mixer with phantom power, and I think in general you can get it to sound better than a condenser microphone. Which ones are good for new streamers? I mean, I still kind of do recommend the Blue Yeti, even though it's a condenser. It's so easy because you literally just plug it in. Yeah, and then I used to use the Audio Technica AT. Well, I chose the AT2035 because I think it was a little bit cheaper. Well, maybe it wasn't. Here's what I said about it. It is a cardioid condenser microphone, similar to the AT2020, but includes a switchable high-pass filter. But this is a condenser microphone as well. So I used this one for a little while, but now I really like... people used to complain all the time because you could hear everything. Like you could hear... I stream next to my air conditioner so that it would pick up my air conditioner a whole lot more. This one picks up a cardio mic. This one picks up my air conditioner a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, and so it depends. So the Blue Yeti is a condenser microphone, but you don't need a mixer for it. You just plug it directly into your computer, it will show up as a new audio device, and you can choose it as input. Something like the Audio-Technica AT2020 or the AT2035, this only has XLR out, so you would then need a separate device. You would need a mixer that has USB out. Do they show us the back of it? They don't, but this has USB on the back of it. You would plug it into there, and then that turns it into USB. Honestly, though, so I guess if I do have to make a recommendation for a dynamic mic, not a condenser mic, I don't think Shure is spelled that way, or is it? I think there's the MV7X, which is a little bit cheaper. I would probably go with this one. So I don't know if you're still listening, the She-Boss, but if you're willing to spend this amount of money and you don't want to buy a mixer, go with this one, because this one actually does have USB. Okay, I spelled it right. It is Shure. So if you look at this one, I do believe it has, maybe it doesn't have USB. Oh man, maybe it doesn't. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay, maybe that's the step up then. That's why this one is $179, and then this other one is $249, because this one actually has onboard USB. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, go with the MV7, or if you wanna spend the money, then the SM7B. Like you cannot go wrong with this microphone. It'll last forever, and professionals use this microphone. But this one does not have USB, so you will need a mixer, or I mean a USB audio interface to get it plugged in. So the Rode Pod Mic, let's look at it. Rode Pod Mic. Cool. It's $100. And it is, well, no, it is a cardioid, so it needs phantom power. Right? No, condenser. Condenser is the one that needs phantom power. I don't know. The other thing I would do, the She-Boss, is go to YouTube. Plenty of people have... cardioid is range of detection. Okay. Condenser is the one that specifically needs power. But watch YouTube videos, because people will do reviews where they compare the microphones, and you can actually hear a sound test between them, and then pick from there. I guess I don't have a good suggestion for you, because I have so much extra stuff. So right, so like if I tell you to get the MV7, technically you don't need a mixer. Great, but then if you do want to start like have a physical mixer to like mix your laptop audio and stuff, then you would need to pair this with like another $100, $200 device. So yeah, I probably need to think about this more to give you better advice. Yeah, just increase my Amazon cart size. Cool. This is super interesting though, because like I mean it doesn't look as fancy, but honestly, let me turn this down. Look at this. When I remove the what are these called? When I remove the foam thingy, it's like a little microphone with like a different case. So this Samson Q2U, like it's using the same technology. But this isn't a pop filter, is it? It's I guess it would. It's a filter of some kind. But that's interesting to see is that like this is very similar. A windscreen. This is a windscreen. Yes, this is a windscreen. A pop filter is like slightly different. Do I have a pop filter? I mean, let me show you a pop filter. This is a pop filter. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you could create your own with pantyhose. Put my pantyhose over like a hanger if you really wanted to. But yeah, typically like for when you're recording vocals for music and stuff, you'd put this in front of the microphone and it prevents plosives. So the p sounds, and it prevents that from like spiking. Yeah. Okay. Plosives. You have a wrap around your pop filter on the AT2035. Yeah. So, cool. Actually, does this have USB on it? It does. I have one of these. I'll go grab it. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. I have it somewhere, but I actually just use this for like recording audio into my computer. Yeah. I think you're right, Acid Spark, Explosives, but I brought all my other mics to show you. So this is that cheap $30 condenser microphone. What's nice about this is it comes with a mic stand and a few other things that you might need. But it's cheap. It's very obviously cheap. Still works. It also comes with its own little USB audio interface and then a cable that plugs from the mic into that USB audio interface. So technically you could get this and yeah, those other mics do not come with a mic stand. So that's like another thing that you need to buy. And here's the thing. If you're buying a $200, $300 microphone, you should probably buy a really nice mic stand because if you get a cheaper one, then you run the risk of it breaking and then breaking your valuable microphone investment. So I recommend this one. Also, if you're on Amazon, get stuff used. I bought a bunch of like used like music gear lately, and it's been perfectly fine from like Amazon Warehouse. We're going to be coding. This is just fun to talk about. We're talking about streaming stuff right now. But I recommend this mic stand. You can look at others, but really you just want to make sure that you get a good, decent one. Wow, that's a lot of tracking stuff. You want to make sure you get a good, decent one to protect your microphone investment. But yeah, this is that cheap one. It worked fine for a while, but you can get better sound. This is one of the first ones that I used. It's the Blue Yeti. But this is what I was talking about in terms of different microphone patterns. So you can, this pattern, probably you can't see it because this isn't an autofocus camera, but the pattern to the far right makes it so that it picks up sound here and it picks up sound here. So you could actually use this for an interview. I didn't dox myself. It's I'm not logged in. But you could play, if two people sitting at a table, you could place this microphone in the middle and it picks up sound from both sides, which is pretty cool. And then there's a setting, like the circular setting, where it picks up sound all around. And then if you're using it for like streaming, you probably want the directional setting, which only picks it up from this. Yeah. It's not blue. You're right. They come in other colors. And then this is the AT2035. This one actually didn't even come with a windscreen. It's just like that. You'd have to find your own windscreen for it. Feels like a tech review. Yeah, honestly, if you don't want to spend that much money, this little $30 thing is going to work just fine, but it will, at a certain point, you can tell that it's not the best audio. Like, honestly, the Blue Yetis are nice because, I mean, they're affordable and they're pretty versatile. Yeah, so this is like, you can get one for $130. The black one is $170, but, and then this is like Pro, the AT2020 or the AT2035. But again, I actually, personally, now that I've had a lot of experience with these, I don't really recommend any of these because they're all condenser microphones. And I would say it's better to use a dynamic microphone because it picks up less outside noise. Exactly, yeah. So if you're using a Blue Yeti, it's a condenser microphone, which means it's powered and it picks up a lot of stuff that you don't necessarily want it to. I got a lot of mics. Not only for streaming, I do music stuff as well. Okay, I'm done talking about this. Hopefully that helps the Shibas. If you have any other questions, just DM me. Because it'll be great to have you streaming. Then I can raid you and stuff. So thank you for the questions. Best of luck to you. All right, let's pick a coding question so we can actually write some code. Cool. If you asked a question, type ! here. It'll pop up. If you're just joining the stream, you can ask a question by doing !ask. It'll show up on this website, and I'll get a chance to answer it. Also, if you see a question somebody else asked that you liked, you can upvote it in the chat. Do ! Upvote followed by the question number. Did I lose some weight? No, but you are just seeing me from the waist up. This shirt is too small for me. And I think right now I weigh more than I have in my entire life, and I have a pretty big belly that I need to work on. But I'm tempted to just back up so you can see. Oh, what's happening? That's my microphone in the camera. I'm tempted to back up so you can see what I really look like. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna suck in. Okay, Pablo asks, let's say I want to do something in web dev. What is the best place to find the state-of-the-art way of doing it? I don't have a good answer for you. We'll keep it there. I might answer it later. Let's find a code thing. Yeah, so server-side rendering, server-side generated, single-page applications, client-side rendering. What scenario would you use these? If I use server-side rendered or server-side generated, can I still change the page with client-side rendering? I think CSR is client-side rendering. And what are my opinions on Jamstack? This is actually a good one. This will require a bit of prep to like write the code for it, but Can't See Dodds released an article very recently, could have been today, I just saw it today, about all of this. CSR is client-side rendering. Okay. Let's go find Kent's blog. Yeah, all of this eventually gets uploaded to YouTube. I still have a couple of VODs I need to put up. The Coding Garden archive is where all of the VODs have been going. All right. Does anyone know the name of the article that Kent C. Dodds wrote? Was it a tweet? The web's next transition. Here it is. Check out this blog. It's really good. He's got a lot of really good diagrams as well. So he talks about multi-page applications, multi-page application architectures. Then he talks about progressively enhanced multi-page applications. Then eventually he talks about single page applications, and this is where we are today with progressively enhanced single page applications. So this is what Next.js, Remix, SvelteKit, Solid Start, that's what all of these things do, in that with one code base, the framework will do single page application stuff after the page is already loaded, but the first page load actually is server-side rendered, and it can do this dynamically depending on what route you go to. The initial page request will be server-side rendered, but then after that, JavaScript kicks in and everything is single page. So you kind of get the best of both worlds in that you get a fast page load because it's initially rendered, and then you get fast interactivity on the page and navigation because from there you don't have to do a full round trip to the server. So that's a thing. Someone in the Reddit comments did mention that he actually doesn't talk about progressive web apps. So single page applications that are progressive web apps, because if you set up your single page application as a progressive web app so that the first time it loads, all of the assets are cached. So all of the JavaScript, CSS, everything that's needed for the app itself is cached. Then on the next page load, it'll load really fast for any user that has loaded it before, and then your API requests will kick in for like dynamic data and stuff like that. So definitely read this article. And Sea Freak, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for all the follows, everybody, too. And I missed that. El Revolt, thank you for that 5-month resub. And Sound of Gaming with the 20 months. Cool. Okay. Do I want to talk about this with code examples, or do I just want to point you here? Because he does a really good job of describing it. I guess the one thing that I could do is I could show you an app in each of these different things. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm absolutely going to do this. I'm going to show you a page done in all of these different styles, and then we can talk about the mechanics of how it's all actually working, and then the pros and cons in each. And so we will do that. Let me see if there's any other quick questions I can answer, and then we'll jump into it. Because I mean, this is going to be like an hour and a half endeavor. It's going to take us a while to set this stuff up, to come up with examples, all that good stuff. And Milos, thank you very much for the 26 months. That's awesome. Okay. I'm going to check this out later, Pablo. Did I see the new iPad models? No, I'm not super plugged into the Apple ecosystem. So I haven't seen them. Yeah. What's Docker and what are the most things used? Maybe we can Dockerize the stuff that we talk about for the multiple kinds of different apps. Have I ever used isomorphic Git or Node Git to read Git tags from either remote Git repos or clone Git repos? Trying to find the commit date associated with a specific tag. This is possible. I did this a long time ago. I think like the commit hash has the time in there or something like that. Let me see really quick. Because I did a thing where I was storing blog posts in a GitHub repo like this. So I just had all these markdown files, and then the blog was client-side JavaScript that would use the GitHub API to pull that markdown down. And I think I was doing, oh, you know what? I actually don't know how I was getting, I might have been getting the commit date from the GitHub API. And Eddie, thank you for the 19 months. That's awesome. Today is a nice day. Nice. Why would you ever do that? Because it was fun. And welcome in, Tarawat. Glad to see you here. Yeah, apparently I was just using the GitHub API. So the GitHub API will give you back commits along with their create and updated date. So I don't know if this specifically is GitHub. If it is, look into their API because you get access to all of that stuff. If it's not GitHub and it's some other platform, maybe they have an API for it. So yeah, that's the other thing. There's likely a git command you could run, and then you could extract out the dates for it. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't have a good answer for you, but ultimately you could use the CLI. Like if it's an app running in Node, use the CLI, run a command to get the date, use a regular expression to like extract it out, and then you have the date without the API. But that code will need to run on a computer that can run Node.js, right? It's not like client-side code that can call the GitHub API. So yeah. How can we draw a polygon manually on a canvas and get coordinates? With the Canvas API. Maybe we'll do that in a little bit. Have I worked with microservices? If so, how did I find it? I have helped people building out microservices. I think this is a lot to unpack here because for companies with many different teams, it's nice for each team to only have to work in one code base and like that, and they own that microservice. So that's great. But then you need to now integrate all of those microservices, and that's what can be a pain and can slow things down, because now you have all of these separate things that used to be in a single code base in a single deployed app, now deployed separately, and you need to manage all of that. So that is a thing. When did I start making money on my own doing web dev and programming? Never. I mean, when I got a job, I mean, I'm technically making a little bit of money from Twitch and YouTube right now, but it's not enough to sustain me. And Oscar says, "How are you?" I'm doing good, Oscar. I'm doing quite all right. I got you covered on the microservices question, and Docker questions sort of go hand in hand. Yeah, it's like I don't have a lot of like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with it. Let's write some code. How's the course going? It's not. Though I do, it's not going. I have a co-working stream scheduled for Thursday. So on Thursday, I'm gonna go live, but I'm not gonna be on my mic, and I'm not gonna be sharing my screen. The purpose of Thursday is so that I have a dedicated time where I will be working. I'll be doing my best to make some progress on my course. Well, I'll be playing music in the background and stuff. It'll be a co-working stream if you've seen those on Twitch. Okay, let's answer this question. We're also basically going to dive into Kent C. Dodd's blog posts and essentially show examples of all of the things that he diagrammed. Again, check out that blog post. It's actually, if you're new to web dev and you're also like maybe you're confused by server-side generation versus single-page applications, versus server-side rendering, or it's not server-side generation, static site generation, all of these things, that blog post does a great job of diving in. And so to answer the microservice thing, the Shibas has a comment. A microservice is taking a monolith app and separating each service into its own separate app that eventually all run together. Each of the services are normally placed in containers. There are many container runtime engines, but Docker is the most popular. Yes. Okay. Let's make a little outline here. So we want types of websites. That's really what we're talking about here. And we'll start with the first way we built the websites on the web, which is multi-page static. Multi-page static. What do they call it? What does he call it? Or Kent C. Dodds call it? Multi-page apps. He just literally calls it an MPA. Yeah, but we're gonna even get even more basic than that, because what I'm saying is you can actually create a multi-page website that doesn't require a server. He's already getting into the idea that you do need backend data fetching and stuff like that, and server-side rendering, but that is different. So we'll talk about multi-page static websites. We'll talk about multi-page server-side rendered websites. And then before we do that, we kind of need to talk about a static file server versus a dynamic server. Okay. Yeah, in which scenario would you use these? Cool. And I think that's really like the dilemma of deciding to build an app today. It's like, which one of these do you choose? To give you a short answer, probably you would just choose Next.js or Nuxt or SvelteKit, because all of those things handle all of the implementation details. Basically, just follow their docs, build apps the way it tells you, and you will get the best of both worlds. You will get a server-side rendered app on first page load, and then it'll become a single-page application after that. Like, that's kind of like the modern way of doing it. That said, you'll notice that I don't ever reach for that because I actually do like separating my backend API from my client. Regardless, let's just show an example of a multi-page static website. Here we go. I'm going to create a folder. We will call this, we're just going to call it what it is, multi-page static. And what we're going to do here is we're going to have a home page, index.html. And we'll give it a title. If I don't need SEO, just go with SPA. Sure, but the thing, like, that's the other tricky thing is, or not tricky thing. When these types of like server-side rendered and statically generated things came out, like that was the idea, is that you get better search engine optimization because everything is pre-rendered and search engines can crawl your site more easily. However, search engines run JavaScript, so you still can technically get some search engine optimization even with a completely JavaScript-driven app. So that's the other thing to think about as well. Okay, multi-page static. We're going to have a little h1. It says hello world, and then a little h2 that says this is the home page. Cool. Let's add some styles just so that it looks decent. I'm going to add Pico CSS because this adds all of this adds basic styling for me, and I don't have to style anything. It gives me a nice decent font. It also will choose a dark theme because it knows that my browser prefers dark theme. So we're adding that CSS. Great. And then let's also just add some JavaScript. multi-page.js, just so we can see it running. And so inside of here, I'm going to add this multi-page JS file, and then this will just console log hello world like this. Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Dudater. It depends on the kind of website that you're building, like depending on when you would choose what. But at the same time, like, you can, for the most part, build anything. You can build the same website with any one of these tech that we're going to talk about. It's just some have advantages over others. Okay, so I have this static web page. How do I give this to user? How can users see and use this thing with a static file server? So let's go into today's date, and then we're going to go into this multi-page static folder. All right, so I'm in my terminal. I'm in this folder. I have Node.js on my computer. That is a thing. I have it installed. But what that means is I can install various tools using NPM, which is a package manager that runs alongside Node.js. And so there is a tool called HTTP server. So, and you can get this by doing npm install-g http-server. And this is a command line tool that will start up a static file server in the folder that you run it in. Now, I'm going to do this just to show this locally, but this is also synonymous with a statically served website from like Nginx or Apache. I'll write that down in a second. But okay, I'm in this folder. I installed that HTTP server program. Now, if I run HTTP server, it has started up a static file server in this directory. Let's see what that means. Let's visit it. Look at this. We've done it. Hello world. This is the home page. But you can see actually what's happening. So when my web browser goes to this URL, http://127.0.0.1 :8083, that actually sends a request to this program. This program says, oh, you're requesting the home page. It in turn will actually send back the full HTML file. So when this page loads, or when the request for this page is made, that little HTTP server command is literally taking the contents of this file and then sending it over the network to the web browser, which then renders it out. It knows what to do with the H1s. It knows what to do with the H2s. It knows that it needs to request this CSS and this JavaScript. This is a static website. Let's add some other pages. So let's add a new file called about.html. And then we'll add another one that's contact.html. And we need our full HTML. So I'm actually just going to copy and paste from the home page into here. But we're going to change the H1 and the H2. This is the about page. It'll load the same JavaScript. It'll load the same CSS. Cool. And then the contact page, very similar. This is the contact page, but let's add a little form to it. We want a label. Inside the label, it will say name, and then inside there we'll have an input. This is for name, and this has an ID of name and a name of name. And then we'll also have a box for email. Like this. And actually, if we set the type to email, the web browser will validate it for us. Here, type email. And then lastly, we'll have a little text area for your question. Oh, why am I not using Python? Because I already have Node.js installed. And this will be a text area, which needs a closing tag like that. Cool. All right, so we now have these three HTML pages. We have our home page, we have the about page, and then we have the contact page. Now, from the home page, let's actually link to each one of these pages. I guess it makes sense to have like a little nav if we're being semantic. And then we have an unordered list. And then each list item will have an anchor tag inside of it that goes to each one of these pages. So we have about. And then we want to link specifically to about.html, like that. And then we'll have another list item for contact. And that will go to contact.html. And then because I want to just copy paste this, we're also going to add one that goes home. And so that's just going to go to slash like this. Now, let's take this nav and put it on every single page. So we have the ability to go to any other page from any other page. So the nav goes there on about. And then over here on contact, we'll put the nav above the form right there. OK. Now, if I refresh the page, we have these links. And then I can go to the about page. It loads it. I can go to the contact page. It loads it. And I can go back to the home page. Great. This is how the best computer science professors created their website. It's really funny that you mentioned that because I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you mean, Terawatt. I'm gonna add some padding. I think there's a container class in Pico. Let's see. Layout, containers. Container, can it not be on the body? Oh, okay, yeah, you're totally right. I was like, I thought I was editing the homepage. This is actually this actually illustrates the benefit of components and reusable components, because I don't have to copy paste these layout stuff in multiple places. Okay, so that's the. There we go, like that. I need to do it on the about page as well. Great. Awesome. And actually, I think I kind of want the nav bar at the top. Right, yeah. This page would cost $1 million. I mean, I don't think it'd be $1 million, but it actually is kind of amazing how easy it is to just spit one of these pages out. Now you are seeing caching, right? So I edited this page, but this HTTP server, and actually, if we look at the response, does it show this? Anyone see the status code? It shows that it's a GET. Okay, well, if we're talking specifically about like how the web works, because my web browser had already been to this about.html, when it requested it from the server actually said, this thing hasn't been modified, just load what you have from the cache, meaning load what you saw the last time you were on this page. So if I specifically refresh the page, then, and I'm actually holding down Command-Shift-R, which means a hard refresh, it says, hey server, I don't care if it's cached, please give me the latest version. And now we see the updated version. See, the same thing is happening with contact. But until I actually hard refresh the page, and that's when we actually get the latest version of the page. Okay, this is a multi-page website, and it's all completely static. There is no server-side runtime for this. Basically, I can take these static files, and actually, we didn't even demonstrate that the JavaScript should be running. If we load the console, we should see hello world on any page that we go to. Yep, hello world, great. But these are all static files, and then also like the CSS that's getting loaded is a static file, and then even this JavaScript that's loading is a static file, and that's actually running inside of my web browser. Since we didn't see the request to the about page, doesn't it mean the browser did the caching? Yeah, you're probably right. Let's actually let's demonstrate that. So if I restart this, we see the logs here, but if I go to the about page, yeah, you're totally right. No request was made to the server, which means my web browser served it from the cache without even asking the server. It's like, oh, I've already seen this before. I'm not even going to send a request to the server. I'm just going to give you what's in my cache already. And the browser just does that by default. I think it's also based on the headers that the server sends back. So if we now look at the network request of what's really happening here, I'm going to do a hard refresh. Let's take a look. So we can see that the server responded here, and if we look at the response headers, look at that. Yeah, Oscar has it. Well, and then, well, where did you see the? Oh, yeah. You're totally right. The default settings of this server are to cache things for 3,600 seconds. Yeah, but if I look at the actual request that my browser received, or I look at the actual response that my browser received, I can see in the response headers that cache control max age 3,600 is set. The cache, and so that means that the web browser is smart enough to not request this page for the next 3,600 seconds. Meaning, if I go to the About page and then watch when I go back to the home page, you can see in the network tab that this was transferred from the web browser cache, or the quiche. And no request was even sent to the server because my browser has already cached it. We could disable that, and then every single page load would request it from the server. But when you have a static site like this, where the things are not changing often, it makes sense for your static HTTP server software to set a cache control header like this, so that way it's the web browser is working on your behalf. They're working together, in that your server isn't going to get pounded with requests after the initial page load. And that's just a feature of web browsers and a feature of like server software and headers. There's no like framework or anything that's causing this to happen. This is a specification that says if a server responds with this header, your web browser, whether it's Firefox or Chrome or Safari on mobile, it is going to cache that locally, and it's not going to make another request until that cache time is up. That's just like a quick aside. Okay, and also you can see that the server responded with a 304. So finally, if I did a refresh, that actually did make a request for the page, but the server responded with 304 saying, hey, nothing's changed. So you actually can still serve that from the cache. And the browser did that. And then actually, if I change the home page, let's see. Isn't there a time tag? 12:03 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Cool. And I guess at this point, the 3,600 seconds were up because it actually didn't make a request for it. But yeah, 304 is not modified. The server will say, like, in the browser can actually make an initial, like, head request, where it's not requesting the full content of the page yet. It is just saying, hey, server, give me the metadata. The server responds with the 304 and with the headers, and then the browser won't even go any further than that. It'll say, oh, I got a 304. I'm not even going to request the entire page. I'm just going to load it from the cache. Yeah, when the browser does this, it's normal. When Next.js does this, it's magic. Yeah, because there's a further aspect to it. Like, there's more to it than just that. Okay, let's also talk about what's happening when I load this page. So if we're looking at the network tab, and if you're new to all of this, I'll push this code up so you can like demonstrate this yourself. But in whatever web browser you're doing, right click on inspect, and then there should be a tab called network. Whether you're in Chrome or Firefox or whatever else, go to the network tab, and that's actually going to show you every single network request that's happening. So when I refresh this page, we'll do a hard refresh so that I don't get a 304. When I refresh this page, it first makes a request for the index, for slash. This is actually another bit of Web 101. When an HTTP server sees a request for slash, by default, it typically will try to look for a file called index.html. So that's why I don't have to type /index.html here. This HTTP server software that I'm using knows to look for that file when a request is made to the root. So a request to the root comes in. This server software that's running right now will literally read this file in, this index.html file in. It reads the text, and then it responds with that text over the network. And then the web browser receives that HTML. So you can see in the response, if we look at the raw response, it literally receives that HTML, and then the browser needs to render it. So it takes that HTML and starts to turn it into a usable web page. And it actually kind of does this in a top-down fashion. So as it is parsing and rendering this, the web browser sees that we actually have a link for this CSS file, and then you'll see that there is actually a separate request made to go grab that CSS. Yeah, for whatever reason, yeah, so it responds with a 302, but then I think the request was made again. Really, we want to look at this, and we can see that that server that's hosting that Pico CSS actually responded with the actual CSS code. And then once the browser received that CSS code, it started to apply those styles to the web page. And then similarly, the fact that we have this script file linked here, the web browser then need to made a request for specifically multipage.js. You can see that request coming in here. The server responds with it. The browser receives it and then actually executes that JavaScript code. So this JavaScript code is client-side JavaScript in that it is running inside of the web browser. It is not running on a server. This is literally just a static file along with all these other static files. And the web browser is loading those static files and then doing what it needs to with them. Yeah, and so yeah, Terawatt is getting at some more advanced features of loading scripts and links. Is like technically you can put the defer attribute on here, and then that tells the web browser that hey, we want to load the rest of the page first. And load this stuff in the background instead of waiting for these things to load before you load the rest. So if we put defer on there, like, and actually that's when you'll see you can actually see the difference here. Notice how the styles flash. So for a second it's not styled, and then it is styled. That's because we deferred loading of the CSS, which means all of this HTML content loaded for the user first. The CSS was downloading in the background, and then finally, after it loaded, it was applied to the page. If I remove this defer attribute, the web browser will actually wait for this CSS to download before it even starts to render the rest of this page. So if I save that, you'll see that we don't see a flash of content. It'll be easier to see if we load it in a blank tab. You'll see there's no flash of content because it actually downloaded all of that CSS first. Yeah. Yeah, you can defer CSS, you can defer JavaScript. And then, yeah, Eddie has a good point. If we slow the network down, we can actually see this in a more dramatic effect. In the network tools, you actually have the ability to throttle how fast the network is. So we could say, let's say we're on like good 2G network. And so now if I load this, actually, let me, well, I put defer on there. We're on good 2G. What about regular 2G? That was like way too fast. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. I can also check this, and then it will never load from the cache. Basically, it always makes a request to the server. That's what I want. So let's do this. It's too fast. Am I editing the index page? I think I am. It's still too fast. Well, why was I seeing the flash of content before I throttled it? Let me also kill the server, so the server won't have any caching either. Yeah, I'm doing Command-Shift-R right now. You can see that Pico CSS actually is, like, the server is responding with a 302. Oh, you know what it is? Yeah, I'm using decentralize. I'm curious if it... Let me turn that off. Because decentralize is an extension that prevents things loading from a CDN. Like, what's CDN? Yeah, I'm using unpackaged. I actually don't know if decentralize includes... unpackage. Unpackage it, like this server that's loading that I'm loading my CSS from. It is very, very, very cached here. Yeah, let's try it in an incognito window. Yeah, you're totally right. Like that, we should see the most dramatic effect there. So disable the cache, regular 2G. We'll kill our server. So the server isn't doing any caching either. Let's go. Oh well. did I do this wrong? It's still defer, isn't it? Yeah, we need to stop demonstrating this. We need to move on from here. Yeah. It's possible that my website is so basic that it all loads at once, but we were seeing it earlier where it would actually, like, the page content would flash. We can't even get that to work anymore. It's fine. It's fine. This is our first type of website. Completely static. Static files loaded from a static file server. So, all files are static files. What does it mean to be static? There is no server-side runtime or processing. Meaning, when my web browser makes a request for this page, the files that it's requesting are literal files. It is not making a request to some function that's going to run some custom logic. Now, technically, this HTTP server software that I'm using, it is doing that. Like, there is custom code here that knows how to receive a request, read in a file from the file system, and then respond with it over the network. But the fact that it is reading in static files and then serving those, like, that's its dynamic processing. That's not the code that I wrote. So the code that I wrote is completely static. And then we'll say all files are loaded into the web browser. We'll say HTML is parsed and rendered. CSS is parsed and applied. JavaScript is parsed and run. So I've already mentioned this once, but the page, the request for the page comes in. That page links to some CSS. The browser needs to request that CSS. The page links to some JavaScript. The browser needs to request that JavaScript. And then that code actually runs inside of the browser. We can say executed. Yeah, I like that. Okay, this is our first kind of website. Everything is static. Let's talk about the types of static servers. There is, what's the Python command for running a static file server? Python. I don't have Python? I think I have Python 3. Yeah, I do. Python 3-m http.server. Nice. So that HTTP server command I was running is a Node.js global command that I can install. This is just built into Python, but it's going to work in exactly the same way. It's running on a different port now. You can see that it's running on port 8000. So if I go to port 8000, the same web page is loaded, but it is loaded through this static file server. So let's just do this. Like, here's the thing. You can run a static file server this way, but if it were a production website serving a lot of users and a lot of requests, you wouldn't do this. This is really only for, like, local development, but that is something to consider. You can also look at the HTTP server and light server global npm commands. Those are other ways of running local static file servers. But if you think about how would you run a static file server in the real world with the website receiving a lot of requests, Nginx is one of the most popular ways to do it. There's also Apache. In the chat, name some other static file server software. And I'll preface this with saying these two bits of software are capable of a lot of other things. Static file serving is one thing that they can do. Yeah, Tomcat. Koa? No. Yeah, is it Internet Information Services? Is that what IIS stands for? Yeah, so Examp uses Apache, so I'll just leave Apache on there. And then I've never heard of Kestrel. What is Kestrel? Web server implementation. Is it a .NET thing? Tomcat I always thought was a Java thing, not necessarily an Apache thing. Apache Tomcat is an open source implementation of the Jakarta servlet. The Jakarta EE platform is the evolution of the Java EE platform. Okay, so yeah, technically Tomcat is running within Apache, but it is allowing you to do Java stuff. We'll put that underneath Apache. Yeah, so Koa and Express, I'm going to put under Dynamic Server Web Frameworks, which is a completely other category. And then, yeah, Caddy? What is Caddy? I think Caddy just uses, like, Nginx, doesn't it? Let's see. Oh, no, it's written in Go. Cool. Cool. Yeah, and so like these are the softwares that will do it. Let's also say static file hosts and services, because that's different. Like these static file hosts and services are probably using some Go. Where Caddy is written in Go. Terawatt loves Go. All of these are software that are built to be HTTP servers. There are services that will host your static files and serve them up. Behind the scenes, they're probably using one of these pieces of software, but that's transparent to you. So like I use surge.sh all the time. This lets you auto deploy static stuff. Behind the scenes, they probably have like an Nginx server running, or maybe they have an S3 bucket that has a CloudFront distribution in front of it or something like that. So AWS S3 is a bucket storage. And then you can also put that in front of AWS CloudFront, which creates a CDN distribution. GitHub Pages is a way to do this as well. I mean, technically you don't need CloudFront in front of your S3 distribution, but if you want a custom domain and a custom URL and stuff, typically you need to put CloudFront in front of S3 so that way you can give it a custom domain and you can set up automatic caching and stuff like that. Yeah, there's Versal, Netlify for sure. You hate Go with all of your heart. Yeah. Yeah, I'll also put that on this list of VS Code live server extension. Probably uses... And actually, I think live server is another thing on NPM. So there's light server, and then I think there is live server as well. Because it probably uses the live server command, I'm not going to include it. Tell me about Cloudflare pages. Are those is that for static sites? Is that not like the Cloudflare workers or whatever? I mean, yeah, technically you could use Code Sandbox, but and then yeah, tell me what is the Azure equivalent to S3? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm skipping over some comments because, like, I think, like, technically you can host static files, like, even on Heroku, but, like, you shouldn't, because what typically, if you're trying to host static files on Heroku, that actually requires a static build pack, and then that static build pack actually just uses, like, an Express server that is serving static files, which it's not actually meant to do. Yeah, so that's why I'm not going to include VS Code extensions. Like, I want, like, the actual underlying services and commands, and then higher level services that let you deploy that stuff. Kestrel is used by live server. Interesting. Okay. People actually like the sound of my keyboard, Rayla. That's why I do it. You can't please everyone. Azure Blobs. Firebase static hosting. Google Cloud Compute, GCP object storage. Sure. Cool. Is everyone happy with this list? Is there something missing from this list? In Grok, what does Grok use? Grok is a little bit more, I think Grok uses Python. Yeah, I believe ngrok is just a Python command. Like, it's using the Python HTTP server under the hood, and it, what did I want to say? I don't know, but it's a bit more complex than just like a static file host. You would remove Versal and Netlify, have them on dynamic later. Well, these have the ability to do completely static stuff. They also have the ability to do dynamic stuff. You're right. And then, yeah, so I didn't know PHP could do that. And actually, I think Macs come with PHP. I thought they did. For a while, PHP, I thought, came included on Macs. Dev.azure.com is the same as GitHub. Let me see. Pipelines, repos, test plan. Interesting. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's not a subset. It's that, like, in my experience, if I was deploying a static website to AWS, I'm not just using S3. I'm also using CloudFront. And I would assume there's a similar service for Azure and Google Cloud Compute. That's really all I'm saying. It's not a subservice. I would say use on top of S3, something like that. Yeah, local tunnel and ngrok are things as well. I mean, we're not necessarily talking about like how to deploy your site. We're talking about services that offer static file hosting. Huh. PHP uses XAMPP. XAMPP is just an acronym for XML, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. So XAMPP uses PHP. The other way, not PHP uses XAMPP. I didn't, but yeah, this is interesting to see that you can do this with PHP. So static on port 8000. Cool. Render, I guess you could, I'm not super familiar with render. Let's see. If I want to get started with render, I have to sign up. What if I just want to look at their docs on how to deploy? Run your code with just a few clicks. Static sites. So yeah, render. Sure. Please remove the Firebase line. No, so Firebase provides a lot of things. One of the services they provide are static file hosting. We can look at their product offering. Hosting. Here it is. So deploy a complete foundation for your web app. This is all client-side code stuff. Yeah. Azure CDN is on top. Serve? What do you mean? Yeah. What's up, Itsy Bun? There are probably a lot of full-time devs. We'll do a thing in a second to see how many full-time devs there are. I use a lot of different stuff, mostly JavaScript stuff. All right, if you are a full-time developer, type 1 in chat. If you get paid money to write software, type 1 in chat. I would assume it's like 70 to 80% of the people that are here. It's a lot, yeah. Yeah, and welcome in first timers. I appreciate you. Thanks for typing 1 in chat. -S is not static. It stands for serve. I see what you're saying. So this is serve. But would this actually run PHP code? If it runs PHP code, then I'm not even going to include that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's the other aspect as well. So Crawler says they're a network engineer. There's a lot of different things you could be doing that aren't necessarily full-time software. So you could be, network engineer. You could be a penetration tester in cybersecurity. You could be a help desk consultant or someone in system administration or DevOps, that kind of thing. It only does static files? Are you sure about that? If I have a PHP file in a folder and I run this command, will it actually execute that PHP code? Also, I don't know why my my fans are spinning up so much. That's better. Although, someone alert me if I get to like 180 degrees on my, my CPU. No, it does PHP, then I don't want to include it. Okay. All of that to say, you see this little multi-page website that I built? It's all static files, and there are various services that will let you host those static files. That is one type of website. And there are pros and cons to all of it. I think like one aspect of this is the technologies HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are fairly simple to master. In that, okay, not exactly, because you can do some pretty crazy JavaScript stuff. But when you're building websites this way, where you don't have any server-side JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are all you need to be able to do this. You don't need anything else. That is one benefit of building websites this way. Also, you pretty much can host these kinds of websites for free. So I already talked about Surge. This is one way I host these websites for free. Firebase hosting, I believe, is free for your first few apps. Pretty much because these are just static files, like it doesn't require a server to run some actual code. There are certain companies provide services for you to host these files completely for free. Now that said, like if you're signing up for cPanel hosting on like Namecheap or something like that, which is what I use, like you can look into their hosting and look at shared hosting. You technically could pay for this plan. Then they give you a nice little interface where you can drag and drop to upload your files. Typically it's like a cPanel interface, but you are paying a few dollars a month to have that hosted, when technically you could just host it on one of those other services. And yeah, Netlify, you can do it for free. Versal, you can do it for free. GitHub Pages, you can do it for free. All of these types of websites written in this way can be hosted on these kinds of services completely for free. Okay, this is static. Let's move on to dynamic. So we're going to move on to a server-side rendered website. Good call, Oscar. Yeah, I mean, I don't. So the thing is, I don't want to put. I'll mention it. Even though Heroku isn't free anymore, the only way to host static files on Heroku is to use a static file build pack, and that static file server build pack. That static file server build pack is just using like Express static file serve, which is not the same thing. It's not the same thing, and we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Okay, so let's talk about a server-side rendered site. I am going to use Express for this. So I do believe the Express, there's a Express command line tool, Express generator. Like, I know there's a lot of generators, but I think specifically the Express. Does anyone know what yeah, this Express.js / generator. I think this is the one that I want. Updated March 15th. Because it comes by default, I believe, with a view engine. And we can choose a view engine support. Yeah, I used to, like a long time ago, I used to use this. I mean, it says it was last published 3 years ago, but I think that the reason that is because it actually clones the template. Yeah, so you have these templates, and it actually clones this down. And this, I mean, those actually were updated a long time ago, but the repo itself was updated March 15th. Yeah, so that's what we're going to get into. Call Me Is Gone. It's going to take me a second because I want to build a server rendered site that behaves in exactly the same way, but we'll see how it fundamentally is different. But we will get to that. We'll be able to compare and contrast the two. All right, I think I want to do this, and I think I'll use handlebars. It's the thing that I'm most familiar with. Also, does this create a folder? I don't think it does. Let's just see. I'm going to make a directory called server rendered website. we'll do npx express generator. What is Raymond? Who's Raymond? Handlebars for Go. I'm not going to use Go. I'm going to use JavaScript. I always use JavaScript. And the reason being is like I am the most comfortable with it, right? And this is a bit of a teaching moment, and I want to be able to teach the thing. I don't want to be learning and teaching at the same time. Cool. So I'm going to do handlebars. So I'll do express generator. We want handlebars. And then I think if I do period, it'll generate it in this folder. Thank you. Yeah, it is 2 dashes. You're totally right. The view engine defaults to Jade, so I think I also want to do --view equals HBS. So --HBS installs the handlebars dependency, and then this will set it up so that handlebars is our default view engine. And you can see in this list there are other types of view engines. We'll get into that, and we'll talk about what those are. I want to get ignore as well. View, HBO. And then style sheet engine, we're not going to add that. Here we go. Do I want to install Express Generator? Yes, please. Cool. So yeah, I do have an Express template, but it is purely for a JSON API. It does not have anything pre-configured for server-side rendering. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm actually going to open up code 100 megabytes right here. It generated this folder for me. One thing it generated was this package.json. And so when you're building things in the Node.js world, the package.json is how we keep track of all of our dependencies. So I actually need to run an npm install so that I can pull down all of these dependencies. And that's how I'm actually going to get this thing to run. So if I do an npm install, it's going to look at that package.json and install at least this version of all of these. Apparently with 4 vulnerabilities. We're not even going to worry about that, though. I guess technically we should worry about that. Why? What's vulnerable right now? Handlebars. So this is a nice little thing I like to run called npm upgrade. It'll try to find the latest version of everything. Okay, so it's going to put us on handlebars version 2. That probably wouldn't have fixed anything, though. Prototype pollution. Denial of service. Arbitrary code execution. This is not good. These are really bad. These are really bad vulnerabilities. I'm trying to figure out like how to read this. Like, are these vulnerabilities in handlebars? Or are these vulnerabilities in the dependency of handlebars? A fix is available via npm audit fix. We'll install handlebars 4.2. Oh. That's why. Okay, so because we have these... Okay, we're going to fix this. So because we have these little tildes, that means that it will only install the latest version of the patch, which is the last dot in this semantic versioning number. I realize for people that are complete beginners, I'm like, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but if you look at version numbers, they typically follow semantic versioning. So actually what I want is I want to do this little hat. Because what that will do is that'll install the latest version of the minor number, which means that will install version 4.2, which is good. So I'm going to clear this. I'm going to remove this package lock because that got generated when I did the first npm install. And now if I do an npm install, well, let's remove the node modules and then do an npm install, because that should give me version 4.2. You're right, Pablo, but for server-side code, we do need to care about the vulnerabilities. We do need to... So, yeah, and actually, I will point you to Dan Abramov blog. His blog, NPM Audit is Broken. Broken by design. So when you're doing an NPM install in a React app, a completely client-side React app, if you see there are vulnerabilities, typically those vulnerabilities are in your build tools, which is not part of the code that gets deployed. This is a server-rendered app, which means all of these dependencies are running as a part of the runtime when this app is running. So I do need to care about the vulnerabilities. And by doing the little hat, we've fixed the vulnerabilities because it installed the latest versions of those packages that are not vulnerable. Yeah. Okay. Good. We've installed the dependencies. We can look at what we get here. So this app.js, it's still using var. That's funny. Is the entry point into our application. We can see that we're pulling in all of these dependencies that we installed, and we are creating an Express app. So Express is specifically a web framework for Node.js. In our README here, let's start to talk about. We'll have a list of these. So web frameworks that allow us to do this. So web frameworks typically are centered around a specific language or runtime. We specifically are in the Node.js runtime, which allows us to run JavaScript code on the server side. And Express is one of the web frameworks that allows us to build apps this way. In the chat, mention other web frameworks for Node.js. Some people mentioned it earlier, but Koa is one of them. Bun is a runtime. Next.js, sure. The thing is, like, so even Next.js technically, I believe, uses like Express. Like, I want higher level things than honestly, even Nest, I believe, uses Express because Nest is a wrapper around all of that. I want the thing itself, and that's also why I was being picky about these as well, because like Fastify, things are built on top of Fastify. Things are built on top of Express. Nuxt is built on top of Express. Sales, that's another one, and Happy. Yeah, so Bun would be an alternative to Node.js. And then also Dino would be like which is a runtime. Cool. Meteor is built on on top of Express and stuff. What is Nitro? So we are answering the question: what scenario would you use client-side rendering versus single-page application versus static site generation versus server-side rendering? Right now we're talking about server-side rendering. So Backbone is a front-end JavaScript framework. We are specifically talking about back-end web frameworks. Okay, why do you get ads if you're subbed? I don't know, Timon. That's a bug. That's a bug, and I'm sorry. And also, if anyone else, if you at any point you're getting an ad, just do !ad in the chat, and I'll be sure to pause what I'm doing. Yeah. So and also check out the frequently asked questions. I realize by pointing, you're literally getting an ad right now. Is that something? I do realize that. By pointing you at the frequently asked questions, I'm basically asking you to read a gigantic post of a bunch of different questions. But I do have in there a lot of the stuff that people ask pretty often, like how am I doing that ! Thing in the chat? It's because I use DuckDuckGo, and yeah, you can do it in Chrome too. If you set DuckDuckGo as your default search engine inside of Chrome, you'll be able to do the ! NPM thing as well. Okay, Adonis.js, I do believe, is built on top of Express. Maybe? I actually don't know. We can see what its dependencies are. No, it has a dependency on Adonis.js HTTP server. Adonis.js HTTP server has a dependency on Nothing else. So it actually it does have it technically have its own HTTP server. Interesting. Interesting. We'll put it on the list. Then we could put like I don't know if meta framework is the right word. Like these things are built on top of that. So like if you look at Next.js and you look at its dependencies. Actually, is it dependent on Express? Maybe it's not. SWC. Well, I don't memorize a lot of it. I memorize the concepts, and then when I'm trying to talk about a specific thing, I'm applying those concepts. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. That's a lot of follows. Appreciate you. Would it be a dev dependency? So you can combine Express with Next, but it doesn't use Express under the hood. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why I'm just staring at this. Let's look at these other dependencies of Next just to see what it is. I'm curious about Next because it's probably one of the most popular things that people are using. So it'd be good to tell people what it's actually doing under the hood. So what is SWC? I mean, so for instance, like I'm on a Mac, so it would be SWC Darwin ARM64. And then, like, did we see what next SWC was? All right, just because I can't figure it out, I'm going to put it on the list. So technically, because it's like doing its own thing, we'll put it here. But also, I kind of just want like a subcategory. I want, because like Express, Happy, Sales, Koa, Fastify, all of these fall into the category of like ways of building server-side apps with Node.js. That is, so it's Rust-based tooling. So I'm guessing maybe like the API is built with Rust. So then yeah, it's, and then what would we call these things? Like Next.js, Nuxt, SvelteKit. Honestly, we're going to talk about these later. So I actually am not going to put these in the list. Because all of these are doing this hybrid approach. So actually, it makes sense to talk about those later. This is our list. This is our list for now for Node.js. If we also wanted to talk about like ways of doing this server-side rendering thing in PHP, let me know in the chat if you're a PHP dev or you know of it. What are the web frameworks you typically use with PHP? I believe Laravel is probably the most popular, and then I also know of like Slim PHP. What are some others? Symfony. CodeIgniter? Zen? Okay. All right, I think that's probably a good enough list. But then we'll also talk about. I just got like a sharp pain in my back. We'll also talk about. We'll throw in here .NET, which is the runtime. Typically C#, which is the language. And the ASP.NET is the main way of building server-side rendered stuff. ASP.NET MVC, the main way of doing server-side rendered stuff in .NET. But that, so Veeb had the question, can you do server-side rendering in Entity Framework? Entity Framework is your ORM, the way that you talk to the database, but you would use Entity Framework in an ASP.NET app, so ASP.NET MVC. What are... yeah, we'll talk about Python in a second. What are the other ways of doing server-side rendered things in .NET? And because everyone is so antsy, we'll put Python on the list as well. So this is the language and runtime. And with Python, you get Django. You can do server-side rendering. BottlePy, apparently. Can you do server-side rendering with Flask, or is Flask API only? Is Fast API a Python thing? Deep. Thank you very much for that sub. It's not showing up on this website for some reason. Okay, so you can plug a templating library in. What is Fast API for Python? Modern, high-performance web framework. Blazor, it would be, I guess, I mean, any .NET people in the chat, correct me or if I'm wrong, but like, do you typically use Blazor along with ASP.NET, or is Blazor a separate thing? You can do server-side rendering with Fast API. All right, we'll put it in the list. Separate. Okay. And ads. Thank you very much for the resub. I'm doing my best, ads. Thanks for the endless amount of knowledge that you drop. Cool. All right, we'll also throw Java on here. BottlePy. So Java, really the JVM, which is the Java Virtual Machine. And this is a runtime. And then the languages you can use are Java, Scala, Groovy, Kotlin, and it runs on 1 billion devices for the past, what was it, like 10 years since they've updated that thing. Yeah, all of this will get uploaded to GitHub. I'll in a very when the stream is over, you can definitely find it there. Yeah. So what is there? Is it Lisp? Does Lisp run on the JVM? We can find the list of languages here. Clojure is the one. Yeah. Clojure is a Lisp. My DVD player runs Java. All right, all of these languages run within the Java virtual machine, but then there are frameworks like Spring. All the Java people in the chat, please mention other ways of other web frameworks for the Java virtual machine. Maven? Wasn't Maven like a build tool? What am I thinking of? Jakarta. JSP, Java Server Pages, or something like that. Is it called Spring Boot then, or something like that? Maven is a build tool. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, you're totally right. I mean, like, WordPress is built on top of PHP, but it is a way to do server-side rendering. Yeah. Spring, is it Spring Boot or Spring MVC? What would I say? Spring and Spring Boot are two different things. Okay, so Spring MVC? Yeah, I think you're right. I think, like, honestly, I think Kotlin I mean, I don't know a lot about the Java ecosystem, but I know Kotlin is the latest and greatest, and a lot of people do like it. Quarkus? All right, I'm going to put Spring Boot then. Spring Boot is like Express. Spring is the web framework. All right, I'm just going to put Spring on there. Java Spring. J2EE? I think that maybe is what we mean by Jakarta EE, or... yeah. Okay. Put Spring on there. This should be fine. Honestly, I'll put this in a repo so that people can make a pull request to it and like add to it. But yeah, you're totally right. So we haven't talked about Go and we haven't talked about Rust yet. Let's also put that on there. And Ruby on Rails. So Ruby is the language. On Rails is the web framework. We'll just put Rails here, and then but there's also Sinatra, which is a bit simpler than Rails. Can you do server-side rendering with Sinatra, or is it all about APIs? Maybe. I mean, so we're reaching the edge of my knowledge here because I don't know a lot about that ecosystem. Okay. Who would name a framework after? Yeah. So we'll do a list of Go, and we'll also do a list of Rust as well. I've been coding for over 15 years, professionally for a little over 10 years. Yeah, Kotlin is a programming language, so all of these are programming languages. But I think you can use Kotlin in Spring. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can only use Java with Spring. Yeah, and so when we talked about JavaScript and Node.js, these are the frameworks we're talking about here that can do server-side rendering. They also use a view engine of some kind, which we'll talk about in a second as well. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I would say, like, in general, to be a web developer, you don't really have to know that much math. The thing about math that I think helps with being a programmer is the idea that it's like formal logic. The idea that 2 + 2 is 4, and it will always be 4 because of the rules of math. And it is very precise. Like it's hard to find like wishy-washy math. And the same thing goes with programming in that the computer is going to do exactly what you tell it to do. So to be a programmer, you do need to be able to think more specifically rather than like generally. And so, but otherwise, like actual math isn't as important, I don't think. Jin? You can use Kotlin with Spring. Nice. You can also use Kotlin to build Android apps. Yeah. Do not use Fiber. Great. I'm going to put it on the list. Handlebars is a templating engine, which you would use alongside one of these. I do believe you could plug Handlebars into any one of these. Yeah. I don't know all of these. I definitely don't. I know of them. I would say my expertise lies in the Node.js world. Specifically, most of the things that I've built professionally are Express, but I have done like side projects or at least looked into these other things. And these other things all work in a very similar way to Express. They just have their own opinions and ways of doing other things. Yeah. Yeah, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division is all I've used. Yeah, it doesn't really get any more complex than that. It's more hypothesis-based, right? Prove a true or false with some advanced math. Oh, well, sure. Like, if you're talking about advanced math, like discrete mathematics, or any kind of math where you would be like forming your own proof, yeah, that does get a bit more complex. You never have to do anything like that in the kind of programming that we're talking about here. You need to be able to think logically. Yeah. Top of the day, Morwick, welcome in. Chi is another one. Okay. I thought Fast API was, somebody told me that was Python. Yeah, so we have it under the Python list. Net HTTP. Mux Gorilla. Yeah, so Ruby. So I showed Sinatra for a second. There's an interesting history there, because if you look at Ruby Sinatra, there are so many web frameworks that are based off of how Sinatra did things. So pull in the dependency. I want to define a GET request handler on the path Frank says, and when I receive that, I will respond with this string, right? You don't really even have to know Ruby to know to kind of infer that that's what this does. And you can do a similar thing with Express and a similar thing with like Flask in Python. But all of those were inspired by Sinatra, which is a Rails thing. Yeah, we're going to talk about Nest in a little bit, because that gets more into like meta frameworks, which add a bunch of stuff on top of just basic like rendering. Yeah, I do believe there are C and C++ things. EchoKit. Oh, and then Elixir, that's its own thing, right? Cool. Go uses the native library as possible, so net HTTP is good. Cool. And it's interesting that you would list that here, because like in the Node.js world, technically there is an HTTP core module, but no one is building apps. I mean, maybe they are, but it's really cumbersome if you're building an app with just the HTTP module, which is why you typically would use one of these frameworks. Yeah. I know HTML and CSS well, and React decent. Any tips on how I should approach finding my first job? Make sure you have a good portfolio. Make sure you have a lot of good examples of what you can actually do. And then do practice interviews. There's a lot of online resources for like what you can practice and places that you can practice. You had to do a little bit of trigger. Yeah, so that's the other thing. If you're dealing with graphics in programming, you will have to deal with math. And by graphics, I mean 2D, 3D games, essentially, of sorts. And see you later, Yash. Thank you for hanging out. Web programming, for the most part, isn't that. And web development isn't that. Yeah. Yeah, so I got a computer science degree, and then I got a minor in math. I'm good at math, but I'm saying you don't have to be good at math to do what I do. Yeah, it's true. Rocket. Yeah, so any Rust devs in the chat, like give me the what are the web frameworks for Rust that would let you do like server-side rendering? And Laravel is highly inspired by Rails. Nice. Sails. Actually, I'm actually going to remove Sails from here, because Sails is built on top of Express. But this is an interesting thing to note. Sails took inspiration from Rails. So Sails is like a really opinionated way of building backend apps in Node with JavaScript. But it was inspired by Rails. But I'm gonna remove it just because it's built on top of Express. Elixir Phoenix. Yeah. Right now, we're having a little fun exercise where we list out every possible, for the most part, popular programming languages and their corresponding back-end web frameworks that would allow you to build a server-side rendered website. Does Elixir run on the Erlang virtual machine? Probably. That's why I said, like, I'm not super familiar with this. So I would say, like, the language is... Yeah, so what... is the language you're writing Erlang when you're writing Elixir? Or is the language Elixir? What is Actix? Is that I'm a little behind on the chat. Is that Rust? Is it easy to find a job in software engineering? It depends. I mean, if you have the background and Yeah, I mean, if you got a computer science degree and you also have like potentially like internships and stuff like that, you can find a job. And then if you're self-taught, if you have like a good portfolio, a good set of work that you can show people that you know how to do the thing, then yeah, you could get a job. I wouldn't say it's easy. It's obtainable, but you still have to work for it, I guess. Yeah. Rust devs are all working right now. Nobody's in the chat. Yeah. JSP is part of Jakarta EE. Okay, I'll go with you on that, Shadowlad. What about Spider for Node? Never heard of it. Did I spell that right? The language you're writing is Elixir. Okay, so we're gonna keep that here, and then the web framework is Phoenix. So Elixir is the language. Erlang is the runtime. Is that more accurate? Yeah. Okay. Do I think learning programming patterns matter, and what is the best way to learn them aside from basic examples? Personally, I never spent a lot of time doing like design patterns and stuff like that. However, it also depends on the kind of team that you're on and the kind of apps that you're writing, because design patterns are essentially like a common language that we can use to talk about the types of solutions that we create. So if two developers could come into the same room and they want to have a common ground to talk about their type of solution, design patterns are basically that. That's basically us labeling all of the types of solutions that we commonly come up with. So from that sense, yeah, it's useful. Personally, I never really studied them that much, and I don't really use them that much in conversation. But it depends on the kind of team and work that you're doing, because some places do talk about design patterns a lot and do use it a lot. So it's good to know it so that you can use it in conversation, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Like, if you try your darndest and like put everything you've got into it, like you want to make it, you want to be a software dev, I believe you can do it. Especially if you have that drive, because there are a lot of people that are like, oh, I just want to make a lot of money and I want an easy job. And if you have more passion and you're trying harder than those people, you're definitely going to get looked at and interviewed over those people that are really just in it for the money, or Hugo for Go, maybe. I don't know. You all tell me. Well, I know Hugo is a Node.js thing. It might also be a Go thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to talk about, though, because, like, yeah, there's all this other stuff. The way I see it, like, there's a whole lot of Node.js backends in the world. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but, yeah, that's a whole other conversation as well, though. Like, why people reach for this versus other things. And it's mainly because, all right, you learned JavaScript to do front-end stuff. Use that same language to build backend stuff. Now, you have to learn it's not going to be exactly the same. The only thing that's the same are the syntax and like how the language works. You still have to learn an entire ecosystem, but that's one less thing that you have to learn in order to build backends this way, if you're coming from a web background. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's another good benefit of design patterns is you can see how other people have solved similar problems, and you're not trying to like come up with it from scratch. Yeah. It took me 1 year after graduating to get a job. Yeah. Did I spell it wrong? It's a web crawler? Is that it? Node is better, everything is bad. That's basically exactly what I said. Zola? Yeah. I use lately I've been using Vite for my React apps. Have not used GitHub Copilot, no. What would I say is the closest thing to Django in the JavaScript world? I don't have enough experience with Django to say. I know Django does do server-side rendering stuffs. Model, view, layer. I mean, probably Sails, but that's closer to Rails. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Yeah, we'll talk about deployment in a little bit. I prefer JavaScript for personal projects, but anything where multiple people are going to be working on it, TypeScript makes a lot of sense. Yeah, what's up, Swift Nerd? We are right now just making a big old list of languages and web frameworks. Express is basically Flask. Wait, Express? Wait, what? What? Oh, and then Lua is like another thing as well. Can you all tell me what are some Lua web frameworks? Oh, yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, that's why my mind didn't go to Express, because like Express it does not give you a lot out of the box. There's a lot, you have to add a lot of extra stuff on top of Express to get things started. No one builds websites with Lua? Really? Lapis? Cool. I think we're gonna stop there. I'll put this in a repo that people can make a pull request to if they like want to add more to it. But that entire 30-minute exercise was so that we could basically talk about there are basically when you're building a backend website, when you're building a server rendered website. There are a lot of different things that you can use. Pretty much any general purpose programming language you can use to build a backend server-side rendered website. Now, what we also showed is that you typically don't just use the language itself. Typically, Speedy. Oh, that's HTTP2, Speedy. SP, Speedy. Yeah. I wouldn't put it on this list because this is an implementation of the HTTP2 protocol. I actually don't know of anyone I guess 477 projects are dependent on it, but it is lower level. I don't know. I'm not going to put it on the list. So yeah, all of that to say, pick one. And then once you've picked a language, also pick the web framework that you're going to use to build it. We specifically right now are going to show an example using Node.js, Express, and then handlebars as the templating language. So these are frameworks, libraries. I mean, it's weird to call Express a framework because it doesn't do a lot. But we also have, and I think I'll put this separate because there are templating languages that actually will work in many different languages and runtime. So let's call this template languages. Languages, like that. The one we're going to use is called handlebars. There's also EJS, which is embedded JavaScript. There's also Pug, formerly known as Jade. In the chat, what are some other templating languages that we can use? And I'm going to show an example of them in a second. But these are essentially languages that allow us to create a template that we can plug data into. Jinja? Where do we use that? Jinja is in Django. Swig. Okay. Yeah, and so mustache. Yeah, I always just think of handlebars, but apparently it's based on that. You see my mustache. Time is for Java. Okay, right now I'm just gonna show templating languages for that you can use within Node.js. But typically, there are basically versions of these templating languages that you can use in some of these other web frameworks. But right now I am listing them because I know that we use these with Node.js specifically. But yeah, that's okay. I think this is a good enough list for now. We don't have to expand on it too much. Let's see an example of it. Okay, so if you've been following the stream, we built a super basic website with static files. We had our index page, our contact, and our about page. These were all static files, and then we used a static file server to serve that up. What we're about to do is we're going to recreate that same website, but using server-side rendering. So let's hop into that. We're using this thing called Express, which is a Node.js library for building backend apps. And it's got a lot of setup here, but the one thing to look at here is the view engine setup. So basically, we're telling Express that when we try to render something, it should use the handlebars view engine. And I'll show you an example of handlebars in a second. There's a bunch of middlewares we have that are for processing data that gets sent to the server. We have middlewares that are logging incoming requests. And then we also have a static file serving middleware. Now, this one line of code would be equivalent to the list of like static servers that we talked about here. This idea that you can have a backend process running that purely just sees a request and then serves up a static file if it exists. Technically, this one line of code does that, but Express is not good at that. You should not use Express as your... If you can prevent it, you might have to architect your app in a different way, but for the most part, you should not use your Express app to do this. It's okay in this scenario because we have a few static files. We have like some basic styles and then potentially some client-side JavaScript if we want to. But that's the interesting thing to see here is that we're going to have some server-side logic, but because this is a general-purpose programming language and it's a general-purpose runtime, we also can do static file serving, but just know that this is not better than like hosting your static files behind like Nginx or Apache or something like that. So yeah, just let that be known. All right, we're setting up some routes. So when a request comes into our app on /, it's going to use this router, which we'll look at in a second. When a request comes on here, we go to users. We have an error, a 404 error handler, and then a general error handler. Let's start this thing up. So because we already installed the dependencies, I did an npmi that installed the dependencies. If I do npm start, it crashes because port 3000 is already in use. Let's figure out how to change the port. I think it uses the port it uses the port environment variable. So what we can do is we'll create a .env file. We'll set our port to something like 4242, and then I'm going to install .env as a not that. I wonder if somebody's typo squatting. Let's see. No, apparently not. And they are typo squatting on .env. Cool. I would bet that npm prevents you from I bet npm prevents you from publishing a package with the name .env. Okay, so we installed .env, and then I just need to load it. But that dependency that I just installed is one that will allow us to read in our environment variables from that .env file. So what I need to do is right here, just require in .env, and then say .config. That will essentially read in that file, so it's pulling in that port variable. Now if I start it, it'll be listening on port 4242. So if I go to localhost 4242 in my web browser, we see our Express app. Now, when I look at the source code of this web page, I am seeing HTML. Let's actually talk about what's happening here and why this is different from a static file server. So when I make a request to /, that's actually loading the index router. Let's go take a look at our index router. And then that says when a GET request comes in on /, I want to render the index page, and I'm going to pass this data into it. So when my web browser requests this page, let's look at the network tab just like we did earlier with those static files. Excuse me. We can see that a request goes into /, but we can see that the server is actually responding with HTML. Now, you can see on this line of code, I haven't written any HTML there. The actual template is defined elsewhere, and this code, it knows how to find that template. So if we look in the directory here, there is a views folder, and then there is a view called index.hbs. And then we can see that this has some templating in it. So this is known as handlebars or mustache templates. But basically what this says is data is going to be passed into this template, and then we want to dynamically put that data into the template. So for example, if I look back at that route, if I change the title from Express to Hello Twitch, now when this page is rendered, it's going to pass that title variable down to the template. The template will then be compiled with that title, and then that gets turned into HTML and sent back. Right now, if I refresh the page, nothing happens because I've changed my server-side code. I actually need to kill the process, restart it, so that way we get the latest code running on the back end. And now if I request this, it says, hello Twitch. This is server-side rendering, and this is a dynamic server. And to juxtapose the two, let's actually start both of our apps up. So if I go into our multi-page static app, and we do HTTP server. If you remember, we have all of these static files in this folder. We make a request to this static file server. It literally serves up that HTML file. It serves up the JavaScript file. It serves up the CSS. All of that are static files. We don't have any code running on our backend. That is different from this page because when we request this page, the server here receives that and then actually runs code on the backend. So that this code kicks in that says, oh, I need to render that. Oh, this is the data. All right, let me pass that data in. Let me turn this template into actual HTML. Also, this is just the contents of the page. We need the rest of the page as well. So this gets passed into the layout. And then the layout actually renders the body there. And so essentially, when I request this page, all of that is happening on the server. Like it's reading the file in, it's loading the template, it's rendering out that template. Every time I load the page, all of that code is running. And that's what we mean when we say that this is a dynamic server. In order to deploy this somewhere, I need a host that can run Node.js code. Because when I deploy this, this will be a little process running that will run on every single request. Let's see what the Gruntler is saying. The way this actually works is that the render method uses the configured templating engine to parse through the template file, fill in the values, turn it all into pure HTML. So the template itself is not really doing anything other than telling the server what to inject and where. The template engine tells Express how to parse the template and turn it into HTML. Yeah, you got it. So earlier when we talked about the setup here, we told it that whenever we do a render, it should use the handlebars view engine. So specifically, that little piece of code right there that says res.render, we already pre-configured it to say, when you see a template, use the handlebars view engine. And then specifically, because it's looking for index, it's going to look in this views folder, it's going to find this template, and then it's going to pass this template into handlebars to actually get the resulting HTML. Yeah. So it's fine, Gruntler. I appreciate it. It's a good exercise to describe this stuff as well, just so that you know that you actually do understand it. And it's good to hear other people describe it as well. Why would we use server-side rendering in production? Yeah, so we haven't even talked about the benefits yet. First of all, let's get this website working the same way as this website. We want 3 pages. We want a home page, an about page, and a contact page, but we're going to do it with server-side rendering. So first of all, let's set up our index page here. I mean, honestly, let's do some copy pasting. So we have our index, but the nice thing is now I really only need. Well, actually, I could put that in my layout. So I really only need the contents here. And you actually are seeing one of the benefits of doing something like server-side rendering as well, is we repeat ourselves less. So now I can take just the code that I care about. That now goes into the index template here. And then like this main class container, we repeated that for every single one. We repeated that for contact. We repeated that for about, which means I can go to my layout and put that here. And now I only have to do that once because any other page that gets rendered is automatically going to get wrapped in that container. So we have our index page here. Let's also create our about page. Let's grab the code for about. And then we'll grab our contact page as well. Also, I'm going to figure out how to make our nav be reusable as well, because that's like another benefit of server rendering is, like, you see how I have this nav on, actually, no, we can just put it in the template. Let's put it in the template. Yeah. So let's just take that nav, and then in our layout, we can throw the nav before everything else. So I am using handlebars here, but you could also use EJS, and any of the other templating languages that we mentioned earlier would work as well. But yeah, you're totally right. If I put the nav here, then that means I actually don't need it here. I don't need it on the about page, and then on the contact page, I don't need it there as well. So I can actually just copy this from the contact page. Okay, so now I've got 3 different routes, but I actually need to write the code to be able to render those routes, because right now nothing is telling my app that there is an about page, or that there is a contact page, or that there is an index page. I need to do that. So just like we have this slash route to render the index, I now want an about route. I mean, and technically, let's do it weird. We're going to do .html here. And I'm going to tell it to render the about page. I don't need to pass any data in. Render the about page. And then if you receive a request for contact.html, render the contact page, like this. Yeah, oh, and then we need the rest of it as well. You're totally right, Jimmy Dev. So on our layout, let's set it up the same way we had it on our completely static app. In this sense, we need that Pico CSS HTML file, and then I'm going to include some client-side JavaScript as well. So that goes there, but server rendered client code. I'm going to create a JavaScript file with this name here in the public folder. I mean, technically, let's put it in JavaScripts, just because they gave us a folder for that. We could put it wherever we want. And we're just going to log hello world right here. But yeah, so for those of you that are asking, what's the benefit of doing this over client-side rendering, over like single-page applications, we're not there yet. But I will eventually talk about it. I mean, we're probably 30 to 45 minutes away from me even talking about that, because I want to show this example. We'll talk about the benefits of doing it this way. Then we'll build out the same example with like React and React Router, and then we'll compare it to this as well. Okay. Oh no, yeah, I absolutely don't need .html. I'm just doing that right now so that the site behaves in the same way. We'll fix that in a second. Okay, this should be good. Let's kill it, start it up, and then now when I go here, it should look exactly the same. This is zoomed to 150. 130? 130. Okay. These two sites now look exactly the same, but what actually happened to get the page into the web browser is very different, right? This is our static app. When I request this /HTML, I am literally getting all of that HTML in the response. And then I wrote this HTML. I literally have a file that has all of this code inside of it. If we look at this, we get back the same HTML, but the process of getting this HTML was very different because there was a server-side process that generated this HTML on the request. So this little piece of code ran, but what that meant, or what happens behind the scene when this little piece of code runs, is we first take the layout, which has the head and all of its stuff, and it has the nav, and then it says, okay, load that template here, and then we pull in the template, in this case, the index template, and we take this and we load that into here. Now we have our full HTML, and then we send that back to the client that requested it. So basically, the thing that happened to get this page is very different between the two. Now, if I click on About, we get a similar behavior, right? So if I go about, I go to contact, ultimately what's happening is very similar, in that what we're seeing is the same, but the actual code, there's code running on the back end for this, whereas there is no code running on the back end for this. These are just static files. But we can see the site behaves exactly the same way. And right now I have that .html on there. I only did that so that the routes look exactly the same. Technically, I don't have to do that. So over here, if I actually just change this to /about, now we get what are known as clean URLs. And users typically prefer that. And then I also would need to update my nav. However, here is one of the benefits of doing server-side rendering over, right now, a completely static site. If I want to change the nav, I literally only have to change it right here, right? Because this same nav is reused across all of the pages that get rendered. Whereas if you contrast that with the completely static site, I copy and pasted the nav to every single one. So now well, first of all, we should actually get a 404. Well, I need to kill the app. Kill the app, restart it. We get a 404 because contact.html isn't a thing anymore. Now I want to go to /contact /about /home. So does handlebars or express have something for URL for route name? I don't think so. So basically, you want to name your routes so that you don't have to manually type in the full path. As far as I know, there's nothing built in that can do that. Like, I mean, you could make it work. Like, you could literally have your routes and call it like root, and then like this, and then like about is like /about, this kind of thing. And Zabath, thank you very much for the 2 months. So you could do this, like basically have this defined in one common place, and then anywhere you're using them, you would use this object like routes.root or like routes.about. So this just gets more into architecture and like how you want to do this, because now if you did this and I wanted to change the path, I'd only have to change it in one place. But yeah, as far as I know in Express, the only way to do it is to manually set it up like that. I don't think there's anything built in that will give you like named routes. And see you later, Eddie. Thank you for hanging out. Cool. Let's make it work the same way on the client rendered one. So right now we just set it up so that we got clean URLs. We made it so that when I go to about, it's just /about. When I go to contact, it's just /contact. If I wanted the same thing on my completely static website, what I could do is create folders with index.html inside of them. So instead of having /about.html, check this out. So let's go to our client rendered one. Let's actually create a folder called about. Yeah, well, welcome in, Dark Inspiration. I appreciate you. Inside of there, we'll rename this to index.html. And then similarly, we'll create a folder called contact. And then we'll move this into there. And we'll call this index.html. So now my completely static website, the layout is a little bit different. But what it'll allow me to do is now my nav doesn't have to put .html on the end there. Because my static file server knows that when it sees a request for this, it's going to look in that folder for an index.html file. So let's save that. But remember, because we've repeated ourselves, we need to go and update the nav in every single file. So I need to update this. Oh, well, I'll do it manually. Need to update that. Need to update that. And we should be good. Good there. So now, we should get a 404 not found here because about.html doesn't exist anymore. But if I go to /about, then the page actually does load. So this is giving us similar behavior now. We have these clean URLs, but we had to do a little bit of work to get there, right? We had to create these folders, put an index.html inside of them, and then because we repeated ourselves with this nav, we did have to update it in multiple places. So you are seeing one of the benefits there of doing something like server-side rendering, in that we can define something once in one place, and then that means it updates everywhere else. So now our code is cleaner. We don't have a lot of code to maintain like we do in the multi-page static version. And see you later, idemfreds. Thanks for hanging out. I need some water. Okay. Do we want to do anything else here? Let me know in the chat. Is there anything that I haven't talked about for server-side rendering, or anything that I haven't demonstrated? I am, right now, I'm actually going to go through and remove any of the unused stuff just to make the example a little bit cleaner. Like I removed the users endpoint, and I'm just going to remove this users router as well. And honestly, we can actually just inline this instead of having a separate route file. Now I know in the real world you would have a separate route file, but it's going to make it a lot easier to look at if I put all of this in here. Cool. Oh sure, yeah. Let's mention the client-side code. Good call. Because so even though this is server-side rendered, I have JavaScript code that's running in my backend process, but I also can have JavaScript code that's loaded into the web browser in the same way that JavaScript was loaded here. So, there's actually another bug, is because like it can't load this multipage.js file, and that has to do with like relative paths and such. And thank you, Snarkopus, appreciate you. We need to fix that. So right now, multipage.js is at the root here. In the home page, I've referenced it without a slash, but that's okay because when the home page loads, it looks in that same folder and it can find it. However, when it loads the page inside of contact, now this becomes a relative path. So it tries to load /contact/multipage. So really what I want to tell it to do is, hey, you should request multipage from the root, just like that. And then similarly in about, we want to request that multi-page from the root. And so now if I do that, we should see hello world. Cool. So, and this is client-side JavaScript on the static version. On this version, we see hello world as well, but that is client-side code. So let's talk about this because it can get confusing because you see JavaScript code here. All of this code runs on a server. And all of this code runs when a request is received to this backend Node.js app. I could have a console log here. Like this. But this console log is running on the server. We're never going to see this console log on the client side. I will not see hello world index when I load this page here. I only see hello world, but that's because of the client-side code that I loaded. So when I say res.render, it's going to go into views. It's going to first grab this. It's going to now take that, plug it into the layout. And if we look at the layout, I have added a script tag here. So this script tag gets loaded as client-side code. This is not server-side code. And if we go look at it, it's loaded from the public folder. It's in here, and it says hello world. We'll say on the client only. That. And that's it's an important distinction to make. So let me restart my app. Oh, that makes sense. Because I removed the router thingy, I need to remove these 2 lines of code. So now the 3 pages that gets rendered are just there. Cool. Hello world, only on the client side. But if we look at our server side logs, when the request for this page was made, we can see that log on the server. So this is where, if you're new to Node.js and backend JavaScript, this is where things can get confusing because the language is the same, but they're running in 2 different places. Yeah. So you'll be able to see this on the archive channel. So first of all, shouts out to my YouTube channel, the archive channel. But you'll be able to watch it here on Twitch immediately afterwards. If you go here, this video will be available for 60 days. This one, yeah. I've been live for 3 hours, man. I'm probably going to be live for another 3 hours. But yeah, if you go there, you'll be able to watch the stream immediately after. If you follow on YouTube, you can watch it there as well. Okay. Yeah, that JavaScript is running in two different places. And so, yeah, somebody mentioned jQuery. We don't necessarily have to use jQuery, but we could do something like document.querySelector for the h1 tag. Let's console log that. We'll grab the text content of the h1 tag that's on the page. Like this. We'll say the h1 is h1 text, like that. Now, will this break? This will break. Can anyone tell me why this is going to break? I'll show you this code. And then over here, I'll show you how it's loaded. So this script tag right here loads this. This is going to run on the client. It's going to try to select that h1. Yeah. Basically, this code runs before there's an h1 on the page. The h1 gets loaded there. Yeah, so that's why we can do one of two things to fix it. We can use the defer attribute, which is like the modern way of doing it. If I put defer right here, then that means this script file will load in the background, and the code won't run until the full page itself has loaded. The other way to fix it is to take that script tag and then make sure that it loads after there is an h1 on the page. But the proper way to do it is to put that defer attribute on there. Cool. And I'm yeah, okay. So now I'll need to kill the app, rerun it. This is the static one. This is not the one that I just updated. And then it says the h1 is hello world. And if I go to about, it says the h1 is about. And if I go to contact, it says the h1 is contact. So that code is running inside of the web browser. So like when the page loads, it loads that client-side code. That client-side code specifically selects the h1 on the page, grabs its content, and then logs it out. If you were using jQuery, it'd be a similar thing. Like, I mean, the code would be a little bit different, but what's happening is the same. You'd probably do something like h1.text, like that. This is the jQuery way of doing it. And then this is the pure JavaScript way of doing it. But when client gets on the browser, isn't the h1 rendered already? Not quite. So the web browser, without that defer attribute, loads everything top down. So, and I mean, we can see the bug here. So if I remove that defer attribute from the layout, cannot access property text content, document.querySelector is null. And the reason is the web browser is loading that code from top down. Are we getting an ad right now? Oh, sorry, everyone. I'll pause. Pausing. For those of you that aren't getting an ad, you can donate. You can do a one-time donation there. You can sub with Prime. That's a thing you can do. You can look at my support page for all of the other ways to support me. And also, I mean, honestly, the easiest way to support me is just go sub on YouTube, follow here. Ton of follows. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for all the follows today. What else? I have a mailing list. I send an email out every time I go live. Yeah. Exactly, Evox. So basically, the browser receives the rendered HTML. It starts at the top. It sees this link. It has to literally wait until this CSS is downloaded. After the CSS is downloaded, it loads the script. Did you send your Prime? I don't see the notification, but thank you, Cool Cal. It downloads this JavaScript, executes the JavaScript, and then it starts to actually render these elements into the page. And that's why we get that error in the console, because it's trying to select the H1 before the H1 is really selectable. Can I do this test style sheet defer? Let's see what you got. And thank you for that, Prime. It already showed you as sub. That's so weird to me. Huh, that's delayed. I see what you're saying, Oscar. Basically, you're adding an endpoint that purposefully takes a really long time to render the styles. Why do you want me to do this? Do you want us to see like how long it takes for the CSS to kick in? Okay. Let's do it. And I think also like one way I can do it is because it's actually loading. I do believe it's loading styles, or did I remove? I removed that. What we could do is I believe we could do an import of Pico CSS. So load the styles there, but then when you load this, import that. Is that the right syntax for a CSS import? And then also, instead of loading the file directly, we're going to create a route that says load slow styles. That's CSS. So we'll create an endpoint that purposefully takes a really long time. I need the URL on it. Okay. Purposefully takes a long time. So we're going to create a route called load slow styles that literally reads in that CSS file and then waits to send it back. So when I get a GET request on load slow styles.css, this function is going to run. And really, we don't even need like an async await or sleep. I can just do a set timeout. So in 5 seconds, we will read the file in like this, or send it out. Public style sheets style.css. Seems fine. But now in our layout, if we throw the defer attribute on here, these styles should not get applied to the page for 5 seconds. Let's see. And also, we'll put that defer on the script so that thing stops breaking as well. This is Visual Studio Code. If you do this, you can get a link to my settings and everything else. All right, kill the app, restart it, load it right here. Did I not save my layout? Oh, I'm in the multi-page one. All right. Path must specify the route to res.send file. We'll fix that. Style sheets style.css. Also, why did this crash my app? That should not have crashed my app. That should just be like a server-side error. Path must be absolute or specify route. Oh, okay, yeah. It should just be able to be. It could be like that. It could be like that. Should be, anyways. You can use Prisma on Dino now? What? What? I should get some TypeScript autocomplete. Let's see what SendFile wants. Path. Error callback. That's probably what we need, Cozy, huh? It wants the full file path. Okay. Oh, we already have path. Let's use it. So in Node.js, __ dir name is the directory name of where this code is executing. We want to go into the public folder. We want to grab the style sheets folder. Then we want to grab style.css. It's probably what it wants. It wants a full path. Oh, hey, look at that. It's literally right there. Okay. Nice. That is absolutely showing the defer attribute. Let's see it again in a brand new tab. So here we go. We're going to load this website. No hands. Defer is not doing what we think it was, what it's doing. Yeah, so defer actually prevents the entire page from loading. Which is not what we expected it to do. Are we confusing it with async? Are async and defer the same thing? Because it waited to load the entire page until that CSS finished loading, which is different. Huh. Yeah, I think maybe async and defer are exactly the same thing. It's blocking. I had no idea that it was blocking. I mean, we are this has nothing to do with maybe preload is what we want. Oh, okay, yeah. So because we don't know. I was just going to say, because we put defer on there, it actually did need to download all of it. So defer wasn't doing what we expected it to do. Okay, rel preload is not what we want, because that doesn't actually load the style sheet. MT? What do you mean, the Gruntler? What is MT? What do you mean I'm on MT? Defer. Oh, Mountain Time. Yeah. I'm on Mountain Time. That's me. Defer and async are specific to the script tag. Oh, and then it uses JavaScript to dynamically load it. Okay, I'm in Denver. Yeah, Denver, Colorado. This is not at all... Yeah, I'm so curious why it worked that one time. That was just like a... That was a... that was a... What do you call it? It was a fluke. We thought it was working, but it actually wasn't working. I need to make a correction, because I am going to try and edit this down. So this solution actually uses JavaScript. So this says on load, run this JavaScript, which will load the load the style sheet. That's so funny. Okay, so this style sheets actually don't behave the same way that we thought with the defer attribute. It literally has to download all of that CSS before the page even renders. And we can demonstrate that one more time like this. So completely fresh render here. It has to literally wait until those style sheets are downloaded before the rest of the stuff even kicks in. Yeah, I'll take a break to read this. I mean, honestly, I need to go eat some lunch, but I don't want to end stream because I want to do more examples. I mean, I guess technically I could continue this tomorrow. So this uses Deno deploy. I was gonna say it uses Deno deploy for a Node app, but it doesn't. You can see that they're actually pulling in Deno Prisma into a Deno app with like the full URLs and stuff. Cool. I actually, we can try that, Xeris, but I don't know what does the preload attribute do? Why is the CSS blocking the render? I think it always has. So Killer, I think what people did is they literally put all this stuff at the bottom. Because like by simply putting this down here, the browser will load everything else before it loads the styles. So now it's blank, and then after 5 seconds, the styles will finish downloading, and then those will kick in and get applied to the page. So, I mean, honestly, just put your stuff at the bottom of the page. Like, I know everyone is like all about using defer these days on their JavaScript, but yeah. Okay. This was a quick aside. I mean, this wasn't a quick aside. This took me like 10 minutes, but it's honestly, it's not even that important. So I'm actually just going to go back to what we had. And then do this. And we're good to go. But that was a fun little experiment to see what's really happening there. And it's good to know. The browser will literally load all of the CSS before it does anything else. It has to wait for that to download before the rest of the page can even execute, which is crazy to think about. Okay. Where are we at now? We talked about client JavaScript versus server JavaScript. I think we'll move on from here. I am going to make a quick correction that I can edit into the video. Let's talk about that. Quick correction. Earlier, I was putting the defer attribute on the CSS and on the JavaScript. Apparently, defer only works on scripts. Defer does nothing for a link tag. So I think we might have seen that it did something earlier. It actually isn't doing anything. So let it be known, there is no defer attribute for a style tag. Okay, yeah, we did talk a little bit about how, like, we're not jQuery specifically, but any client-side code literally gets loaded into the browser. Okay, this is our server-side rendered example. Let's talk about it a bit more in our README here. Earlier I talked about static versus dynamic. This is a dynamic website. Dynamic. We haven't forgotten Remix. We just haven't gotten there yet because Remix and Next and Nuxt and SvelteKit and Solid Start, they all do a hybrid version of all of this. Yeah. You can ask anything you want, Sophia. You try to keep it on topic, but if it's off topic, I tend to answer questions anyways. Cool. Did you already ask something and I missed it? Cool. I am going to put Node.js and template languages at the top of this list. Because okay, let's try to summarize like what is happening here with the server rendered website. So I don't need Python, JavaScript, or like Rust, for example. Did I miss your earlier question? What was your? Oh, I see. You asked it with exclamation mark ask. What programming languages would you suggest for game development? Sure. I'm not going to answer that right now, but yeah, pretty much any general purpose programming language can be used to write games. You typically need that language or runtime needs some way of creating a user interface. But yeah. It depends. Okay, so let's talk about a dynamic server. A request is made to the server. The server runs code to handle the request. In our example, let's see like how this works. This is step 1. Request is made to the server. Step 2, the server runs code to handle the request. The server responds with generated HTML, etc. If we contrast that with a completely static website, there is no server-side runtime or processing. All files are loaded into the web browser. So it's a request is made for a file, and then all of those files are loaded into the web browser. So that's how it's different than what we were seeing earlier. Because when a request comes in, there's literal backend code that pulls the template in and then potentially renders it. I guess one thing that I didn't show was the fact that you could actually insert dynamic data into this rendered view. And that's typically why you would use server-side rendering. So we saw earlier, we could pass in this object. This is known as the context. We could pass in an object that has some data on it, like we can call like render time, and this will be a little date object like that. And so on our home page, like in our home template, technically we could throw a little small tag and then put the render time inside of there. And so every time this page gets rendered, we're going to get the current date from the server, insert it into the page, and then send back that actual HTML. So if we look at this, we'll need to start it back up. Yeah, you can do server-side rendering in Angular, but that gets into the hybrid approach. And there's a thing called, well, it used to be called Angular Universal. I don't know what it's called anymore. But it is possible to do the hybrid approach like you get with like Next.js and stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Killer. Like technically, you could use handlebars on the client side. And that's what happens when we're talking more about single page applications and client-side rendered apps. Like they are doing the rendering and template compilation in the web browser versus on the server. But let's look at this. So when we look at the literal source code for the page that gets rendered, it has the date inside of there, right? So the HTML that gets sent to the client that made the request has the date embedded inside of there. And so this is kind of just an example of how you can have dynamic data. You also could have data that came from a database, right? You could have, before this, do a DB lookup and then pass that data into the render, and then inside of your template, you could use that data in the render as well. Like these are the real reasons why you would use server-side rendering, is because you can have dynamic backend logic here. Like anything you can do in a backend, you can do in this little piece of code right here. So yeah, I didn't talk about that earlier, but this is one of the benefits as well. You basically can have data that was generated or looked up on the server side and inserted that into a file here. So this is Node.js is the runtime, Express is the web framework, Handlebars is the view engine, and so that's all of that is happening right here. This is saying when I have a GET request on slash, render the index template, which I have here. And because I set up my view engine as Handlebars, it knows that Handlebars needs to actually compile this using the data that I passed in. Yeah, I do complex stuff as well. Today is very beginner. Like we're basically talking about how the web works in different types of websites. So this is a server-side rendered website. The request is made to the server. The server runs some code to handle the request. The server responds with generated HTML. Now, I will note, the server can respond with static files as well. Because it does, but that's not the main purpose. That is not the main use of this kind of server. Cool. Now, the next type of website is a... I think I would go with a single page application here. Single page application. Put application in quotes, because even this basic 3-page website, like we're gonna call it an app. It's not really an app. It really is just static files. I do need to take a break though. I've been live for 3 hours. I've been talking a ton. And the Time, thank you very much for that sub. And thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you. Yeah, exactly, BTRSL. So in the past, if you saw that the video where I talked about the different ways to talk to a database, that's where that would come into play. Basically, in this little handler right here, where we're rendering the page, you would pick one of those ways to talk to a database. And that code would go right here. So you get the data from the database. Now that you have the data, you would pass that into the rendered page. So yeah. Welcome, Eamon. I'm not drinking tea. This is just water. Though I do have this unsweetened green tea, which I haven't drank much of. Okay. Yeah, so next up we'll talk about SPAs, single page applications, and this is where we would talk about React, basic Vue. Honestly, you could also do this with vanilla JS. You could do this with Angular, Solid, Svelte. This is where these technologies come into play, and we're specifically going to be talking about the completely client-side versions of these frameworks. Yeah, I mean, and so with vanilla, you also could use like web components. Yeah, and we're not quite at Quick yet, because Quick does hybrid server-side rendering, and also like Quick is does even more different stuff than those hybrid frameworks. So yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, it doesn't even have to be web components. It could just be literal, like, you could build a single page application with jQuery. You could build a single page application with document.querySelector. I mean, and I kind of want to. That would actually be fun to do. Because we could have multiple pages. Yeah, Flutter basically has a compiler or transpiler for every type of platform. So you write your Flutter code, and then they have a compiler that'll turn that into web code, which is Flutter for web. Or they have a compiler that'll allow it to run on Android, or allow it to run on iOS. So this is what we're going to do next. We're going to build this exact same website. So we saw two different versions so far. We saw completely static, where we have literally an about HTML file, we have a contact HTML file, we have a home HTML file. That's completely static. We also saw it as server-side rendered. So when we request these pages, we have actual backend JavaScript code that is generating the HTML and then sending it to the client. There's that. When we come back, we'll talk about and build single-page applications. I mean, the one thing we need to do, though, which we did with static websites, is talk about how do you host a server-side rendered website. Because it's different. It's different than how you can host a static website because it requires a back-end runtime. So when we come back, we'll talk about all the ways to host a Node.js app, or similarly like a PHP app or whatever else, and then we'll build a single-page application. But I am going to take a 15-minute break. Then when I come back, we'll do this. And honestly, I'm gonna be live until we're done talking about this. So we'll do this when I come back. Maybe we'll take another break, and then we're gonna start to talk about static site generators, which is a bit of a hybrid approach because the code that you write looks like server-side rendered code, but then you run a script that generates all of your static pages as if you were to have written everything static, and now you kind of get the best of both worlds. So we'll talk about those, and then we'll talk about hybrid server-side rendering, which is a combination of server-side rendering and single-page applications. That's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, so for those of you that like want to watch this stuff later, definitely definitely follow the archive channel. Is going to get this in 2 days' time. This whole video will be uploaded to the archive channel. In probably a week or two's time, I'm going to do my best to edit this down into a more consumable format, and that's going to get uploaded to the main channel. So yeah. I'll create a separate GitHub repo for all of this, and I guess before I go, I'll go ahead and do that so you can look at the code while I'm away. Yes, okay. The stream doesn't work in Brave. Then use a different browser. That's funny. Okay. Cool. All right, it's on GitHub if you want to see the code that I've written. But like I said, I'm going to go on a 15-minute break. When I come back, we're going to talk about all the ways that you can deploy a server-side rendered website written with Node.js and Express. All of that will be very similar if you wrote it with one of these other languages or runtimes, but we're going to talk about basically you need a server that can run Node. And then we're going to build the same website as a single page application. Yeah, I think like that's actually I think one of the things that Dino is realizing that it's going to have to do for a lot of packages is it actually does need a Node modules folder, and especially because Prisma does code generation, and that generated code always gets put in the Node modules folder, and it depends on it existing in the Node modules folder. So what's up, Codex? You've arrived right when I'm about to take a break. So I'll be back in 15 minutes. Let me leave you with a video. Here. Actually, I mean, I guess because we're doing more beginner stuff today, maybe I can leave you with a beginner video. TypeScript challenges. Do I have that 418 I'm a teapot one? Yeah, I want to finish this topic for sure, BTRSL. So if I don't finish it today, I'm going to do it again at some point this week, because this is something people have been requesting for a long time. It's really like my description of how all of these different things work and how all of them relate. And then once we talk about all of them, we can talk more so about like opinions on like why I choose one over the other, what are my preferred ways of doing it, that kind of thing. Yeah, I have a content playlist. This one. It's just about functions. Cool. Oh yeah, I will time it. Actually, we didn't get to talk about happy at all. So I won't ping you because basically I put happy in the same list as Express, because if you wanted to do what we just did with Express, it would be possible to do the same thing with happy. It would just be configured in a slightly different way. Okay, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. And I will see you all when this video is over, maybe a little bit after this video is over. So here I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it helloworld.js. Typically, I like to solve the codes locally. You can just put your code right into the box here, but it's easier to try it multiple different ways. And we'll add in our tests. And we're just going to change these to console logs. So I want to test that type of greet is a function. And this should log true. And when we call greet, it should return hello world. And Dylan loves the new pizza maker. Thank you, Dylan. So I'm going to start up Quokka, which is a tool that will run my code inside the browser. Or sorry, inside VS Code. Excuse me. And right now it says greet equals function false. So greet is not a function. How can we make this line of code true? We can write a function called greet. Now the classic way is to just say function greet like that. And now it is a function, but by default, functions that don't have a return statement return undefined. So that's why we're seeing that right there. And probably the simplest thing to do is to literally just return a string hello world like that. Great. But we could go about it other ways. We could put this in a variable if we really wanted to. Don't die on stream. Oh, thank you. I'm going to take a drink of water. So let's put it in a variable called like greeting. So we store it in a variable and then we return the variable. Works the same way. That's great. Let's actually show it both ways. So we could return it directly. We could put it in a variable. What else? We could use a function expression. So when you see a function written with the function keyword only, this is known as a function declaration. But you could also use a function expression, and the way a function expression works is by creating a variable and assigning it to a function. So I'm going to comment these out, and I'm going to say const greet equals a function that then returns hello world, like that. And as you can see, the code still works, but this is known as a function expression because this right here is a function expression that we're then storing inside of this variable called greet. But in JavaScript, functions are first-class citizens, so you can store them in variables, and then later on you can invoke it because inside of that variable is a function. So functionally, these two things are the same. Pun intended. Like if we look at these two, they're ultimately doing the same thing, but one thing to note is hoisting happens here. So if you define a function called greet and you use a function declaration, this function can be called anywhere. So I could call greet right here before it's defined, and it still works. I could call it after it's defined, and it still works. Great. But if we use... why are people saying WTF? Hello, everyone. I'll catch up. Why does greet look so weird? Have you ever tried thinking of spelling a word too much to where you can't even remember how it's pronounced? Yeah, try the word skeleton. Just type the word skeleton over and over and over again, and it gets really, really hard. You can't recognize it anymore. And hello, Deadly. Welcome to the show. Hello, TrekSpace. If you do ! VS Code, you'll get a link to all my plugins and settings and such. Hello, Sean. Welcome. Sean's our latest avocado member. Welcome, Sean. The word skeleton. No, like literally skeleton. Skeleton? Skeleton? Cool. Okay, so what we were talking about. So when you use a function declaration, you can call it anywhere. But watch this. So now when we use a function expression assigned to a variable, if we try to call greet right here, well, for one, there's more issues here because we're using const. So it says cannot access greet before initialization. This is actually a deeper subject, but this is known as the temporal dead zone. So you can't access const or let variables above where they're defined. But if we used the word var, we're going to get a different error. So bonus points in the chat. When I change this to var, what error will we see? What error are we we're not going to see cannot access greet before initialization. What are we going to see if I change this to a var instead of a const? You get coding garden points if you get it right. And thanks for the follow. Ooh, Mario. Reference error? Can you... No. Undefined is not a function. Like, cannot invoke undefined. And we'll talk about why that is. Or greet is not a function. Though, we might actually get a different error if we run this with Node.js rather than using Quokka. Not a function. That. Greet is not a function. I feel like it might be because we're using Node version 12. No, I'm using Node version 13. Here, I'm gonna go way back. I'm gonna do a Node version. Not way back. I'll try Node version 8 or something. Public void potato return llama. Thank you, Dylan. Let's do like Node version 8. I think the errors got better in version 13. Because usually it'll say like cannot invoke undefined or undefined is not a function. Now let's try it. Ah, well, maybe not. Maybe not. Yes, we can see your avatar. NVM. Oh yeah, we'll go back to 13. Okay, so we know now that it does say greet is not a function. Instead of, let's change it to const. We should get the same error in the console. Cannot access greet before initialization. But let's talk about why. So when you use a function expression versus a function declaration, in JavaScript, all of your variables are hoisted to the top of the scope when the function first, or when the program first starts up. So basically what happens is every single variable declaration like this gets put up at the top with no value on it, right? So it gets moved up to the top, and then the word var, it just doesn't happen exactly, but you could think about it like that. So even though you wrote your code like this, at the end of the day, what ends up happening is that gets moved to the top with no value, and then the value gets assigned here. So if you were to write this code, this makes a little bit more sense, because when it reaches this line, it says, I mean, you didn't put a value in greet, and so your program is running top down. And so when it gets here, greet is not a function. Then you assign it to a value, which is a function, and our code will never make it there because it breaks right here. But if I comment that out, then it will actually work, because at this point, the greet value has the function inside of it. So two different ways to define the function. They have implications. And thanks for the follow, Deadly. And good morning, Tennisk. Yeah, this is mostly a family-friendly stream. Cool. So there's that. There's that. Now let's talk about arrow functions. So, and actually, arrow functions work very similar to this. So with an arrow function, we can say something like const greet equals an arrow function that returns hello world. Cool. And this actually has the same implications, right? So we're taking this function right here, we're storing it in a variable, so I can't call it before it's actually initialized with the value. The most in-depth hello world I've seen. Like I mentioned, this is going to be more of we're talking about functions. So similar things are happening, but arrow functions, there are more implications that for this problem don't actually matter, but arrow functions don't have a this keyword, regular functions do, things like that. Cool. So we can't call it before, but we can call it after. But there's more things you can do with arrow functions. So if an arrow function literally consists of just a single return statement, you can write it on just one line. So you can say const greet equals an arrow function, and then just return hello world, like that. And it works in exactly the same way. So, and again, this is because we're using arrow functions. So arrow functions have this special thing about them. If it's a single statement that is being returned, you can just put it all on one line and you're good to go. Notice that we don't have the curly braces. So if I add curly braces, actually in the chat, let me know what's going to happen if I add curly braces. You put the arrow down. That's funny. Oh, thank you, Deadly. And Client Telephone says, I'm 100% on board for these types of videos. I appreciate that. I do want to do, like, dedicated function videos with, like, a curriculum and such. Yeah. Hello, Annaboth. It's been a while. Welcome. Hex says it will return undefined. Yes, yeah. So, I mean, it may not look like it. Yeah, so, and Daniel Garden has it too. It returns undefined because there's no return keyword. So, if you try to find yourself writing an arrow function on a single line like this, but you do this, ultimately, you can see it right here, the function returns undefined. And really, it's because it's like you wrote it like this. And remember, if you don't have a return keyword, it's kind of just like your function says return undefined, like that. I mean, you don't have to put that. That's what just happens by default. It's like you literally just put a string and didn't do anything with it. So you have to be careful with your arrow functions. Make sure you leave the curly braces off. It gets a little bit more confusing if you're trying to create an arrow function that returns an object on a single line, because those are curly braces, but we're not going to talk about that now. Yeah, Daniel Gordon says, I've made that mistake many times in my code. Definitely sometime since I last joined. Pepe hands as I'm working now. I don't have much time to watch streams live. Is this a Franker face emote? Because we do have better Twitch TV emotes working, I thought. We might get that working tonight. Cool. Franker face? I need to get the global Franker face emotes. But no worries. Thanks for dropping by. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, lots of different ways to write the function. For this problem, I would probably write it like this. What the heck is the word we're trying to guess? Should I start up my bot? Let's look at it. Word garden. And thanks for the follow, Rublev. Oh, I know what it is. Chat Translator does a lot of different languages. It was actually developed by Instafluff. But if you go to the Chat Translator channel, you can see all of the languages that it supports. I don't think it's gray areas. Back to the pizza maker. the can English to talk. Irish. Is that Irish? Do you know it now? Thanks, Kelvin. I'm on a break. Grub areas. But thank you for the raid. Welcome in, readers. I'll be back. Yeah, grid areas. It's like a CSS thing. 5-ish minutes. Cool. Okay, so yeah, we did the hello world thing. I think, like, with modern JavaScript, I would probably write it this way. If we really were just writing a function that was returning a string, I would probably write it this way. But if you're new to JavaScript and new to these arrow functions, it can be weird to see them written in different ways, but I would go this route. So I'm going to submit that. That was a fun little chat about functions and hello world and such. Sample tests. Yeah, let's talk about reduce. This isn't the best example of explaining reduce. Mainly because there's like tricky stuff going on here. The easiest example of reduce is summing the values in an array. So like if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to calculate the sum of all the values here, it works like so. So reduce accepts a function. The first parameter is the accumulator. That's the thing that you're building up. The second parameter is going to be each value inside of the array. And then you can also have an initial value. So if I'm summing up all the values in this array, the initial value is 0. And then on each iteration, I want to say sum plus equals value. Now, this function gets called on every single value in the array. So if I want the next invocation to have the current running sum, I need to return sum here. By returning it, that makes it so that in the next invocation, sum is equal to the previous value. So basically, sum is accumulating as we move along. So initially, sum is 0 on the first invocation, and value is 1. And then the sum becomes 1, we return sum. And then sum is 1, and the value is 2. Then we add that gives us 3, and we return 3. And then sum is 3, and the value is 3. We add those, we get 6, we return 6. Sum is 6, the value is 4. We add those, that gives us 10. Sum is 10, the value is 5, that gives us 15, and then we're done. Is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We did it. So that's how that works. Now, however, I bet, like, how much do you want to bet right now there's somebody in the chat telling me that I could write this as a one-liner? Tell them to calm down, because we're beginners. And writing it as a one-liner would not have helped that explanation. But those people are absolutely right. We actually can just write this like this. We can actually say sum plus value, like that. And then also, because these are numbers, we actually don't need an initial value either, so we could just write it like this. But Would I have been able to explain the accumulator and the fact that it gets passed into the next invocation with this one? Probably not. This just looks like mumbo jumbo, but this works in exactly the same way. Hopefully that helped. All right. There have been some questions in the chat regarding when I'm adding two things together in JavaScript, what happens? What's the difference between adding two strings together versus two numbers? And we're going to talk about that right now. So if you were to say in JavaScript, one number plus another number, this will actually do the math and give you back the result. So if I do this, we are going to get back the value 42. So this is in a file called, what's it called? JS addition. Cool. So if I run this, I get 42. Great. Now, what happens if one of these things is a string? What if I'm adding these two things together? And you can see my linter is yelling at me because it's like, hey, don't add numbers in strings. So I'm going to disable my linter. So adding two numbers together was fine. Adding two strings together. In most languages, this would give you a type error. It would just be like, hey, I don't know how to add numbers and strings together. Fix your code. In JavaScript, it's going to do what's called type coercion. So if we run this code, we're actually going to get 2121. And you'll notice it's not yellow, it's white, which means it's actually a string. So what happens is when JavaScript encounters addition between a number and a string, it coerces the number into a string and then does string concatenation. Because I didn't show this, but we also can do string concatenation. So if I say like hello plus world, that's actually just going to create a new string that's the combination of those two strings. And that works just fine, hello world. But when we try to add a number in a string, that's where type coercion kicks in. And type coercion, it sounds scary, but ultimately there is a description of how the type coercion algorithm works in JavaScript. So you can read the ECMAScript standard, and it says, when the JavaScript engine encounters addition between a string and a number, the following steps should be performed. And basically, the first step is convert the number to a string and then perform string concatenation. Now, there's type coercion for a lot of other things. Like, you could try to add, I think you can try adding two booleans together. Yeah, and that gives us back to value 2. So the type coercion algorithm says, when I encounter an addition between booleans, I'm going to convert that boolean to a number. Yeah. Now, someone in the chat, I think it might have been David, who asked, what happens when we do this? And basically all of this is defined by the type coercion algorithm, but we're going to read this thing from left to right. I'm going to try to guess what happens, and if I'm right, I get a cookie. So string 2 plus string 2. Because it encounters this first, that's actually going to be 22. We saw that happen here, right? So when you concatenate two strings together, it's just them smacked together. So that's going to give us 22. Then we have a string subtracting another string. And the JavaScript coercion algorithm is going to say, hey, I don't know how to subtract strings. So ultimately what we're going to do is we're going to take this 22, convert it to a number, take this 2, convert it to a number, and then I have 22 minus 2. So my guess is that we're going to get 20, just like Q21 is saying, and probably other people in the chat. That's going to give us back 20. And it does. But like ultimately, you can read about the type coercion algorithm. You can read about what happens when different types are encountered. And this exists in JavaScript because JavaScript is a very beginner-friendly language. And the inventor of the JavaScript language thought, well, people might do things like this, whereas in other programming languages it just breaks. And in this case, JavaScript tries to work on your behalf to make it work. Cool. So type coercion is not scary. You just have to know what happens when different types are trying to be added together. It's great. Thank you for watching this video. Tune in on Twitch. You can join all these wonderful people and watch. Hello, I'm back. That was a video. If you didn't know that was a video, that was a video. I'm back. I ate my lunch. I think I'm good to go. And what's up, Stefan? Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, I did meet you at the Develop Number meetup. That was awesome. You're the army guy, right? That's you. What happened to the previous guy? He grew his hair out. He quit his job. And he gained some weight. That's what happened to that guy. No, I didn't go to TwitchCon. Cool. If you're just joining us, I need to change my stream title because technically this was a Q&A stream, technically. But we have now settled on this question and we've been talking about it for 2 hours and we're probably going to keep talking about it for like the next 2 hours. It's going to, I mean, we're going to be in it for a while, but it's a good question to answer because honestly it's it's the fundamentals of how the web works and how websites work. And I'll give it, for anybody that's just joining us, I'll give a quick review of what we're doing so far. Would I rather work with React and Next.js over React and Node? It depends. I like building JSON APIs. I just really like it. I think sometimes I even build JSON APIs when it would have made more sense to do something like server-side rendered or like Next.js or something like that. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Also, I realize that like I want to show all of these examples with these different types of websites, but I'm not actually showing any like sort of dynamic data, which would actually drive the point home a little bit more about what the difference between these two are. I think that's okay. We're gonna stick with what we've gotten here, and maybe we'll have an amendum. We'll have extra stuff we add on to the end where we talk about like dynamic data and stuff like that. Yeah, so like technically, sure, with Next you could have like your little API folder and you could create your API routes inside of there. You're right. But then that also is forcing you to use React, and I don't like React. So if I really wanted to work that way, I would use Nuxt. But then the issue is Nuxt doesn't, there's not a, it doesn't support Vue 3 in the main version yet. It's still in release candidate, which is unfortunate. And then I could just use SvelteKit if I wanted to do all of that stuff as well. I believe SvelteKit allows you to do like API functions. Yeah, and you're right. You could just expose the API folder, but that's there's the fundamental problem of like I don't like React, so it's like I don't want to write that code. Are you using the Nuxt release candidate for Nuxt 3? But I digress. First of all, if you're interested in this topic of how do websites work and what are the different kinds of websites, check out this blog post by Kent C. Dodds. It's really good. He's got a lot of really nice diagrams, and he talks about multi-page apps, progressively enhanced multi-page apps, single-page apps, and then the current way of doing things, which is like a hybrid server-rendered single-page application approach. And he's also using different like terms that I've never heard of. Like you'll see when I talk about this stuff, I say multi-page static websites, which is literally just static files. So let's do a quick review of what we've done so far. We built a website with multiple HTML files and a little bit of client-side JavaScript. We have an index.html, we have a contact page, we have an about page. All of these are static HTML files. And all of this can be hosted on a static file server. That's the first thing we built. What we just got done building was a server-side rendered website, or also known as a dynamic server. And we built that with Node.js, where essentially instead of having pre-written static files, we have JavaScript code that runs on a backend that generates that HTML whenever it is requested. So whenever we get a request to our homepage, we generate the HTML on the server and then send that back to the client. And so those are the two types of sites that we've built so far. The next kind of site we're going to build is what's known as a single page application. Essentially, you have client-side JavaScript that handles all of the page transitions and all of the pages and such. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about how do you host or deploy a site written with Node.js or like a server-side rendered website. You can't use Happy for server-side rendering? Really? Is it only for APIs? specify a view engine for happy. I mean, unless they changed it. I guess this issue was back from 2013. We're not going to talk. It's not a hate for React. It's a dislike for a lot of reasons, and which actually will lead to my decision for. Because I talked about, okay, for single page applications, there's all of these options and more. What are we going to use? I mean, we're not even there yet. I'm all over the place. But the thing is, if we chose React, it's not just React. We would also have to install React Router. We'd have to set that up. If we chose Svelte, not Svelte Kit, just Svelte for the client side. I don't think they have a de facto router. We'd have to find one in the ecosystem. Angular has a built-in router. I don't know about Solid. Vue has a built-in router. We're probably going to use Vue to build this single page application because it just has everything built in and we don't have to worry about the, I guess, is minutia the right word? All of the extra stuff and configuration. It'll just get set up and work for us, which is nice. Okay, let's talk about how do you host a server-side rendered website. One of the main places I deploy stuff is Vercel. But the thing is, so we talked about Vercel earlier for deploying static websites. Vercel can be used to deploy static websites, but ultimately it's using a CDN or a content delivery network. And Vercel is able to detect that if it's just static files, it's going to host your website as a CDN. If you have backend code or dynamic functions where you want to be doing server-side rendering, Vercel will host this as a serverless function. We've talked about serverless functions in the past. Like, there's a lot of different names for them. If you hear Lambda function, that's a serverless function. There's this newer technology known as edge functions. I'm going to simplify it. I know that edge functions are different than serverless functions, but at the end of the day, it's a similar idea. You have literally just one little function running on a server somewhere, but an edge function is as close to the user as possible. So when you deploy a serverless function as an edge function, it gets deployed all around the world to multiple different servers. And when a user goes to your website, it is running that backend server code on an edge as close as possible to them. So it's like a CDN, but for backend code. So yeah, edge functions are CDNs for backend code. And then, like, yeah, Lambda is specifically Amazon AWS Lambda. I've heard a lot of people use that term generically, but serverless, I think, is the most generic term. Functions as an API routes, yeah, and that's one way to think about it. So typically when you deploy to, like, Vercel, technically you can it actually should be possible for me to deploy this Express app to Vercel. But you'll notice that I'm using Express and I'm defining all of my different routes within this one file. Typically, the way you do it with Vercel is you create an API folder and then you have a separate file for each one of your routes. So I would have had a separate file for my index route and a separate file for my about route, but I think technically you can still deploy that there. Okay, we've got Vercel. We've also got Netlify. Is it called Netlify Functions? This is where I'm going to need some audience participation. You have a Node.js app. How do you deploy it? So both Render and Fly.io will work. I started looking into Fly.io, and it is services for backend websites, so Node.js, that kind of thing, not static files. So yeah, I guess Fly technically gives you edge functions, but like, do you have to write your code in a specific way? Run a Node app. Okay, so it's using Express, and then run it. Yeah, so you can make it work. Okay, so Fly.io is a thing. Yeah, Railway is another thing. Like, technically, Railway just gives you containers, so you could spin up a Node.js container. So you could say, hey, I want a container that's running Node.js, and then that could run your Express app inside of it. Yeah, so, First, before we get a bunch of other stuff, does anyone here know about Netlify? Like, what's the deal with Netlify functions? Do they work the same way as like Vercel, in that like you could take an Express app and technically like wrap it into a function, or let's see. Same as Vercel serverless functions? So like, can I deploy an Express app to Netlify functions? Joan Cena says we can. I can't find anything in the docs, but we'll put it on there. People are saying it's not the same as Vercel. Your mileage may vary. do your own research. It is possible to run Node.js code on Netlify functions. However, and I think this is the one caveat, most of these hosts will let you run your Express app directly. There are some hosts that require write your backend functions in a very specific way that is in a way that is specific to the host. Sorry for burping. So yeah, your mileage may vary here. It requires some kind of configuration or something like that. Excuse me. How to run Express apps on Netlify functions. Serverless HTTP? Yeah, so they're basically using this wrapper, which turns your Express app into basically a single serverless function. It supports all of these things. We were talking about a lot of these earlier. Cool. This is good to mention. I'll just say this. Some will require you to use something like serverless HTTP. Like that. Okay. Heroku is one. I know it's not free anymore, but it is one. Where else can you run your functions? I guess technically there is, not technically, it's a thing. Firebase functions. There's also Supabase functions. Yeah, and then, so all of these are, let's call them PaaS, Platform as a Service. If we start talking about like AWS EC2 or DigitalOcean or Google Cloud Compute, those are all basically a server in the cloud that you have full control over. So let's say like infrastructure as a service. IaaS. And then, I mean, technically Firebase and Supabase are backend as a service, but the fact that, I mean, these two solutions, honestly, it's weird to even put those solutions on there because typically you don't write backend code with these solutions. So like this Express app that we just wrote that does server-side rendering, you typically wouldn't even use these for that. Like you wouldn't host a server-side rendered page inside of a Firebase function or a Supabase function. That's the thing. But if we look at infrastructure as a service, the thing, one of the other terms you'll hear is VPS or virtual private server. This is essentially a virtual server in the cloud that you have full control over. So say typically provides VPS, virtual private server. So for this, you have AWS EC2, Elastic Cloud Compute. You can literally spin up a Linux virtual machine on AWS. And I mean, we talked about earlier how you can use, so we specifically used Express and Node.js, but any one of these others languages or runtimes, these languages and runtimes typically have an executable that can run on a Linux system, which means if you have a virtual private server that's running Linux, you can run any of those backend apps on AWS or DigitalOcean Droplet. I specifically mainly, if I'm doing this way, if I want to control my own server, I use AWS Lightsail, which is like a lesser version of EC2. They hide a lot of the details from EC2, but it's a lot cheaper as well. You can look at Linode, Google Cloud Compute, Azure. Yeah, and then I mean, so Google App Engine would be closer to platform as a service because you can like point it at your Node.js app, but you don't get access to the full backend server. And then Google Cloud Run runs Docker. Interesting. Does anyone know what is the name of the Azure service that gives you a virtual private server? And what's the name of the Google Cloud Compute? Oh, is it literally? I think it actually is Google Cloud Compute, isn't it? That's the thing that gives you virtual private servers. Would Hetzner dedicated servers count as infrastructure as a service? I don't think so. So the reason I call it infrastructure as a service, well, not I, the reason people call it infrastructure as a service is because you can literally spin up one of these machines with a single line of configuration. Compute engine on GCP. Meaning, I could literally say, hey to AWS, please provision me a server that has 2 gigabytes of RAM and 2 CPUs and 40 gigabytes of storage. I can issue an API request, and then it will literally spin that thing up, and then I can have credentials to like use the thing. So it's like, they host all of the infrastructure, they provide everything. Dedicated servers are a little bit different. Because it requires a little bit of lead time, right? You reach out to the company, you're like, hey, I need you probably just fill out a form on their website. I need a dedicated server. You pay them. Some person will literally in their data center will go plug the thing in, wipe it. You own the whole box. So you own the whole box. You can do literally whatever you want with it. You could start up your own service like this using your own dedicated server. Like you could spin up a dedicated server that has like 300 gigabytes of RAM and a huge hard drive and like 100 CPU cores. And then you could install a hypervisor on it, which is software that allows you to run virtual machines. And then you could build your own website that says, hey, if we're talking about Silicon Valley. But you could write your own software that says, hey, pay me $10 a month and I'll spin up a virtual machine on my big old machine and you can get access to that virtual machine. But yeah, what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Welcome in. I've never used Linode, but they look good. They look like they got good stuff. Yeah. What's up, Soch King? We are talking about right now, how would you deploy a Node.js and Express website? What are your possible options? And these are some of them, but there are nuances and differences between them because there's these things there's these things known as like platform as a service, and that you actually don't have control of, or you don't have access to the underlying computer that these things are running on. They abstract that away from you. Whereas with these, you do get access to a virtual machine, but it's not the bare hardware because the virtual machine is running on top of the hardware. And then you technically could have a dedicated server as well. And welcome in, Bestie. What advice would I give to someone who is learning C# and JavaScript currently? Try your best. First of all, C Sharp. Do not try and treat JavaScript like it's C Sharp, because on the surface, when you look at JavaScript code, it looks very similar to C Sharp. Treat them as two separate languages, and you'll have a much better time. Because if you go into it trying to use JavaScript as if it were C Sharp and expecting it to behave like C Sharp, you're going to have a bad time. So my advice is treat them separately. JavaScript is its own thing, and it has all its own little nuances and such. And then, yeah, that's my advice. I don't know. Yeah. Resellers, it is, yeah, people still do that. I mean, there's a website called Low End Box that you can check out. It's like just a forum of sorts where they'll make blog posts that just talk about various virtual private server providers and also dedicated server providers. And it's called Low End Box because you can get them for pretty cheap. But you are at the whim of that company, which is why you probably would want to go with some of these more reputable companies, because you can be sure that they have really good uptime, they have good security, physical security at the server center, that kind of thing. Whereas with these other sites that aren't necessarily as well known, there's no telling. It could literally be a guy with a couple of Raspberry Pis running in his basement. At the end of the day, that's still a way to deploy a website, but if you don't do it right, and that person that is running that doesn't have a good internet connection, then they could run into issues. The Wrong Missy, thank you very much for that resub, and thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you. And Kelvin, I know I missed your raid earlier, but thank you for the raid. If you're still here, raiders, I appreciate you. Welcome in. Yeah. Oh yeah, did I talk about Heroku? I think I put it on the list. Yeah, it's on the list. DigitalOcean droplets would be the equivalent of your own virtual private server. I mean, I don't know if you could say Heroku is dead. It is a service. You have to pay for it, but it still provides similar things to that these other services provide. Yeah, technically you could use Glitch. And honestly, we could have even another category for this, cloud development environments. Because this is what I would call Glitch. Glitch is typically it's more targeted at beginners. But you technically can host a Node.js and Express app here. I think I might go to sleep at some point, but yeah. Yeah. IBM Cloud Virtual Server? Okay. We'll just throw something like that. Yeah. Physical server is very important, but often neglected in home labs, especially in finance and crypto. Yeah. Yeah, you obviously you can set up your own physical server, but it costs money. It costs electricity to run it. Also, a lot of times they're very loud. You need to have a good internet connection if you want to keep it running all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Playground IDEs? I like that too. Because Code Sandbox, I thought I would put on this list. But I don't think you can have an Express app on Code Sandbox, can you? I thought they only do client-rendered apps. Start coding for free. Can I choose a template? Start from a template. Next? You can do next, apparently. Express example starter. Well, I'll be darned. Apparently you can. So yeah, Code Sandbox is another one. Gitpod, that's a thing, right? Try it. Does Gitpod let you do backend stuff? Probably. A lot of these do have a free tier. I would say when you're getting into the virtual private servers, these typically don't have a free tier because they're there's a high potential for abuse because it's a full Linux machine or Windows machine or whatever they provision for you that you could literally do whatever you want on. So AWS does have like the first year, there's a certain number of hours you get per month for the EC2 micro instance you could get for free, but a lot of these other ones don't have a free tier. Platform as a service, a lot of these typically do have a free tier, and also these like Playground IDEs have a free tier as well. And what's up, Daddy Ray? You can pay $10 to be able to run NodeMon. You mean on Code Sandbox or what? I've never heard of Payload CMS. Stack Blitz, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, and then it's baffling to me that like Replit typically was like a site used to demonstrate simple code examples and stuff, but apparently they have like an entire hosting tier now as well. Interesting. Yeah, Code Sandbox gives you an editor, but technically they are spinning up I think they're spinning up a container for you where you have access to the command line and you can run commands and stuff like that. So it's like, in a way, you almost get your own little virtual private server, but it doesn't have many resources. And I think if you're not on a paid tier, it shuts down pretty quickly. Yeah, and see you later, Moshiko. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. I mean, and I believe like any of these services that do offer some kind of free tier, they probably are very. They want to stop people from abusing their services and using them for bad things. So yeah, like if you're connecting from a anonymization type of thing, they might just assume, oh, you're doing bad things, so we're not going to let you use our service anyways. But yeah, okay. These are some possibilities. I think this is mainly it. Basically we were answering the bad things like. Using them to run your own. I mean, I'm not going to talk. It's like, distributed denial of service. So imagine this. You get access to one of these virtual machines, and now you want to use it to flood some other website or some person's computer with traffic. You technically could do that. You could write a little script that's running on this machine that just sends a bunch of traffic to someone's computer. That is one bad thing you might do with a hosted server. You also might host bad websites that have questionable content, or like a command and control server for a botnet or something like that. Those I just laugh because it's like, all right, I don't know, what can I even say about that kind of stuff? Yeah. Or try yeah, I guarantee that like for a while a lot of people were trying to mine Bitcoin on these servers and stuff like that. But they want to stop you from doing that because like at the end of the day, the people that are doing the bad stuff probably don't want to use their paid services anyways. And then you also get into the legality, like AWS as a company, if they don't do anything about somebody doing bad things on their service, they could get in trouble. So they need to stay ahead of it all. Okay. If you want to deploy a server-side rendered website that was written in Node and Express, these are some of your options. And for quickly, let's talk about how these potentially cost money versus if you had built your website completely as a static website. So we talked about earlier that when you build a static website, it needs to run on some sort of static file server like Nginx or Apache or something like that. Like technically, if you were to spin up your own virtual private server, you could install Nginx on that virtual private server and then have completely static files in a folder, and Nginx could serve those up. And that's actually how Coding Garden works. So if you go to coding.garden, this is, I mean, technically it is a statically generated website using SvelteKit. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But originally, this was all completely static files. So when you go to the homepage, that was actually a statically built Svelte app. But when you went to like /videos, that was just a static file that loads some JavaScript. When you go to the FAQs, that actually calls the GitHub API to pull in the frequently asked questions to this page. But I have my own virtual private server that I'm paying like, I think like 10. I have like the $10 a month tier on AWS Lightsail, but I've configured Nginx so that it can serve up these static sites, and then I have other sites hosted there that are not static websites. So, like the Coding Garden email list is actually running inside of a Docker container, but it's on that same server. And shouts out to that if you want to sign up for my mailing list. But it's on the same server, just being reverse proxied, which is a whole like Nginx concept. All of that to say, when you are using a service like, where are we? Here. When you're using a service like GitHub Pages or even surge.sh, they are hiding the fact that they are running a server somewhere that's running Nginx or Apache. But you don't need to know about that. You just give them your static files and they host them for you. And you can typically do this for free. So we listed these earlier. These are all ways of listing or hosting static sites. And most of these you can actually do for free. Now when we're talking about hosting a dynamic website written with Node and Express, these things are less free. And the reason is because, like what I talked about before, yeah, I don't mean to call me I actually have done the YouTube video where I talk about how I set up my my AWS server with Nginx and stuff. Yeah, it's all, I would say yeah, it's a 7-hour stream where I, the thing is, like, it's not easy. Like, that is the reason why these platform as a service things exist, because, like, nobody wants to manage their own server. It takes a lot of work. I have done it because I'm interested. Honestly, it's just, for me, it's fun to do. Like, I like Linux. I like system administration. It's fun. However, if you're running a business or you're running a website and if you want to do this, you need to hire somebody that is an expert so that they can manage that for you. If you're a startup and maybe you don't want to hire a system administrator or you don't want to have like a dedicated DevOps person, when you use these platforms as a service, because they're hiding all those implementation details, you don't have to worry about the complexities, which is, I think is great. But yeah. Where can we host our databases for free? There's a few different spots. Railway, I think I have it on the list here. Yeah, Railway will let you host a database. I've also used a thing called Elephant SQL in the past, if you want to use Postgres. I spelled elephant wrong. Here it is. But you get Postgres as a service, and they do have it's only a 20 megabyte database, but technically you could have a basic database there. Yeah. You can host 1,000 websites with one Nginx, but you cannot host 1,000 websites with one Node.js. That's a good way to think about it, Timon. Yeah, because when you have these static files, there's server software like Nginx and stuff that's just built to do it. And Shah, thank you very much for the 8 months. But if you have, if you require code that's running on a server, and that's what is required when you have a server-side rendered website, you will need some other service like this, and typically they are not free. I will say, technically you can deploy stuff to Versal and Netlify. A lot of them have a very generous free tier. But at a certain point, you're going to have to start paying money to host those dynamic websites. And the reason is, it requires a computer running that's going to run some dynamic code. Like when we were showing like our server rendered app as an example, like every time we go to the home page, this code needs to run, and it needs to generate this template. Like it needs to pass the data in, actually generate the HTML for this, and then return that to the client. So like every time we visit the page, we have our own custom backend code that is running. Did I update my... I did, just making sure. My mic and camera are in sync, I do believe. Yeah. Yeah. I think these tutorials are more for intermediate and not pure. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of background knowledge here as well, right? So like that first website that we built was just basic files here. I mean, as a beginner, it might take you a few days to even understand like what's happening here, and also like weeks and months just to get used to the syntax and stuff. So like, yeah, this is probably a little more intermediate. It's closer to beginner, but I will say that all of this stuff I'm talking about is, I think, is attainable, and that you can learn about this stuff. It just takes time. I hate sysadmin, but I run my own server. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is there's software that you can run on top of your virtual private server that makes it easy to configure. So like there's Caddy, there's cPanel, all of these things make it so that you don't have to manually configure Nginx and stuff like that. Railway, Upstash, and Fly.io. So yeah, those are all ways of hosting databases, I believe. Yeah, and then there's like, so PlanetScale is interesting because it technically is like hosted MySQL, but it's different. I mean, you could look at it like a hosted MySQL database, but it really was built so that you could talk to this database from serverless functions. Yeah. 000 web host. I've used that for like free sites back in the day. Yeah. Do I have any recommendations for setting up a basic static page? I'm working on a game with Phaser using Webpack, but it's incompatible with Cloudflare pages right now. Why is it incompatible? Also, I'm just going to go to Cloudflare pages because somebody mentioned it earlier. A Jamstack platform. So if you want to deploy here, it's very likely that you need to build the app first and then push the built files. It looks like you can hook it up to a Git repo, so it's... and welcome in, InstaFluff. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Shouts out to InstaFluff. Nice. Nice. You should, if you're not following InstaFluff, you should see an overlay in your chat now. Click on it. Click that follow button. And give him a follow, because InstaFluff is awesome. He is the inventor of the drop game. I have my own little seedling drop game here, but InstaFluff made the original drop game. Yeah, what were you working on? Pomokoto coding. Nice. Did you get any work done today? I'm planning on doing a co-working stream on Thursday. And I think I'm going to try to do some It's a long stream, but the plan is I'm not going to talk a whole bunch. I'm just going to have some music on in the background. We'll have my Pomodoro timer, but we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, so I have heard of Doku. Doku is like a self-hosted Heroku. Yeah, we did, and it's been helpful to actually get stuff done. That's good. I need to do some Pomodoros myself. Cool. Yeah. If millions of people go to your website at the same millisecond, how would a server serve each client? Will there be a delay for some? Everyone will get what they want? Everyone will fail? This is a great question, and this actually gets into like application architecture and like why you would choose one of these over the other. Let's talk about Express specifically, and also welcome in Raiders. Thank you for bringing your friends over, InstaFluff. Today we are talking about different types of websites. So we started the day talking about multi-page static websites. That is websites that are just static files, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. There's no backend runtime or anything. The code that you write is the code that gets loaded into the web browser. We showed an example with that. Then we showed an example with a server-side rendered website using Node, Express, and Handlebars. And then we were talking about, okay, now that you've written that Node and Express site, how do you deploy it? And we were talking about some potential deployment options. And now BTRSL is asking, okay, if you build a website and it gets like millions of requests, how can you manage that? And how do I talk about this? Because so if you deployed your, let's say it's a completely static website, and you deployed it to one of these CDN services, you actually don't even need to worry. All of those services will handle it. And it is because behind the scenes they're running something like Nginx, or they're running really finely tuned server software that can serve up static files. It does a lot of caching, and it can also handle many requests, many thousands of requests per second. So if you think about it, like if everyone went to the website at the exact same time, some people are going to get their response sooner than others. And let's say it's static files and they're running behind Nginx. And let's say that this Nginx instance could serve up 10,000 requests per second. So within the first second, that Nginx was able to respond to the first 10,000 people that made the request. Those second 10,000 people, the second 990, the rest, 990,000 people are all waiting now. The first 10,000 got served, and then Nginx kicks in and like, all right, I'll serve up the next 10,000, and then I'll serve up the next 10,000 until everyone has been served. And like it has its own like optimized algorithms for determining like when the request came in and how it responds, and it has its own optimized algorithms for spinning up background processes to handle even more requests if it needs to. But as a developer, I don't have to write anything special to do that. So yeah, that's a thing. If, for instance, I got millions of requests to my Node.js server, that's a whole different story. That Node.js server technically could be behind like a load balancer, and a load balancer is server software that can manage multiple requests, and that load balancer can actually say and can actually point at multiple instances of your app. So like let's say I wrote this one server-side rendered app, but now I could actually have multiple instances of it deployed. So I have multiple servers all running the exact same code, and then I have a gatekeeper, a load balancer sitting in front of that. And when a million requests come in, it's smart enough to pick and choose which one it sends the request to. So the answer is honestly load balancing. Load balancing is how you serve up millions of requests. And yes, there will be a delay for some. For the most part, if you've configured things in the right way, most people will get served fairly quickly. And ideally, no one would fail to get that request. So, yeah. And thanks again for that raid. Welcome in. Oh, thank you, Abyss. Have a nice lurk. Yeah, and caching is another huge thing as well. And like that's why CDNs can be so fast as well, because as we know, these are all static files and they have not changed, which means once I've put them on a CDN, that CDN can, first of all, cache these files all over the world. So there's different CDN servers all over the world, and they all have their own copy of this file. And then we saw earlier how the web browser actually works on our behalf as well, because our HTTP server set a cache header that said, this file is good for the next 3,600 seconds. And so when a user goes back to that website, if it's still within that time frame, the website or the web browser like Firefox or Chrome won't even make the request to the server. It's just loading its cached version. And then there's like caches all the way down to the CDN server as well. So that's a thing. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. Oh yeah. Let me for all the new people, let me tell you how my chat overlay works in a second. Are you using Doku on Lightcell, or is it just raw Docker and Nginx? I am not using Doku. It is Nginx with Docker. I've looked into Doku. I just haven't tried it out. Yeah, and we're going to talk about single page applications, and then progressive web apps, and then finally to the modern way of doing it, which is hybrid server-side rendering. I guess you can call that modern. It's what things like Next.js and Remix and SvelteKit and Nuxt and what all those things are doing. But yeah. JavaScript is a terrible choice from a pure performance perspective, but a great choice for productivity. And it all comes down to like sure, but like how big is your website? How many users are you actually going to be serving? And then if you are reaching the limits of your node server, you could spin up multiple instances and have a load balancer like I was talking about earlier, and then it can technically handle more. But then you could argue, well, if you just used a faster language to begin with, then you don't need a load balancer and multiple instances. But it's all trade-offs. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other aspect is like there's this concept of, okay, instead of always having multiple instances, you can automatically scale up. So once your server detects that it's getting a bunch of requests, or once your load balancer detects that, it could potentially run a command that spins up more instances so that it can handle more requests. But welcome in, the Artifacts. Glad to have you. Yeah. How to hack NASA? Don't. They're a government agency. If you get in trouble for that, you're going to jail forever. Just don't do that. Yeah. What's the best way to communicate and secure communications between servers in a microservice architecture? I don't have any experience doing this, but it's an interesting question, because if everything is hosted like in the same data center and internally, you could make the case that it actually doesn't need HTTPS communication between the microservices because it's all internal anyways. But then you could argue, all right, if your systems are compromised, now all of that internal communication is in plain text, so you probably would want that to be even internally HTTPS communication. So yeah. I don't have an experience with it, so I don't have a good answer for you. Timon says SSL certificates and trust chains. That's how you do it. Yeah. Cloudflare has a nice article about how they use Nginx and how they now develop on their own. Cool. If you want to link that, we'll take a look. Cause it is interesting to think about all of these services that provide the kind of stuff that we're talking about, and how, because they are serving millions of requests and thousands of like different apps and customers, they have gone the path of like really performance optimizing and performance tuning to the point of like forking Nginx and like making their own version of it. But yeah. 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 You think you got the point. It's complicated. Yeah, the answer is it's complicated, but it's doable. And well, it all comes down to like architecture. Yeah. I love that you're so innocent, Instafluff, because when Bun came out, people would not stop talking about Bun. And I literally had to ban the word Bun in my chat. Just because I was tired of talking about it. I was like, I don't want to talk. First of all, Bun is brand new. It's years away from even supporting the stuff that Node and Dino can support. So yeah, but I have heard about it. I even made a YouTube video about it that I made unlisted, talking about how Bun is overhyped. But that was like one of the most negative videos I've ever posted. It wasn't even that negative, but just the fact that I was saying this thing was overhyped, that everybody was talking about, got a lot of negative people into my YouTube channel. But I haven't looked at it recently. I mean, one of the things I did talk about is, if you look at the issues on their GitHub and you look at their roadmap, I mean, it's still only 17 out of 133 tasks implemented. There's so much that it's missing. That was my main point, is that like it's not ready for prime time yet. Like it's like a Hello World example of Node, basically. Yeah, and that's the issue. Like it's early days, so like we really need to wait until things have been implemented. And I mean, Bun also got funded, like and like a company started around it. So that's the thing as well. Now they have the funding so that they can work on all of the stuffs. But honestly, I'm putting my money on Dino because it's been around longer. They, instead of just being another JavaScript runtime, they also have some other concepts around security and how things should work. So my money's on Dino. But yeah, I've heard about Bun. I actually never even tried to use it. I've just seen everyone else try to use it, and things just breaking because it's so new. It doesn't support a lot of stuff. Yeah. Web standards, I say? Yeah, I mean, it's honestly one of the pain points as well, because I've been working with Dino, and because it is web standards, everything else actually isn't web standards. So everything else you see and use that is using like Webpack or any sort of like weird module loader, that's not web standards. That's just how those tools have implemented that stuff. And because Dino doesn't support that, it only supports the web standards, then you run into some issues there, but I don't know. Yeah. gRPC is great for server to server. Interesting. Yeah. I think the issue there, though, is like, if you're talking about microservices, those microservices already are serving up data in some way for like through an API gateway. So like the API gateway is the front gate into all of those microservices. So they're already responding with JSON or something like that in some way. And so I would think if they need to talk to each other, they probably respond with similar responses that they would to in clients. So it could be tricky to only use gRPC if they're talking to each other versus if they're talking to the end client. I don't know. Here it is. Thank you, Oscar. No, I don't think Bun is dead. It's just going to be a while before it really supports a lot of stuff because it's so new. Can we see the video? If you join the Discord, my Discord, and you look in the general channel, there is there's a link to it, but I'm not going to pull it up right now. Yeah. Most of the bottlenecks come from DB calls and data reads. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Hangawi? I use a lot of JavaScript mainly. I know other stuff, but these days I mainly use JavaScript. Do I have some recommendations for well-written repos to read and learn from? I don't, but this is an interesting idea. So we're gonna throw it to a submission. Yeah. Or I think it's submit. Because I think in general that's something one of the skills I think is missing from a lot of junior devs and a lot of people coming out of boot camps is they have trouble reading other people's code. And it would be a good exercise to say, oh, go look at this open source project that has like a giant Express code base where you can really get lost in, but also learn a lot about their architecture and decisions they made about how this code is structured and stuff like that. But Only Pain, thank you very much for that sub. We're going to talk about Astro. Yeah, so Astro falls into the category of static site generator. Sort of. Most use cases for Astro are static site generation. Technically, Astro can also do server-side rendering. So at that point, Astro falls more under the hybrid approach. But we are gonna, so whenever we talk about static site generation, I'm gonna show an example with Astro. We're gonna build this same website. Oh, I want to keep that open. Where are we at? This same website that we built. Well. Okay, this same website, which is server-side rendered with Node and Express, and then the same one, which is a multi-page static app, we're going to build it with Astro. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. My light setup. Excuse me, I'm a little stopped up. I will show you. Actually, I don't know if InstaFluff has seen this. This is my studio. And there's a lot of lights here. Let me hide the chat. I have all of the, like this light and this light and that light, and then there's also a light on the floor over here. All of those are pretty much to light the blue screen behind me, so that it looks decent when I'm here. So that way I'm like, there's very good segmentation between me and the background. So yeah, and then this right here is a ring light, and this lights up my face. Watch what happens if I turn this off. I lose that much light. Even though I have all these lights around me, all of those lights are actually for the background. that one little ring light is actually what's lighting up my face. Like that. And then also, like, this light right here is technically pointed a little bit at me. I messed around with it, because if it's pointed just at the backdrop, like that, you'll actually, like, see a shadow on this side of my face. Yeah, which is why I point it. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, and then I got my crafting table. my workspace over there. So yeah. Looks like when I had my garage as a studio. Nice. This is my basement. Yeah, so that's why you see the weird walls over there. Oh, and I don't know if you can see it on there, but I just installed this morning. So what you can't see is, so that green chair that's sitting over there is my desk with multiple monitors and my music monitors and stuff. But eventually I want to stream from over there as well. So let's see if you can even see this. You can see it. So I installed that this morning. So that way when I sit in that chair over there, it'll have a yeah, I'm not wearing any socks. it'll have a blue screen behind the seat over there, which is different than this one. No socks because I'm at home and I'm comfortable. It's funny, like, those, at least right now, those keyboards are mainly for display. Yeah. For free? I didn't realize my feet were going to be on camera. I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry to submit you to all of that. But yeah. So, I think these lights are called softbox lights. These, and I got them from various things on Amazon. If you look at my gear page, there's a link to at least one of them. The softbox lighting kit. This thing, though. Now I actually would recommend one that instead of getting one that comes with what are these, compact fluorescent bulbs? Instead of getting these, they sell some that come with LEDs, and also LEDs where you can change the color temperature on them. Color temperature is the word I was looking for. I couldn't think of it earlier today. But yeah, if you just search for like softbox lighting kit, they're right now they're around $70, $80. You used to be able to get them for like $40, but inflation is definitely a thing. Yeah, I mean, this one's $50, but one thing that I did is I actually replaced the compact fluorescent bulbs with LED corncob bulbs. Yeah, exactly, like Panther Finison. I'll show you these. Check it out. Oh, that's hot. On the bottom, it's hot anyways. But it's literally a bulb that is just surrounded with LED. You can't really even see. What if I turn this off? Yeah, that's better. You can see it literally just has all these LEDs on it. It's known as a corncob bulb. But I replaced the compact fluorescents with these. Yeah, it's when I found them, I was like, "This is the coolest thing ever." It's like, because it's like, I think like if you look up corncob bulbs on Amazon, you can see like how many lumens they are, because it's way more lumens than something that only has 2 or 3 LEDs in it. Corncob LED bulb. Yeah, so like that one little bitty bulb is 2,000 lumens. Which would be really hard to achieve with just like a regular light bulb. Okay, I need to keep moving. Yeah, it's a ukulele. Also, this ukulele has a cat on it. I think it's got a cat face. Okay. I have a dog, but it's upstairs. He's upstairs, and he also he is afraid of the stairs, so he has never been in the basement. Yeah. Streaming technically is my full-time job, though. Streaming is the only thing that I do. Hey, what's up, CM Griffin? Thanks for being here. Shouts out to CM Griffin as well. I don't think we've used this for you yet, CM Griffin, but everyone else, you should see this pop up. Click that follow button. CM Griffin has some really fun streams as well. Primus? I don't know if I literally only know these chords. Oh yeah, and if you're already following, you won't see that. So yeah. Cool. Do I alternate between standing and sitting? Since I've been live for 5 hours today. That's insane. But I've been standing for all of stream except when I sat down to eat lunch. And then my desk over there that has my monitors, it doesn't adjust, so it's just a sitting desk. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Only Pain. And again, thank you for that sub. So I think at some point, if I had an idea that I really believed in, I would maybe start my own company around it. The main reason I haven't is because there hasn't been an idea that I really believe in or really want to spend all of my time on. Oh, and thank you. I actually found this shirt at one of those stores that sells clothes from like a bunch of different brands. I found this one at Marshall's. You know, there's like Marshall's and Ross Dress for Less and all those others. I found it, and I like it. It's actually an embroidered little alien. So Coding Garden is an LLC. So there's that, but I mean, really, that's my business. My business is Coding Garden. But I've talked about it in the past. Like I don't want to start a startup just so that the startup can get bought. I want to start a startup that is an idea that I really believe in, and then I can get behind and like put all of my energy and everything else into. So yeah, you're seeing an ad. Okay. While everyone else is looking at an ad, I'm gonna tell you about all. I'm gonna advertise myself. First of all, you can send a one-time donation if you'd like to. Also, you can sub with Prime if you've got Prime available. Also, you can join my mailing list, which we talked about earlier. I send a go live notification every time I go live. And also follow over on my YouTube and my Twitter. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, if you're already sub, you could gift a sub as well. That is true. All right. Let's build a single page application. But also this article is interesting. We were talking about this earlier. Cloudflare built their own version of Nginx. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and actually, BTRSL, check out this article, because like this diagram is really what we're talking about here. So like all these requests come in, you have Nginx that's like handling those requests and those connections, and then actually forwarding those to the. So Nginx in this case is being used as a load balancer. Interesting stuff. Definitely check that out. And Astro Singularity, thank you very much for the 2 months. Yeah, there's quite a few, like, I don't know what the right term for them is here in the US, but they essentially get the overstock of a lot of bigger companies and brands and big box stores and then sell it for a bit cheaper. Have I checked the AT protocol? Sounds familiar. Is this what's used to program like SIM card chips and stuff like that? I guess it can, yeah, it can be used for other things as well. Cool. I've done it before because I was trying to, I was trying to program a, I mean, today's the day of examples. I'll show it to you. I'll show you what I got. Yes. This thing. So this is, I'm not going to open it up, but inside of there is a board that you can plug a SIM card into, and then this can essentially become like a modem over USB for a computer. And I was having a really hard time getting it to work with AT&T, so I was using at commands to program it. But I think this is something completely different, isn't it? This is not that. Yeah, this is different. This is different. The at protocol. No, I was not making. Stop it. I was trying to configure a USB dongle to get a cell reception because I was building an IRL backpack. I've never heard of this. What's interesting? It is not the at protocol that I was talking about. Best option for using Cloudflare plus Nginx static, Nginx reverse proxy node. In terms of like what is the best option to deploy it to? I don't have a good answer for that. Let's build a single page application. So, if you've been watching for the past 5 hours, which you probably haven't, but if you have, first up, we built a totally static site. So each one of these pages is just an HTML file. Nothing more, nothing less. We have a static file server that's serving those up. Yeah, that's right. You asked the question, BTRSL. I forgot. Thank you for still being here. Hopefully I'm not keeping you away from anything else. And then this is a server-side rendered application. So each page that we load, there's a backend function that runs that dynamically generates the HTML on every single page load. So there's that. Next up, we're going to build an app that uses JavaScript for everything on the client side. There will be no server-side component of this next one. And Gary Goodspeed, thank you very much for that prime. Hey. Welcome in. Now, there are a lot of options for building single-page applications. You technically don't need a framework for it. You could just use vanilla.js. You could use React. You could use Vue, Svelte, Angular, Solid. There's a lot of other ones. And specifically what we're talking about here is the version of these frameworks that only runs on the client side. Excuse me. That only runs on the client side. There are frameworks built on top of a lot of these that will allow them to run as a hybrid server-side rendering thing. We are not talking about that in this specific scenario. We are talking about completely the completely static and client-side version of these apps. Yeah, because if we're getting into Next.js, then that is when we're getting into hybrid server-side rendering. So eventually we will talk about web frameworks that can do that, like Next.js and Nuxt and Svelte Kit and Angular Universal and Solid Start. And then a lot of other ones. I guess Remix is the one, but that's like an hour from now. Well, maybe 2 hours from now, after we talk about spas and static site generators. That's the goal, Jimmy Dev. Is like once we get the examples of all of these, we can talk about the pros and cons and like when you would pick one over the other. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to talk about that today, Ambitions, but in a future Q&A stream, and actually I do need to change my title because this is no longer Q&A. This is just all the websites. But that would be a good topic for a future video, so come back. Okay. So first we have to answer the question, which one of these are we going to use? Now, if we were to use vanilla JavaScript, we would have to write a lot of stuff ourselves. And zero loop, thank you very much for that, Prime. We have to write everything from scratch. It would be interesting to see, because you could see how a lot of these things are working under the hood. However, I don't think I want to spend all of that time doing that. We could use React, but specifically we are going to need a client-side router. So these all have client-side routing. And if we wanted to do that with React, we would also need React Router, or there's probably some other libraries we could use. If we wanted to do it with Svelte, I think there's like Router 5 or something like that. If we look for Svelte SPA router, is that it? Is it literally called Svelte SPA router? Maybe it is. Okay. But this is a separate library though. We'd have to use that for routing. Angular just has routing built in, and then Vue has routing built in as well. And then I don't know about Solid. Yeah, so, but yeah, again, to reiterate, we are talking about client-side only. We're not talking about the hybrid server rendered versions of these things, because if you were to do React with Next, it does have like file-based routing and can do routing stuff. But we're specifically talking about a client-side router here. Yeah, so Routify? It looks cool, but you know, just because, oh no, I accidentally closed my chat app. Give me a second. Because there are so many different options, I'm going to say find one, because I don't know which is the best or which one is the most used. Similar for Solid. I don't know if anything is there. There is, I do believe, like, maybe Router 5 is what I was thinking of earlier. Like, technically, I think Router 5 could be used with completely vanilla JavaScript. Like, it doesn't care. Yeah, a library agnostic router. So you could use it with React. I think you could use it for vanilla, too. Find one. The moment we have multiple options, I'm not even going to look into it. What is Page.js? A micro client-side router inspired by the Express router. That's cool. And then, is Solid router a thing? Cool. So it's in that way, in that sense, it's kind of built in that it comes from the same core team. I don't know what it's called in Angular. It's Angular router. Cool. Yeah, it is literally the Angular router module. And so this gets into the first thing about single page applications is that you can quickly be, what's the word? Overwhelmed. You can quickly be overwhelmed by all of the possible options. So like your first level of choice is, all right, which one of these frameworks do you want to choose? And then once you pick one, you have to make a further choice as to what you would like to use for client-side routing. And then there's also like state management, which we haven't talked about at all. Because of all of that, I'm going to choose Vue because it has a lot of stuff just built in and pre-configured. So I'm not going to have to spend much time configuring things. I can just start coding, which is great. I would say you would get a similar experience with Angular, but with any of the other ones, there would be quite a few decisions you would need to make and quite a bit of configuration before you could really even start adding features and stuff like that. So that's why I'm going to pick Vue, and it's going to be a good time. Okay, so let's generate a Vue app in this folder. So I'm going to go to the Vue.js website. We're specifically going to be using Vue 3, which is the latest and greatest one. And we're going to use the Vue CLI to generate this app. So I can run this command locally. It's going to ask me a bunch of questions, and it's going to generate an app for me in a given folder. So we're going to run this command. I'm going to call this single page application with Vue 3. Do I use TypeScript? I'm going to say no, just for simplicity's sake. Like, I don't want to have to explain all of the types and everything as we come across them. We're more so worried about how do we get multiple pages, what's actually happening there. And fun anecdote from Angular, they dogfooded so hard within Google that $10,000 worth of hardware is spun up internally every PR since internal Google runs off main. That's crazy. So because they use it internally, every time there's a merge to main, they have to run tests and everything against it, against $10,000 worth of hardware. That's insane. I'm not going to add JSX support. So JSX is something you typically see used along with React. I believe technically there is JSX used with Solid. Svelte has its own templating language that isn't JSX. But I am not going to choose JSX. And then this is the other cool thing. It's like, hey, do you want to use Vue Router for single page application development? I'm going to say yes here. It's going to install it and pre-configure it for me. And then we don't need global state management, so I'm going to say no on Pina. We're not going to add any unit tests or end-to-end tests. And then, yeah, I'll add ESLint and Prettier. Just because it's that easy to add it. So if I now go into that folder, I do need to run an npm install. So that'll install the dependencies. And so earlier when we were using Node.js and Express, we had to install dependencies as well. But those typically were dependencies for the app running on a server. It needed all of those things to be able to generate the views and everything else. Most of our dependencies for Vue are actually build tools, and we'll talk more about that in a second. But for now, let's just look at what we got when we generated this app. So we get a bunch of configuration files. We can look at the package.json to see all of these things are listed as dev dependencies. These are essentially all of the things that need to run to actually build our app into static files. So I guess I didn't make this clear, but at the end of the day, all of the code we write here, the eventual code that we deploy, will be very similar to a multi-page static website in that it is just static files. It is just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. However, we're doing, there's a lot more JavaScript because whenever we're loading different pages, or we have the illusion of multiple pages, but it's actually just JavaScript dynamically changing the page to make it look like there are multiple pages. But at the end of the day, all of this is still client-side code and can be deployed in the same way as a multi-page static website. Just let that be clear. Okay, so we have all these dev dependencies, and then we have the true dependencies here. If I want to run it locally, I can run this Vite command. So Vite is a modern build tool that is used in a lot of projects, but it does come from the same people that made Vue. But I'm going to do npm run dev, and that's going to start up a Vite server. And then I can go here, and now I have myself a Vue.js 3 and Vite application. I'm going to go in and rip out all of the like the default styles and default pages and everything, so we just have like a super basic app. The other aspect of all of this is there's a whole lot more JavaScript concepts involved. So you do have to know about like this import syntax. Let me run my linter here. So that's a thing. And BTRSL, thank you for the focus mode. We're going to do a quick focus to get this app to a super basic point of just saying like hello world. Yeah, so those imports and exports are technically are what's the what do I want to say here? What's the word? ECMAScript modules, ESM, yeah. Pull this in. Okay. The entry point to our application just loads the router view, and so router view is this is all client-side JavaScript. So basically, our entire app is going to live within this one place right here. And then also, if we look at the public folder, well, not even that. I guess if at the root we have our index.html. So when we had the static multi-page website, we had multiple HTML files, right? We had one for the home page, one for the about page, one for the contact page. In this app, we actually only have one HTML file, and it has a single div with ID app, and that's where everything is going to live. And so we're going to use JavaScript to dynamically change what we're seeing here based on what the URL is. So when the URL is / we'll see the home page. When it's /about, we'll see the about page or about component. When it's /contact, we'll see the contact form. But that's one of the major differences here is everything is all running and loaded into a single page. That's why it's known as a single page application, even though we technically can have multiple pages. So everything is loading right there. This will load first, but it loads the router view, which gives us access to our configured routes. So by default, we have this views folder and then a home view component, and this is where we configure our routes. We are saying that when we go to the / route, it should load the home view component. When we go, and they've already given us an about component, so that's cool. So yeah, technically this is single page application and client side rendering, which I didn't add here, but that's another acronym or abbreviation. Client side rendering. Cool. So we have our about page. It's doing some interesting stuff here with lazy loading, which I'll talk about in a second. And then we're also going to want another route for our contact page. So I'm just going to add this here. And then we will have to go and create a contact view as well. Cool. So this is our routing setup that basically describes which of our pages should load based on what the URL is. So that's good. Now let's set up our views. So if we look at our home view, it is technically loading some other component. I don't want that. I honestly don't even want any of the script. I just want a super basic template here that loads the home view. And then I'm actually going to pull the existing code from our multi-page static site. Basically this section, like the hello world, this is the home page. So that's going to exist in our template here. And this is our home view page. And then our about page is going to have this piece here. Get rid of the styles. I also didn't want this to be like a tutorial on Vue.js. I think it's just going to be the easiest way to demonstrate the concepts. I'm not necessarily going to get into the details of how Vue.js is actually working or anything like that. We'll just see it like this. And then we have our contact form. So we want ourselves a view called the contact view. We need a template that gets loaded into there. And we should be good to go. So now this nav, I'm going to put that on the home component. Very similar to how when we were doing the server-side rendering thing where we had that layout, which got loaded for every view. Very similarly, app.view is the main thing that loads all other components. So we can put this nav here, and now that will load on every page because the page gets loaded into this section here. And then similarly, we can wrap it in a main tag with class container, and now every component, when loaded, will be wrapped into a main tag, like this. So that should be good. The last thing is we want to load the styles as well. So if we grab our link here, I can load this link into the HTML file. So loading the styles will work in a similar way. I'll basically just throw that right there. That's going to load all of our Pico CSS styles when the page loads. All right, is there anything else that I need to rip out? Yeah, I'm going to get rid of these this entire assets folder. Get rid of that. I'm also just going to get rid of this entire components folder. Cool. I think we should be good here. There we go. Okay, so this is our single page application, client-side rendered app. So we have our home page, we have our about page, and we have our contact page. Great. You can compare that, like the way this is working is exactly the same as our multi-page static website. So each one of these was actually a static HTML file, but it has multiple pages. Great. Each one of these, so this is the server rendered one, which is actually the server is running code that dynamically generates this HTML. And then now we have a single page application or a client-side rendered app. Now let's watch what happens. When the page loads, all of the CSS, all of the JavaScript, everything that we could possibly need gets loaded in. And I guess technically not, because we are lazy loading the about and contact page. And so when I click on the about page, watch what happens in the network tab. You'll see that there's actually a request for the about component, but there's a bunch of other stuff happening, and that's because I actually have there's a bit of a bug in my code. So right now, because I copy pasted this nav and I have these links which actually go to that page, Vue doesn't know how to help me out with this, so it actually is a full page reload. If I want this to behave like a single page application and actually not do a full page reload, I need to use a component called a router link, which comes from Vue router. So instead of doing this, if I do a router link and then I say to / like that, now we actually will get client-side routing versus a full page reload. Okay. Well, let's go to the home page, clear the logs, do a refresh. So a bunch of JavaScripts and stuff was loaded, but if I click about, that's what I'd like to see. Only the code for the about component, the request was made for that. And then if I click here, only the code for the contact page was loaded here. And if we look at the actual DOM, like at the actual, like what's happening in the code here, when I click on these pages, you can see that JavaScript is dynamically changing the contents of the page. Like JavaScript is reaching in and just like replacing it with what it should be based on that page. And that is very different from a multi-page app, which actually makes a complete request for a new page every time and replaces the entire thing. So if you watch the DOM here, if I go to the about page, it literally gets wiped out because then we need to reload the about page. And then if I click contact, same thing. The whole page has to load, and there was a full request to the static file server. The same thing is actually happening with the server-side rendered app. So when I go to the about page, that's a full request for that page from the server. When I go to the contact page, that's a full request for that page from the server. But in the single page application, there's no need to request this from a static file server anymore, because once the page has loaded, it has everything it needs, and then JavaScript just kicks in to dynamically change the content in the center there. I kind of want to get rid of my lazy loading in my router just to really drive home what's happening here. Because technically the way I've set this up is when you load the home page, it doesn't load the code for the about page unless you actually go to the about page, and that's because of this little line of code here, which in a lot of cases you want because it reduces the bundle size. But I do want to show you what typically happens without lazy loading. Yeah, and so that's what we're talking about right now, America 2050. Basically, by default, everything is included in the bundle. Yeah, that's what we're going to show right now. And then I can like differentiate between the two. So now by doing this, when the page loads, and we also, I think we can look at the network tab. So we'll do a full page refresh. We can see that it actually is requesting the JavaScript for all of these separate pieces here. So watch what happens when I click the about page. No network request is made. That means the first page loaded everything. Honestly, regardless of if I needed it, which you can say is like a good or a bad thing, right? Because what if I never go to the about page? I technically still had to download the code for it, which was like 2 kilobytes. But you can see as I click around the site, there are no more network requests. And so this is a single page application. This is technically client-side rendering. And you can see that like if I'm navigating between pages, it's actually really fast because all of that code is already there. Whereas if I were to navigate between pages here, it's not as fast because literally every page load needs to download the CSS, needs to download the JavaScript, needs to re-request the HTML. And then similar thing with my server-side rendered one. It needs to download everything every time, like that. So that is one of the major benefits of single-page applications is like once you've got the app, everything is there locally and you're good to go. Now, I do want to show the bundled version of this app. So right now, so when I ran the command npm run dev, it technically is loading Vite and the Vite dev server. And Pyramid, thank you very much for that resub. But if I were to deploy this website, I would first run a build. So if I do npm run build, that is actually going to generate a bundle for my entire application. And so really what you're seeing here is developer experience. So I talked about, and let me load it up over here. As a developer, you could pick any one of these and build a similar website. But really what you're buying into is the developer experience. Like what does it take to create separate pages? What does it take to share code? How do you do dynamic things? That kind of stuff. It varies depending on which one you choose. And so I have all of these files, right? I have my main.js, which loads the router and loads the main app component. And then the main app component loads the router view. And main actually loads our router configuration, which defines all of our routes, which in turn... Whoa. There's an Amber Alert. Let me see what it says. 10-month-old. Last seen in a white SUV. I'm going to go look out my window to see if I see a white SUV, and if I don't, we're going to keep going. I see nothing. Also, it mentioned it was in Aurora, which is like very far away from me. But I don't know if you all have those in your country, but in the U.S., it's known as an Amber Alert, and everyone in the area gets it. They give you a description of what happened, and potentially like a license plate number, and then if you see it, you like call the cops. Yeah. I didn't see it. It mentioned in an Amber Alert is when a child gets abducted. So that happened. Okay, where were we? We were talking about the fact that the router actually imports each one of these components, which we're actually calling views. It imports each one of those. Okay, so all of this, all of the importing, the configuration, all of this is developer experience. Like, as a Vue developer, I get to write my code this way. But when I build the code, when I generate a bundle, it's actually going to take all of this and turn it into a single JavaScript file. Even the stuff that has like templates, all of this is going to get turned into a single JavaScript file. So now if I do npm run build, we'll see what happens. Boom. It generated a single HTML file and then a single JavaScript file, which when compressed is 30 kilobytes. So all of this code that I wrote, all of these views, the router configuration, the main entry point, all of this got bundled together into a single HTML file that looks like that, and then a single JavaScript file that has everything. So this file has, and actually you can see, yeah, like there's the contact form technically, and there's some other stuff in there, but basically everything is in that one single file. So now, if I run preview instead of npm run dev, now we're going to see the built version of the app, and actually we're going to see a whole lot less requests. So before, when we were just running with the Vite dev server, you saw there was lots of requests for like little JavaScript files and stuff like that. Now let's see what happens for this. Boom. Just a single JavaScript file, and now like you're really going to see the benefit here. Like this is all it had to request, and then if I go to the about page, it loads the about page without any more network requests. Right? So when this page loaded, it had everything it needed for the entire application. And this is what we would deploy to a static file server. So these files here in this dist folder behave exactly the same as the app that we built with our own completely static files. So like the multi-page static website, which had our index.html, our contact.html, our about.html. It had all of that. And we could deploy this to a CDN or a static file server. Similarly, we can deploy this single page application, the thing inside of the dist folder. Those things, we can deploy that. That's all we need to deploy. We could deploy it to a CDN. It would behave in exactly the same way. And Oscar is pointing out a really nice thing as well. You'll notice that the bundle that it generated included a hash of the file. So this E6B2F92F thing, that's a file hash. So if my code changes, the bundle that gets generated will have a different hash. And that will actually help with busting the cache. So if I change the files a little bit and then I rebuild and redeploy, I'm going to get a different hash on that file so that it's no longer loading the cached versions, right? So if I disable the cache and load here, you can see that it loaded from the cache. However, if we change just one thing, just like this is the about page exclamation part. If I save that and then I rebuild, you can see that it has a different hash now. It has the 99C3B56 hash. And then if I run the preview, now if I refresh the page, we're going to see that file won't load from the cache, this 99, because it has a new hash. It's a new file name. Yeah. It would be cool if we also had an MD5 of the contents to verify it isn't modified directly. Oh, sure. And it might actually do that. Let's see. So if we look at the generated index.html, it doesn't add it. But yeah, there technically is a, what is it called? There's an attribute you can add here, and the browser will compare the hash against the file, and if the file differs from the hash, it won't load it. It's kind of like a security precaution. I'm curious that it doesn't. It's curious to me that it doesn't actually generate that by default, but yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look, Timon. Thank you. Thank you for submitting. Cool. Honestly, I like this. Also, I feel like this repo could be a good repository for all of that. So right now, I kind of want to take all of this stuff about like other languages and stuff, put it into a separate file just so that the main file is a bit more consumable. But this could be an entire repo where we talk about like best practices and like how you deploy different stuff, for sure. For sure. So BTRSL says, if I would have watched something similar to this explanation of all those concepts, I'd not struggle most of the time. These texts are not really different. The core is the same, just solving the solution in another place. No, you're absolutely right. And like that's kind of like the that's one of the main takeaways, and really like how a lot of this evolved, right? So in the before times, we built websites with multiple static files because that's the only thing we could do. And then people use general purpose programming languages to allow us to dynamically generate that HTML, and that's here. And so actually, I don't think I talked about this earlier, but Node, Express, and Handlebars is like, it does the exact same thing as you would do like in PHP. So in PHP, PHP allows you to have like server-side code and then also like HTML, and then all of that runs on the server to generate HTML. But this is absolutely comparable to how people were building websites with PHP and still are building things with PHP. And then this, the single page application one, is more comparable to like how things started with Backbone and stuff like that, and then eventually Angular, and then eventually React. They all work in this way. Yeah. Vite plugin SRI? What does it do? And what's up, Finder the Icewing? Welcome in. That adds oh, that's what it's called, subsource integrity hashes. So that's what I was thinking of when we were looking at this. You could put a sub resource integrity hash on there. Yeah, and so like even before Backbone and stuff, technically you could build a single page application with jQuery, right? But the other aspect of this is it shifts where things are happening, just like BTRSL was mentioning. With server-side rendered, all of that logic is happening on the server, right? With client-side render, all of the rendering is happening inside of the web browser. We've shifted from a back-end process to now handling all of that inside of the web browser. And there are trade-offs. There are the reasons why you would do one over the other. But like one of the reasons why single-page applications, like as your application grows, one of the reasons why this is like worse is that on the initial page load, users have to download everything. So let's do a complete fresh payload reload. Let's see. So overall, this website is 60 kilobytes total that was transferred. And that allows me to look at every single page, all for 60 kilobytes. If you compare that to a multi-page static app, so we'll load the home page. Right now we've transferred 23 kilobytes. And then once we visited the about page, we've transferred 48 kilobytes. And then we go to the contact page and it's been 74 kilobytes overall. So if you look at the overall amount of data transferred for a user that visits every page, a single page application overall is less data. However, it's more data up front. And then we're probably going to see something similar with the server-side rendered app. So initial 25 kilobytes, 50, and then 77. So the total amount of data transferred for a completely static app with multiple pages versus a server app is roughly the same. I think the main thing that changed here is the developer experience, right? So we didn't have to repeat ourselves with our nav bar and our layout. All of that went to one place, but at the end of the day, we're transferring the same amount of data. But with a single page application, you can get to a point where you're loading less data, but it's all up front. So that's one of the trade-offs or things that you would do that. Yeah, if you right now with disabled cache, actually, yeah, you're totally right. That would actually oh no, they weren't checked over. Yeah, it wasn't checked over here. So that roughly 70 kilobytes was right. Even with a single page app, if we disable the cache, it is going to be the same amount of code because after it loads, it doesn't have to download anything else. Everything else was included in the initial bundle. I'm going to try to evox. What we're going to talk about next is the hybrid approach. It's global? well, let's just make sure, right? Okay, so disable cache isn't there. And Rogue Soul, thank you for that Prime resub. Home. Home. Okay. Yeah, you're totally right, because it was trying to download the client-side JavaScript. You're right. So that's actually 26 kilobytes overall. And then for the server-rendered app, I would expect it to be more, because it does have to download more HTML. Cool. 25 kilobytes. Well, 25 kilobytes, not 26. That's comparable to 26. So yeah, you're actually totally right. It is like half the amount of data for a fully static app, even also a server-side rendered app versus a single-page application. I would argue the main benefit of the single page application way of doing it is the developer experience, like the fact that I can have multiple files here, I can do imports and exports, and the fact that I can actually deploy this to a static file server, whereas with the server rendered app you couldn't do that. Yeah. So with the server rendered version, the only JavaScript we're sending to the client side is literal client-side JavaScript, which is just doing this. Is very minimal. So yeah. Vue does have code splitting, and yeah, and that's the other thing is, so if we readjust our router to do this instead, we can make the initial page load smaller. So if I do this and then rebuild it, now you can see instead of only generating one JavaScript file, it generated multiple. And then when we run the website, I just need to make sure that cache isn't disabled. Now, it's going to load that, but when I click on the About page, it is going to download more JavaScript because it needed to download that for that. However, if I go back to the About page, it doesn't need to download it again. I think that's another aspect of it, is like, all right, now that the user has the entire website, no more network requests are being made. That is not the same as if you have all static pages, right? So like every time I go to a different page, it still has to make the network request. Now, technically, some of these will be cached, so it doesn't have to download all of that data again, but it is technically going to need to make a network request as well. So now that we're navigating across the server-side rendered site, you can see that it's not transferring any more data because it has cached those pages as well, like minimal amounts of transferred data because it's all cached as well. You can use Vue directly without building and bundling. Yeah, you're totally right. I wonder what that would even look. I guess technically our JavaScript our payload would probably be a little bit bigger because it's not optimized. Yeah. But yeah. Cool. Yeah. I'm sorry it took us 5.5 hours to get here, BTRSL. I know you initially asked the question. It's taken me so long. I'm hoping I can edit this down into something more consumable. Yeah. I learned Vue and Vue Router yesterday, started from scratch, and now my app has a bunch of components and child components, and now I'm struggling with emitting events to parents up. Yeah. Any advice on that? Yes. What is my advice? You're really dealing with what's the word? Unidirectional data flow. The idea that data flows down, not up. And actually with Vue, you can technically emit events from child components to pass data up. I don't code that way. I know some Vue developers that do. I don't code that way. One thing you can do is you can pass down a function, and then within the child component, call that function with the data that you want to get up to the parent component. I think I've done some Vue videos on component hierarchies. this one. It's actually, this is old school coding garden from 2018, but it should actually still be pretty relevant if you look at at least look at the code. And you look at, yeah, so we load the rockets component here, which is a view, and then the rockets component loads the form and the list. We're actually, you know what, we're using a store for this, which is another way to handle all of this. So in your case, with modern Vue, you would use Pina instead of Vuex, but that's ultimately how we're sharing data and events between components, is with a store, rather than emitting events. So basically, everything shares the data from this one spot at the top of the app. Anything that needs to modify that data calls a mutation or an action. And if it needs the state, it pulls the state in from there. So that is one solution to sharing data, is you just pull everything into the store. So you typically would use Pina for that. However, if you want to keep the state local to the components, I mean, it's possible to keep your code that way as well. You really just Vue has this thing called emit, which is I think the thing you were getting at. Here, because you can emit an event with data, and then you can listen for that event in a parent component, like this, increase by 1, and then the parent component could be listening for the increase by event, and then get access to that 1 value. So, I mean, I don't know if this is already what you're trying to do. Yeah. So you can look into emit, but I think at the end of the day, you really want to lift your state up into a store like Pina. Cool. Are barebone GraphQL backends with my best practices? Yeah, that's not even. Yeah, it's tricky to even think about or talk about, because I haven't even. For these basic sites, they don't have any dynamic data, right? And that's where things get a little more interesting, is when you have, like, if this static website were talking to an API, that would be a separate code base that, like, sends back JSON data. Whereas technically, if I was building the server rendered version, it wouldn't have to talk to an API, because I could have those database requests directly in the route handlers. And then this would behave the same as the multi-page static app, because it would actually talk to the API. Yeah. Why do you want to emit events to parents? It's just a Vue. I think Ember also has this pattern. You don't ever see it in the React world, but you basically, the way you share data between components is by emitting events to the parent. The parent listens for those and then can potentially pass it back down if it needs to. Yeah. Yeah, glad to hear it, BTRSL. Yeah. You can't emit 2 parents up. Yeah, that's why you have to pass it both times. So the child emits it, its parent receives it, and then re-emits it, and then its parent can receive that. So you would need to emit it in 2 spots. At least I think. Honestly, I don't know about that, though. At one point, I thought you actually could emit as far up as possible. Yeah. And then, yeah, that's the way I typically do it in Vue, probably because I had more experience with React before I came into Vue, is you just pass a function down, and then the child component can call that function. Yeah. I would avoid global event emitters, because then at that point, I don't know, like, how different are global event emitters from just like a global store? At the end of it all, you would probably just use something like Pina. Which, if you're in the React world, that's like Redux, or your context API with the provider that has a state all the way at the top that gets provided to lower level components. Okay, I've been live for almost 6 hours. I think I'll show an example with Next.js, and then that'll be it for today. But this is something that I want to revisit, because we can start to make these apps a little bit more complicated. in that like they potentially load dynamic data, and then the story changes in terms of like why one is over the other and all of that good stuff. Yeah, these days I just use the composition API with Vue 3, but this is a single page application. I will add in the README here that deployed the same way as the multi-page static website. All generated code is client-side code. Cool. Oh, I was going to use Astro for static site generator, because we haven't got into hybrid server-side rendering yet. Huh. And what's up, the bird? Is that your name? The bird. The bird. It almost looked like an umlaut with the two eyes. Like, beard. Welcome in. Glad to have you. And hello, Imcisive. Is this going to be the best video ever? All right, let's vote on it. Should I mean, honestly, I should just power through it. I should do an Astro example, and then I should do a Next.js example, and then I will be done. So we're going to power through it. Next up, we're going to use Astro, which I actually have never used before. So this will be fun, because it'll be my first time doing it. We're gonna do Astro. Astro first. Here we go. Here we go. So let's go to the Astro. Astro website to figure out how it all works. Let's go into the docs. I want to get started, so what do I got to do? npm create at Astro at latest. I'm guessing it's going to ask me a folder name to put it into. Where would you like to create your new project? It did ask me, so I want this to be a static site generated with Astro. So there are a lot of different static site generators. We're specifically using Astro. It's like it's pretty new. However, it's the best of the best. There have been a lot in the past. A lot of people are using Astro these days. All right, which template would I like to use? I'm gonna go with an empty project, and we're just gonna figure it out from there. That's a cool little animation. Would you like to install the dependencies? Yes, please. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This code is on GitHub. And I haven't pushed the Vue app yet. But I will. All of this is going to be in this repo here. Would you like to initialize a new Git repository? No, thank you. How would you like to set up TypeScript? I prefer not to use TypeScript. All right. We should have ourselves a static site generated with Astro folder. Let's see what we get. Is this the right place to talk about Jamstack? It is, yeah. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to finish this today, but typically when you hear the term Jamstack, that is a type of static site generator. We can call this frameworks. Astro is one of them. Another really popular one that was the most popular for a long time is Gatsby. It uses React. There's also Gridsome, which is the Vue static site generator. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, that's it. And then there's also like Hugo. And name some others for me. Is Vue? Yeah, VuePress. Yeah. Cool. What are some others? Zola? Never heard of that. Oh, here we go. Just go to jamstack.org. They'll tell you about all of them. I'll list that there. Wow, there are a ton. Okay. However, I'll give a quick pitch for Astro and like why people are choosing this. Astro actually allows you to use whatever front-end framework you want. They have plugins for all of them. So you could build an Astro site that has React components, or an Astro site that has Vue components, or Svelte components, or Solid components. You basically get to choose. So it's kind of like the best of all the worlds. Here's the other thing, right? So we talked about with a single page application, when you bundle it, when you generate the bundle, it typically just has one big JavaScript bundle, or multiple depending on if you did code splitting. But there's a whole lot of JavaScript. The appeal of something like Jamstack is you have the developer experience of like working on a single page application style website, and that you can put things into components, you can do imports and exports. But the actual thing that it generates is closer to a multi-page static website. So instead of generating a bunch of JavaScript, if things are completely static, it will actually generate code that looks very similar to the multi-page static website that we built ourselves. So you get the developer experience of single-page applications with the resulting code that is a multi-page static website. Wait, what about ViewPress? Next to what? Okay, let's look at our Astro website. So it too has like a package JSON. It only has one dependency. That's pretty cool. It does have some TypeScript stuff, and then there's an Astro config, which we shouldn't have to touch. And then if we look in the source directory, it's got some more TypeScript stuff. And then if we look in pages, it has an index page. Cool. And then there's this is actually super simple and not that scary, right? So even if you didn't know what you were doing, like, let's try this. I'm not going to look at the docs, and I'm just going to try to make Astro work. So we're going to do some copy pasting. So if we go back to our multi-page static app, we look at our home page here. This is really what we want in the Astro page here. I'm just going to do this because I think there's some meta tags that we actually do want. Get rid of that. We'll have that. Cool. And then we're still going to load the CSS from a link here. And then I think I would need an island for this. So we're not going to have scripts for now. Let's just see if I can get my home page. My home page with the navbar and all of this good stuff. Also, you can see that I don't have any syntax highlighting. So I probably need to install the Astro extension, which we will do now. Here we go. It's not a problem, Shellmaster. I think it just takes some practice and really just learning what those acronyms mean. That's really the point of this whole stream, because I did talk about all of these acronyms. So there's SPA, which is single page application. There's SSR, which is server side rendering, and we showed an example of that. And then right now we're showing an example of static site generation, or SSG. And then hybrid server-side rendering, I don't know if there's an acronym for that. I think the acronym that Kent C. Dodds is using was, let's see, a PESPA. What does PESPA stand for? That's a funny acronym. Progressively Enhanced Single Page Application. Okay. All right. We installed the Astro extension, which is great. Let's just see if we can get this home page to render. If we look at our package.json, there's a dev script. Let's run that. Let's see what we get. Cool. There is no about page because we have to create that, and then There is no contact page. Okay. One thing I could do, I mean, I technically could just copy paste this into about and then into contact. However, very similar to how when we were doing server-side rendering and then the single page application, I wanna reuse this stuff. Like I wanna reuse all these meta tags. I wanna reuse my container and my navbar. Let's figure out how to do that. But usually this is known as like a layout. Let's figure out how we can do a layout in Astro. You do it as an Astro component. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna rename this to, let's call this like, just capital L layout dot Astro. Oh no, we need a folder called layouts. And that is in the source directory, like this. Okay, so new folder, layouts. And then we'll throw our layout in there. And then it has this idea of a slot. So a slot is where stuff is going to get inserted in. And so basically right here, we want a slot because that's where we want dynamic stuff based on if it's the home page or the about page or the contact page. And then now we should have a page. So we're going to call this home.astro, or I guess we call it index.astro because that will be the home page. And then here we can just throw our layout component. And then that imported the layout component. I mean, it needs to go up a directory into layouts to grab it. Like that, cool. So pull the layout in, use it, and then we can put our stuff right there. So this is where we want just the stuff specific to the home page. Like that. Cool. Let's see if this works. So the build is still there. Homepage works. Awesome. Cool. And so now if I want an about page, I can just copy this. We'll call it about. And then say this is the about page. And then similarly, if I want a contact page, this is the contact page. Let's go get the rest of the stuffs though. So the about page, the H1 says about. Like that. And then the contact page is a bit more complex because we do have like a form and stuff. I don't think we need to do that, America 2050. Like I think technically we could create a folder called about with index.astro inside of it. I think it would still know what we're talking about. But for this use case, I think it's fine with having them all at the top level. All right, at this point, we should have our app. So now if I go to about, good. If I go to contact, good. Awesome. So we have our Astro website that's working in the same way. Is there anything else that I want to do? I guess technically I can put a title on it, so that's pretty interesting. With something that you couldn't exactly do with a single page application is dynamically setting the title. I mean, sort of, you could, but what this is saying is in my front matter, I can say that I can give it a title, and I think it actually will render the title. So like this is, if I give it a title of contact, that's Markdown. Oh, I see. Never mind then. Scratch that. Forget what I even said. Okay, forget that. I'm not even going to try to do that. All right, routing. Navigating between pages, use standard A elements, which we are already doing. That's good. And then we can have dynamic routes. Cool. I don't think I'm even going to demonstrate like islands or anything else like that. Like at this point, we basically have our our basic working website. Yeah, I think if I did want to change the title, I would need treat it like a component library, like pass down a title prop and then use the title prop here. I'm not even going to do that. Okay, at this point, let's see what happens. So I wrote my code in this way, right? I have my Astro files, I have my layout file. If I run build, what is it going to generate? My guess is it will actually generate like folders and HTML files. Let's see. So if I do npm run build, that will build it. And you can see we get our this is it. This is the winner. So we see our how this Astro file got just turned into an index file, index.html file, and how this Astro file got turned into a contact folder with an index.html file. And if I do npm run preview, we can take a look at what's going on here. Cool. But the one thing I do want to show you is what's super interesting about this is, so like I write my code this way, right? This is developer experience. If we look in the dist folder, this looks exactly like the code that I wrote by hand for the multi-page static website, right? So if we look at the code we wrote at the beginning of the stream for the multi-page static website, there's an index.html at the top. There's a contact folder with an index.html file. There's an about folder with an index.html file. The thing that Astro generated is exactly that. Like it looks exactly the same as the code that I wrote by hand. And that's a good thing, right? Like what that means is I can take this dist folder and deploy it in the same way that I deployed a static website or in the same way that I deployed a single page application. Let's put that in the description here. Can be deployed the same way as multi-page static websites. Cool. That was incredibly easy, incredibly easy to do. And I'm actually I'm relieved that what was generated was exactly what I expected. Like it literally took our stuff and just generated static files from that. Now I mentioned this earlier. Like we are not showing like dynamic data or data from an API, or really we're not really even showing the major benefits of like why you would even use something like this. But we'll maybe do that in a future video. Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions on Astro before we move into Next.js? These three dots are known as front matter. At least I thought. So let's look at getting started. Yeah, and like that's the other interesting thing. So right now I am technically using Astro components. You could put a .view file in here. You could put a .jsx file in here. Astro would know exactly what to do with it, and it would work in a similar way. Use the same feature as Astro components. All I'm trying to find out what are these triple dots called, or triple dashes called. I think it's front matter. That's what it's called in Markdown anyway. Oh, in this case for an Astro component, it means the script. Like this is actually where you can run code like hi. So at least in a .astro file, these dashes mean anything inside of here is JavaScript. Anything outside of it is like template code. That's all that means. If you're in a Markdown file, it's slightly different, because if you look at Markdown, it'll have the triple dots, but that lets you have metadata, like a title attribute, or specify which layout you want to use, that kind of thing. Yeah. Astro is cool. I agree. It's really cool. And I'll just show islands for a second. Like, I didn't show examples of islands because the apps that we built are already mostly completely static. I mean, honestly, I would say of all the things we've shown today, for the type of app that I've shown you today, which is just super basic web pages, Astro and static site generation makes the most sense. Once we start introducing like dynamic data and maybe more like more logic in our server-side routes, then there might be a reason why you wouldn't use Astro. But honestly, for the app that we're building today, like Astro makes the most sense. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about islands because if we did want to have like a little bit of JavaScript on our pages instead of everything statically generated, Astro lets you create what's known as an island, which is like one tiny little component of JavaScript interactivity. So if you put this client load thing on there, that makes it so that will actually load JavaScript. And so if we had something like that, we could use that feature. Okay. Last thing I want to demonstrate is the hybrid approach. And so honestly, when I use Next.js for this, I think it's actually smart enough to generate a static website. We'll see, though. We'll see. I'm going to use Next just because that's one of the main ones in this space. Remix is the new hotness, but we're going to go with Next. And when I say hybrid, no, I mean a hybrid means a combination of a server-side rendering and single-page application and static site generation. So these frameworks basically are able to figure out what is the best thing to do based on, first of all, the code that you've written. Second of all, when that code is loaded to a web browser, and like when and how your website is being used. So Next.js does a combination of all three of these things: static site generation, single page application, and server-side rendering. And pretty much all of these do that. They basically decide when to do when to do the thing. So let's show an example with Next.js. I think these are the main like competitors of Next.js. Like I guess I can just say that this uses React, Remix uses React, Nuxt uses Vue, SvelteKit uses Svelte, Angular Universal uses Angular. I mean they're in the name at this point, and then Solid Start uses Solid. Elder.js, haven't heard of it. I mean, I would pick SvelteKit because it comes from the core team. Interesting, but Elder is SEO first. So Elder is like a static generator first for Svelte, which is interesting because I've used SvelteKit as a static site generator. So I showed my website earlier, coding.garden. This was built with SvelteKit, but I'm using the static site generator, or the static adapter. So if you look at my code, and you look at my Svelte config, I tell it to use the adapter static. So when I bundle the website, it just generates static files. It does not generate like a server-side runtime or anything like that. And like this literally generates a folder called FAQ with a file called index.html. Similarly with videos, it generates a folder called videos with that. So it's possible to do that with SvelteKit directly. I've never heard of Elder. It's interesting. But let's do it with Next.js. So if we check out nextjs.org, we can look at the docs. I want to create an app, so I'm going to run this command. Maybe. Is this to do an ultimate guide for web development? Sort of. I mean, it just talks about all of the different technologies. I have not typed out when you would use one over the other, like when you would choose one. I would say, honestly, just go look at Kent C. Dodd's blog posts, because he has a lot of really cool diagrams that talk about the differences in how all of these work, and then you can make your own decision as to what you should use. I would say, like, honestly, I think the main thing people are doing these days is this hybrid approach, because if you use Next.js, you basically get the benefits of all of them from the get-go. Though some people would argue that it's not as good at generating static sites as something like Astro, so you would pick that. But at the end of the day, if you choose one of these technologies, for the most part, you're going to get the best of all the worlds without really even having to think about it. Yeah. What magic are you talking about, Oscar? Oh yeah, we're generating the next app. Okay, what's our project name? Hybrid SSR SSG SPA with Next.js. But yeah, I mean, do you know of a specific tool that can automatically cut the video up? Because I don't. I'm gonna have to do it manually. Yeah. Yeah. So Next.js is the iPhone. It can do it all, and it also, like, with a good developer experience, in that, like, we can write our code in a very similar way to how we wrote our Astro app, and when the thing that it generates does server-side rendering when it needs to, and all of that good stuff. I need more water. I'll be right back. Now, I will say, Next.js has taken the longest to install dependencies out of all of them, right? Like, it's not even done yet. So that's funny. But again, it's all about developer experience. And again, if you're gonna be the best of everything, you're gonna have a lot of dependencies. So. Here we go. I forgot about that. I wanted to make a pull request to Next.js because it's actually really funny if you look at their source code. It literally tries 3000, port 3000, 3001, 3002. It does one at a time. And then if all of these ports are taken up on your machine, it just quits. It doesn't even try to find another one. Luckily, port 3010 isn't in use, so that's what Next.js decided to use. Yeah, and that's something to consider. But what's nice is Versal are the creators of Next.js as well. So Versal is highly tuned to be able to deploy and run a Next.js website. So it basically does all of that for you. Okay, so this is our next app. Let's dive into the code and then like rip some stuff out so that we have a basic app. It tries a bunch of times, but the way you should do it is you use a package that finds an open port on the user's machine and just uses that port, rather than trying each individual port. But obviously it's not a problem that a lot of other devs have, because nobody's made an issue for it up until this point. And so, like, I went in and I was going to make a pull request that uses there's a port finder package on NPM. But I was like, I'm probably the only person that literally has all 9 of these ports in use on my machine. So, all right, we can see what got generated. We have our next config, which has some configuration. We have our package JSON just like we did before, and it has just a few dependencies. And we have a styles folder with some CSS modules and some global CSS. I'm actually just going to delete all of this. See ya. And then it has a public folder with a favicon and an SVG file. I'm going to delete that Versal SVG file. And then it has a pages folder with our home page here. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but all of this is React codes. So right now we're looking at a React component. I am going to rip everything out, get rid of the images. Well, actually, where did it use head? We're going to want to use head, I think. I might need I need to look in. I think maybe, is this my layout file? I'm going to remove that import for the global CSS. I'm going to remove this API folder, but this is another interesting thing about Next is you can put your little functions in this folder, and then when you deploy it to Versal, all of the functions in here get deployed as serverless functions, and then these get deployed as either like server rendered pages, or when the browser loads them, they are single page application pages. Yeah. Oh, that's good to know, BJ Sebastian. Cool. Remember those days when we connected straight to the modem? So app.tsx is the layout. Okay. Is this where I would put like common... I guess that's where I would put like this head stuff, right? I think anyways. Let's just get rid of all of this. And ideally, this will actually return this, and then the head will go there, and then the component with its props will go there. And we need to import head from next head, like that. Okay. We can get rid of that. And then in our index, for now, I'm just going to have an H1 that says hello world. Let's see if we can at least get this working. So this says hello world. Great. Great. 28 years of development in 3 hours. Okay. Awesome. Let's go grab the rest of our codes. So if we look at our... we can even pull it from our Astro site. So this is actually what we want our layout to look like. It needs to have all of these things in the head. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Loads the style sheet. Cool. What did I do wrong? What's going on here? Parenthesis, semicolon, curly brace. Oh! These meta tags are not self-closing. In React, these need to be self-closing. That's a thing. Okay, that should at least load the styles. Great, great. And then now we also want to have like this main container. So we'll have main here, and then instead of a slot, we actually want to have that component that gets loaded in. And then why is this complaining? Do not use an A element to navigate to / use a link. Okay. So very similar to how when we were in Vue, we had to use the router link. Next.js provides specifically a link component for us. And then now we can use that. So instead of A, we do link. And I think I can say to. I will keep it href. That's fine. That. All right. And then now let's get our homepage content, which is going to be this. And so our index.js will just look like this. But because we're in React, I will need to do this fragment thing to make it the root. Okay, there we go. However, does this look the same? It does. There's like a little bit of, wait. I need to make sure these are all at the same zoom level. So, 133% zoom. These all should look exactly the same. Homepage, homepage. Except for that server-generated date. All right, Astro added like a little bit of padding at the top. I guess Vite got rid of the padding. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's because we have a div app with main inside of it. Okay, but and then I think that same thing happens when we do Next.js, because we have div id next, which then loads main inside of it, which is slightly different. I'm not going to worry about that though. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we have the home page. If I go to About, it's not found. And we just need to create it. So the way that routing works in Next is very similar to Astro in that you just create a file. So if I create a file called about.js, that will give us a page called /about. So I'll call this about. Let's go grab the about content. And then we'll do the same thing for contact. And then we have quite a few self-closing tags on here that we're going to need to fix, like the input, and I guess just the inputs. Cool. All right. Now we should be good. So we have our About page, we have our Contact page, and then we have our home page. And if you're a keen viewer, you'll see that it is now behaving as a single page application, which is why we get the best of both worlds. Okay, so we've built our app. I'm curious, first of all, what will happen when we bundle it. I'm curious if it's actually smart enough to just generate the static pages. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if it takes time to achieve greatness. If we're comparing like the build times of all of them, Next.js is definitely the longest. But we can see the routes that got generated. So we have our home page, our 404 page, our About page, and our contact page. And then if we look at the actual generated code, so if we look at, I believe it's in the next folder. Bunch of stuff. I don't even know. It generates a lot. I think at the end of the day, like Next is supporting so many different websites, and they've done so much within it that like that's why it takes a long time, because it has to handle a lot of possible edge cases and stuff. Yeah, and that's the other interesting thing is like pieces of it are server side. I'm actually just going to delete this API folder because this is a backend route that we actually don't need. I'm just going to delete that. Yeah, if you deploy to anything but Versal, you're going to need an actual like server side runtime. So I think like this is our, I believe this is our generated app. Honestly, anybody here know Next.js? Do you know better than me? Like, is there not like a dist folder? Is the .next folder the actual like built files? .next is for dev only. So where are the bundled files? Where does it build it to? The server folder under .next is the built files. Okay, so if I look in here, this is the code that I would deploy to like a Node.js server. We've got our Webpack runtime, middleware, React, loadable, manifest. So is this our actual like server code that like listens on a port? Or is it everything in the .next folder? Because I'm curious to just see like an entry point of some kind, right? Like, let's say I'm not deploying this to Versal. How would I run it on my computer? Thanks, Timon. You're right. We should just read the docs. And apparently, it's like I couldn't click that. Let's see. Next build generates an optimized version of the application for production. This standard output includes HTML files for pages using get static props, etc., etc. The output is generated inside the next folder. Self-hosting. Oh, I see. So because I just ran next build, if I run next serve or npm run serve, that should serve the built files. That's no longer. I might have to add it to my package.json. Let's see. Yeah, we'll create one called serve, and this is similar to the preview command that we were running with Vite. This does not run this runs the built version of the code. It should anyways. Invalid project directory provided. No such directory. Well. Oh, it's just next start? Okay, never mind. Never mind. It was already there. npm run start. I'm telling you. Well, I mean, I guess I could tell it what port to use. How do I do that? I mean, can I do something like just port Yeah, that's what I was gonna try. MSQQQ port equals 4343. Like that. Yeah, cool. So now we have our next app hosted here. There it is. We'll do a hard refresh to see the initial page load. We can see that 116 kilobytes were transferred overall. And if I click the About page, oh, check that out. Okay, so when I hovered over the About page, you saw that there was actually a request for that About JavaScript. And then if I hover over Contact, it literally like preloads it before I even click on it. So that's like optimistic loading. Great. And then now that it's loaded, you can see there are no more network requests happening. So now it's essentially just behaving like a single page application. If I request the About page, that has, well, and we'll do it like this. That does an initial server-side render of the About page, but then when I go to the Contact page, now it's a single page application render of the Contact page. Yeah, and so Remix, yeah, it works in a very similar way. Cool. And then what Oscar is telling me is basically because I know that all of these pages are static, technically I could do a fully static export. And also, why is the title Astro? The title should not be Astro. Let's see. That's why. Get out of here. So first the page renders and as server-side rendering, and then single page application takes over. Exactly. That's just what Next.js has done for us. That's why, I mean, honestly, that's why like this build process and everything takes so long, is it's figuring out, it's basically building a function that can server render it. It's building the static version, which can be loaded over JavaScript. It's basically doing all of that for us. Okay, so here we go. One last example of this. It's super interesting to me that when you hover over these links, it's dynamically loading that JavaScript behind the scenes. I'd never actually seen that before. And yeah, it uses Webpack under the hood. So cool, that's our Next.js app. But we technically can do export, which will build an HTML version of our app, which, because we know all of our pages are static, it's one thing that we can do. So let's add ourselves a script and then see what it generates for us. npm run build and next export. I guess technically I can just do next build. Let's see. Yeah, some people were saying that earlier, like Next uses some Rust build tools. Wait, am I missing chat messages? Why am I missing chat messages? Have I been missing chat messages all day? Look how long ago this message was sent. Something's happening. Okay. Cool. Someone is probably pinging my backend server. Let's see what we got. So this ran the build, and then using the build directory, generating a map, launching a worker, exporting, files written to out. So there is now a directory called out, and this has all of those HTML pages. Yeah, so that's actually super interesting. When we ran the export command, it was able to generate literally just HTML files. I'm curious if Next can also do clean URLs for an export. That's literally the page that we're on. Is this just a copy of the Next static folder? Not quite, because this has chunks, pages, and all of that, whereas if you look at the out folder, it's just HTML files. Did it eventually catch up on all of the other messages? So in our next config, we need to say trailing/true. I honestly just need to kill some of these processes. I'm guessing this is what is taking up. Like, why my computer is so slow? Cool. We're going to run the export again with that config. Oh, though, no, I think I need to, do I need to build it again? We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Nope, I didn't need to build it again. So now when I exported it, we get a contact folder with an index.html. So that's more of what we expect. Okay, I think I'm done. I'm done showing all of this now. But ultimately, Next.js is like the best of all worlds, right? So because I knew the code I written could be completely statically generated, once I added that to the config, well, I added that option there, and then we just ran export. It was actually able to generate a completely static website, very similar to the one that Astro generated, and very similar to the one that we created from scratch at the beginning. However, if we don't do this export, we actually can have a server-rendered app that needs Node.js to run, or needs a server runtime to run, so that initial page loads are server-rendered, and then once the actual other pages are loaded, those are single-page application client-side rendered. But it's doing all of that behind the scenes, right? I didn't have to do anything special when I was defining these pages to tell it that they should be client-side rendered when they're loaded after the initial page load. All of that is handled by Next.js. So all of these other frameworks that I listed under here, like Remix and Nuxt and SvelteKit, they all work in a very similar way in that they can be the best of all worlds, and you can do a little bit of configuration to change the type of code that is generated as well. And why is this there? That should go away. Yeah, I think that's mostly what I wanted to talk about. I think I didn't really even get to touch on PWAs or progressive web apps, but ultimately you could take this completely static website that we built and add a little bit of JavaScript so that all of the pages get cached up front, and then you would have a really quick page load after that because you could have all of the page cached on the client side. Similarly, you could do a similar thing with a single page application. The thing about static site generation, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but you need to build the app somewhere, right? Whether you're building it on your computer or you're building it on a dev server or something like that, you do need a backend to create the build. But once you have that build, it can be deployed in the same way as a multi-page static website. For something that is server-side rendered or is hybrid server rendered, you will need some sort of runtime to run that backend code, unless you're able to do the static site generation with your hybrid server-side rendering. Then the code it generates doesn't need a runtime to actually run. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to show. In the future, I do want to build more complex websites with all of these different ways, so we can compare and contrast why one might be better over the other. But for the most part, I think at this point we have essentially covered the different types and seen apps built with each one, so we can at least compare and contrast at a high level. That, I think, covers everything. Thank you for watching. Hopefully I can edit this into a YouTube video. Hopefully you're watching this on YouTube right now. If you are, thank you. Feel free to click that thank you button down below. Drop a comment. That's it. We'll see you later. Also, tune in on Twitch. Everybody watch this live on Twitch. This is a almost 7-hour stream, by the way. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Bye. And then I do have a bye, YouTube. Yeah, the thank you button actually is to give me money. But people don't know that yet. Yeah, let me show you the YouTube thank you button. If you go to a video, it is this thanks button. And then if you click that, you can give me money. All right. I am curious of checking out how Reddit does things, because I think Reddit was built with Next.js. All right, let me kill all these. Let me close all of these. Well, that's not one thing. That's not what I wanted to do. I agree, Fear of Code. I typically use the old version of Reddit because it's way faster. Why am I concerned with how terrible sites are implemented? Just to show that the technology that they use. I'm not saying you should do this or you should. I'm not saying your site should behave this way. You can see that I actually have old Reddit on by default. Give me a second. Let me disable it so we can see the crappy version of Reddit. Preferences? Here it is. You can see if you use Reddit, if you go into your preferences, there's an option, use new Reddit as my default experience. Okay. And now. Oh. I've been invited to try out Reddit's new mobile website. Okay, regardless. Let's see. We're going to look at the network tab. We're going to disable the cache, clear everything, and then do a hard reload. My God. It's loading content. So you actually, all of those MP4 files that it's downloading are GIFs, are videos on this specific page. Also, don't do that. Honestly, I feel like the new version of Reddit will have, like, their server bill is probably 10 times what it was before. Like, what the heck? Also, like, all these videos, those should be lazy loaded. It shouldn't actually be downloading those when I go to the web page. Look, like, those things aren't even in my viewport yet. You can literally put a lazy tag on those, and what is happening? What is happening? Why are they cached? They're not. Like, the fact that you see the number of like, is, oh, I guess because I disabled the cache. I disabled the cache. Also, where are these videos even at? Why is it loading these videos? I mean, are these ads? Are these all ads? I need to hide my screen in case it's anything bad. Every single one of these is a Peacock ad.
Time to put the boogeyman to bed.
Sorry about that. That was an audio file that auto-loaded. This is baffling. Sorry about that, everyone. Baffling. Honestly, it's hard to even every time I open it. It's hard to even try and determine, like, what is actually happening here. All right, let me. Okay, I have to disable the cache to really even see, like, what was server side rendered and not. Okay, so if we look at this, like, r/JavaScript, the response. If we look at the raw response, it is an HTML file. And what I'm curious about is, were these posts loaded into that initial page load? So if I search for, like, a title, like Node version 19, it's in here. Yeah, so you can see that the initial page load from, oh gosh, spinning wheel of death, looking at the source of Reddit. My follower count overlay is severe. I think everything is behind today. Oh, it is. It hasn't refreshed from earlier. There we go. Okay, but the fact that the HTML that we got back from the Reddit server actually includes these divs with their titles and everything else, this is the initial server-side render. And then if I were to click on one of these, I do believe that it actually behaves as a single-page application, and that it's not going to do a full page reload. So let's clear the network requests. Let's click on a post and see what happens. So it loaded this comments page. We can see the response includes a bunch of CSS. Oh, that is CSS. And then if we look at the JavaScript, I think this is actually, like, injected data in a JavaScript file. So, for instance, or for example, if we try to look for, like, a better link about the release, if I just search for better, I don't know. Reddit needs to fix itself. Like, there's a way better way to do this. I do believe they have the hybrid approach. So the initial page render is server-side rendered, and then as you navigate the website, it behaves as a single-page application. I think especially seeing the fact that this is a modal on the existing web page, like, they literally requested the dynamic content and then are loading it as a modal rather than as a separate page. This is cancer. I need to go back to my settings and turn on old Reddit. It's baffling how slow everything loads. Ugh. I mean, that's aside the point of what we're doing here. I mean, yeah, like not to crap on the devs or anything. I mean, I honestly think it was more of a marketing and business decision to make the site run that way than it was a developer decision. Because ultimately they're trying to funnel everyone into the Reddit mobile app. Reddit does not want mobile users using their website. They want you using the mobile app. I think the mobile app has like better ways of tracking people and better ways of showing targeted ads, which potentially increases revenue. What's up, Jules? Oh, does it still say we're in focus mode? We don't need to be in focus mode anymore. Thank you. Honestly, the stream is about to be over. But yeah. The compact version looks cool. Anytime I look at that on my actual mobile device, it always tries to get me to download the actual Reddit app. Yeah. I didn't even see this. It's trying to initialize TypeScript and JavaScript features for that README file? I honestly don't know. What's up, Wiggle That Muffin? Welcome in. Yeah. Scraping a YouTube playlist? I would say just use the YouTube API. Because you can request the duration of videos based on ID. And then you could request all the video IDs in a playlist and then calculate it that way. It's probably better to use their API than trying to scrape it. But where's the fun? I guess you're right. I mean, the fun is it's way easier to write. Here, I've been working on some YouTube API code. Let me show you how easy it is. So I had this great idea. I was like, all right, the one thing missing from YouTube live streams is the ability to navigate YouTube like you navigate Twitch, right? Because you can go to YouTube/live and it'll show you some of the top live streams, but there's really no way to get like a Twitch-like experience on YouTube. Right? There's no way to see like who are the people streaming in the science and technology category right now. So I was like, all right, if we can tap into the YouTube API, get lists of live streams, filter by categories, can we create an experience that is similar to Twitch? And the answer is no, not even close. And the reason is the amount of just trash live streams on YouTube is insane. Like the people with like 24/7 streams of kids or videos targeted at kids. It's those videos where it's just cars running over toys. But there's like 100 live streams of that, each with like hundreds of viewers, because I'm sure it's just kids at home on their parents' iPad or phone or whatever, watching toys get crushed, because that's something that they like to do. But that makes it almost impossible to find like live stream content creators. So that's the thing. But all of that to say, I was using the YouTube API to filter by live streams and stuff like that. Can I actually show you this? I think I can show you this. So I was using their JavaScript SDK. Super simple. Let me make sure I can show this, because sometimes it's like some really weird stuff. So yeah, I'll show this. This is fun. So first of all, I'm using TRPC with SvelteKit in this app. But so I have an endpoint for getting all of the categories, because videos can be categorized, but also people don't categorize their videos correctly. But in order to get the video categories, it's literally just this. So YouTube API.video categories list. I want all the categories in the US. Give me back their snippet. And then I use that on this page to show all of the categories. I do not like watching kids streams, but let's take a gamble. I could get banned and kicked off stream if there's like a weird thumbnail, but let's go into the science and technology category. These are all of the streams that are live in science and technology on YouTube right now, or the first 200 streams. All of these, like, they're probably all right. Like they're talking about like PCs and stuff, but like this is a video with 200 people watching that's just crushing toys. And there's so many of them. They're like, there's these and those. Live programming, that's cool. Twitch isn't any better, really? I mean, if you look in the science and tech, like if I go to browse science and tech, like it looks to me like there are real people streaming in the category, right? For the most part. I mean, I would say like Twitch is definitely categorized better, and I mean, and the fact that they have like the software and game dev category is like huge as well. Like, so many people writing code over here, but yeah, it's just, I mean, yeah, this is one way of navigating their live streams using their API, but yeah, let's go to the music category. The other thing is, like, it's not filtered by language very well. And it's possible that these other channels list themselves in the English category so that they get more viewers. But I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, and you have a certain number of API requests. But, for example, how I get the list of live streams. So, first of all, I get the category ID. And then I make the request to give me... to do a YouTube search for every live stream that is of that given category, ordered by view count. Give me 50 of them. And so this will give you back like the titles and the thumbnails, but that's it. If you want more information, like how many people are watching and what's the duration and stuff like that, you need to call another endpoint, which is the videos endpoint. And then I can ask for all of the things like content details, statistics, live streaming details, but you have to pass in an array of IDs. So basically, I get back 50 results from the search, and then I pass those results into this call, which gives me back more metadata about them, like duration and stuff like that. But it's as easy as that. Under the hood, it's just calling some REST endpoints, but the setup is... literally this. I won't show you my API key, of course, but pull in Google from NPM, call YouTube, pass in your API key, done. Done. If you look at that specific library, they have all the Google APIs that you can tap into. And that is just literally an NPM package called Google APIs. So, yeah, I'll just link the Google APIs one. Excuse me. Sure, BTRSL. Like, I would get. It would be good for me to give some like meta commentary on all the examples that I gave. No, well, actually, I think it does provide live chat. Because that would be. Yeah, it should. Yeah. Jules linked it. Thank you, Jules. I keep... Brazilians doing tech reviews and then toys. Yeah. They're doing it for science. Oh, you mean all of those weird live streams are recommended? Like, yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, they're not really violating any YouTube terms or anything like that, but it makes it really hard to find other types of live streams. So, but yeah, their live chat API is not easy to use. Yeah. So this is the Google APIs SDK, and inside of it, it has the YouTube SDK that you can use. And there very likely is like a I can't think straight. I need to leave. I've been live for 7 hours. Let me push this code up to GitHub, and then oh, not that. Cool. Yeah, and thank you, BTR. So I know you were the one that originally asked the question. Some people asked the question last week during a code Q&A as well. So this whole thing that I did today was a long time coming. Yeah, and thank you for being here, BJ Sebastian. Much appreciated. Yeah. So if you want to look at all the code that I wrote today, it's all in this repo. The README has all of the notes we were taking as well. I kind of want to clean it up. Yeah, and thank you, Drills, who says PR soon. Feel free to make a PR with your opinions. I am going to make a change where I pull out all of these like languages and frameworks into a separate file. And at some point I'm going to add some more commentary in here as well. But there it is. And again, I'll mention this again. Check out Kent C. Dodd's blog post because it has a bunch of really good diagrams and historical context. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can go here. I mean, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, feel free, Drills. And if you do something I don't like, I'll just tell you. But yeah, feel free to add a link to this thing. I think the one thing that I was doing is I wasn't using some of the acronyms he's using because I've never heard of a PIMPA or a what does he call it, like a MEPS or something like. There's some of these acronyms I've never heard of. And thank you, Electra from Thank you for being here. Have a good one. All right, let's go on a raid. I'll be live again tomorrow around the same time. You can find the schedule here. I don't know the acronym. A PIPS. The plan tomorrow is... Oh, I forgot about that. I'm going to be working on a CRUD client that I already built on stream. But the plan is I'm going live later in the day. And the plan is there will be less chat interaction. Because I'm trying to rebuild the thing live, but it'll be easier to edit. Because the last time I rebuilt it, or the last time I built it, it was like a 6-hour stream. And I don't feel like editing that. So yeah, tomorrow, teacher mode. We're building a thing we've already built before, but we're making it for YouTube. That's the plan. That's the plan. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful week. Hopefully you'll see you tomorrow. If not, the day after that. If not, the day after that. Or if not, the day after that. Cool. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.